live, I think. Hopefully, I'm trying something new. All right. If you guys remember the first Safari Zone 5K, we had a mobile cam. Okay. And the mobile cam was kind of cool because when the round was over, what we were able to do is go mobile. We could go out to the floor, see what was going on. We're going to try and make it a little bit better. We have some better, hopefully a little bit better audio because the audio was cut down a lot last time. And going to try this. So yeah, we're going to check out what's happening on the floor. The event's going to be starting soon. And yeah, and we're going to kind of see what's happening. We have a good showing. Let's look at the showing. Hopefully. Hi. Are you playing? No, I'm casting. Yes. I wanted to make sure before I. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see what's happening on the floor. Okay. All right. Will you, hey Vince, will you be going through deck lists at any point, or will we know like meta or anything, or I might just take them all later? And
yeah, I was going to organize them. Okay. And then if you want to like calculate that out yourself.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Too easy. Sweet. Okay. So we're gonna see how this is working because one disadvantage of doing it is I do not have chat with me when I walk around and go mobile. So we will see how that goes. So you guys might be chatting. I don't know what you're saying because I don't have chat with me. So, and hopefully the audio is okay. I will check the chat when I get back to the table to see if it is okay and to get your guys' opinion on it and how we might be able to adjust. But we're pulling it up slowly but surely. We've got 48 people total, 46, 48. So it'll be a good time. And it looks like it's working. So, oh boy, round one is up, ladies and gentlemen. Round one is up. So, I'm going to get someone on the streaming table. Let's look at what we got out here real quick, though. 48-ish people. It'll be a good time. Streaming setup is there. All our people, but a bunch of flower farmers. And I'm going to put this down, though, because I need to organize a couple things before we get started into our first round, which is going to be a Mad Hatter. We've got Rick starting us off against his opponent. So we'll see. What's going on, Spartan? How are you, brother? Stand by, and we will get started in just a minute. So I'm going to turn this mic off and this camera off. We can leave this camera on. Why not? And we can turn this off. Yeah. Okay. So it's going to be Rick versus his opponent. So whoever that is. So all right. So we are doing bounty, so I'm going to hand out some packs, and then we're going to get started, ladies and gentlemen. So let's hand out some packs. All right. Hey, man, how are you? Oh, I've been good, man. Bounty packs for this match.
Okay.
If you win, your opponent gets one. Okay. If you lose, your opponent gets both of them.
Okay.
All right.
I think that's 12 up there.
Yeah, so you're up front.
Well, this is I guess I get to save some packs on this one. So.
I know, right?
If you win, loser gets one. If you lose, winner gets both. No, we got plenty. It's up to you. It's up to you. Hey, what's up, man? Good to see you. Nope, casting. You don't want me to play. No one wants me to play, all right?
So for all the hours, is non-kids have the bounties?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So non-kids have the bounties. And somehow, Hatter against each other, Hatter versus local. And then Hatter versus local. Yeah, I know. But it's good that it happens because I'm happy to see all the Hatters. So I'm going to change the names real quick so you'll see which color is yours. So hey, what's going on, Evie? How are you? I'm sorry, man. I don't remember your first name. Jason. All right. Thank you. All right. So we've got Jason is going to be red on bottom. I'll tell you what, guys. Casting and running production, not the most the most fun in the world. I'll tell you what. All right. We've got Jason on bottom, Rick on top. Rick is blue. Jason is red. Perfect. All right. So, Jason, you are red. Rick, you are blue. You've got lore right here, ink right here. So,
Cool. So, welcome to Smyrna. We have player count of 48 today, which is 6 rounds of the top 8. It's going to be 55-minute rounds with the higher seed top 8 having to play draw. Decision. There are 2.5 ruling things I wanted to go over just in case you guys aren't privy to it. Haven't spoken more of this yet. For the replacement effects of resist and that shield, you can reduce the damage down to 0 with resist, and the shield stays. The card, I forget the name of, that goes with the Sleepy Hollow. The one that brings it back to the yard and controls Sleepy Hollow. Draw a card. You're playing that. It does not work as you think it does. You got to fully revolve the card that brings it back. Resolves before Sleepy Hollow technically comes into play. So you need to have Sleepy Hollow already in play to draw a card. Boost. Love that mechanic. So basically for boost, if you have cards that are boosted and somebody under the sees you or puts it into your deck, you do not look at the boosted card. It is still hidden, and that's how it stays. If it goes to your well, you do not look at the boosted card. It goes right away. If it goes to your discard of your hand, the discard's always a face-up zone. Your hand, be kind of awkward if you held the card facing your opponent. Yes. Yes. You choose the order.
all right, guys. So, just if you can't hear it, the judge is going over some rules that have kind of been finalized, things like Rapunzel and boost effects. And so doing his little player meeting. Once the player meeting's done, we'll start with Rick and Jason and get this show on the road. Yeah, Evie, it is. This is the Safari Zone Build-A-K event. We have 48 people. All the entry fee was $30, and all the entry fee goes into the prize pool. So yeah, it's a pretty decent event with some pretty good prizing. It is store credit just because in the state of Delaware we are not allowed to give cash prizes. That is a law, so we can't take away from the casinos. Essentially, they don't want us competing with those guys. So I know. I know. Exactly. Exactly. So in the past, people who win these, essentially they use the winnings to get their cases for the next set. So essentially, it's like getting money because they just buy all their product for the next set and they're good to go. So it's pretty much cash, right? In the form of cardboard. What's not to love? And it never expires. And we're not Southside Gaming, so we're not going anywhere anytime soon. So what do you have to lose? Let's go ahead and open this back up so you guys can see what's going on in the world.
We have 3 events coming up that I want to announce. At this location on December 20th, we had DLC at home tournament. We basically got our hands on non-foil Dulcet DLC promos. If we get 25 people, top 4 get a promo. If we get 50 people, top 8 get a promo. Be a little fun thing to do before Christmas. We have DLC at home. For winter stuff coming up, we are obviously going to be playing our event around that time in February. We have not nailed down a date. 2 events that have nailed down a date. Affiliated to the event is going to be on February 21st in Maryland. The 18th event is going to be a weekend event from the 27th to March 1st. Put those on your calendars. We'll have ours around those, but I just wanted to make the announcement. I do it all the events to highlight the local and Tri-State area.
These are all our Black Friday sales that we're doing today. So $90 boxes, $2 blisters, $20 troves, $10 for that guy. So this is the store. So almost done with the players meeting. So here we go. Let's get our first match going, and we are beginning. Ladies and gentlemen, let's rock and roll, okay? Let's rock and roll. Okay. Okay. All right, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Who needs money when cardboard? Exactly. Good group. It is a good group. I think we're going to have a lot of fun today. Over here at Safari, there's 2 teams. Let me turn the mic up a little bit. We've got 2 teams here, the Mad Hatters and Incognito, that are doing pack bounties. So that's going on, as well as Judge Vince is also handing out packs for kind of if he sees a spicy list, if he sees a cool play, if he sees a cool spicy card, he's handing out packs for that. So to the players. So we're just having a good time. That's the goal of today. Get some good practice in for the DLC, and yeah. So it's gonna be fun. And like I said, we have Rick versus Jason for round 1. This is actually 2 locals, so we're gonna have a good time. Rick is one of our Mad Hatters locally, and Jason is one of our newer locals. He started playing while I was deployed, so good guy though. Gonna have a good time. How is the volume? I do need to ask, how is the volume? I love those sleeves that Rick is rocking. Rick is of course blue on top. Looks like he's running red purple versus Jason. Perfect. Thank you, Evie. Versus Jason is on a purple card. Looks like red purple as well. So I'm going to do something like this and then bring this up. We're doing a little, we're making some adjustments live, so bear with me. We want chat to go there, and then we want cards. So it is a red purple mirror for our first match. So this will be entertaining to say the least. But we've got a good start from Jason. The Diablo into Diablo is always a great start. Really interesting to see both players on the Diablos, because a lot of players have opted to cut the Diablo, opting instead to get those cards that can quest well, like Palace Guard or Rafiki, but can also challenge, or not even Rafiki, but the new Tinkerbell, the 3/1 Tinkerbell. So just opting to get those cards that do what Red Purple's trying to do, which is trade very effectively. And so both players running the 1-cost Diablo is definitely an interesting choice. And look at that start. Diablo into Diablo is a good start for both players. And that is not the Diablo we want. That is not the Diablo we want. There, that Diablo. So good start. We see that. So this is going to be interesting because when you have a match like this and you have a start like this, someone's going to have to break that stalemate, right? And the ways, how does Red Purple break the stalemate? We have things like the 5-cost Elsa. We have things like the Headless Horseman. But without the Headless Horseman, or even with the Headless Horseman, it's not a great way to break the stalemate because things still need to turn sideways. Another option, though, would be the Demona. So we'll see if they are opting to go that direction. Hey, Adam, this is not local plays. This is the this is the Safari Zone Build-A-K event happening in Smyrna, Delaware. We have 48 players, $30 entry. All the entry goes into the prize pool. So whatever 48 times 30 is, that's going to be the prize pool for the event. So we have a bunch of players from Philly, a bunch of players from locally, of course, and then a bunch of players from Baltimore. So Incognito, the Mad Hatters, TFM could not make it down. Melissa was going to come down, but she got sick, unfortunately. But we have a good amount from the Delmarva area. We have a couple people that drove down from New York as well. When we look at the board, we see that Jason is going wide, right? We have the 3 Diablos now, but he drops the Lumiere. And the Lumiere is an interesting one because now these purple Diablos, these 1-cost Diablos, are able to make these really excellent trades and that otherwise they couldn't have been able to make. So Lumiere, I've talked about this before. I feel like Lumiere is the true Ruby champion card because of what he does for Ruby. Just makes so many trades possible. But in response, we see Rick come down with that Cheshire Cat, and that is a card that we did not see a lot of people on in the beginning of the meta, but now it is really shining. We see a lot of people cutting their bells to run the Cheshire Cats, which I think is a good idea because that Cheshire Cat, of course, sticking around for a really long time, so it's not going anywhere. Remember that the Cheshire Cat's at 3/4/1 with boost 2, and loads of fun. Whenever you put a card under this character, you may move up to 2 damage counters from chosen character to chosen opposing character. So that is actually a really important thing because of Lumiere. So what happens now is that Rick can go ahead and attack those Lumiere. He could send something like Diablo into the 1-cost Diablo and then move the damage over from his Diablo to the other 1-cost Diablo. Yes, Jason gets to draw 2 cards, but he does remove that tempo, so to speak, tempo from Jason. So really good opportunity there. So Adam, good stuff. I just enjoy watching gameplay. Hey man, I'm glad you enjoy it. We see the Hercules coming down. Hercules is such an interesting one. People talk about it a lot. It's great. It's good when it's great. And it's bad when it's bad, right? Which is an interesting. I think you could say that about any card, but it is a 5/3/2. This character can't be dealt damage unless he's being challenged. And while this character is exerted, your other hero characters can't be dealt damage unless they are being challenged. So a lot of interesting things here that Hercules being able to change a lot, right? Especially if Elsa comes down next turn. But we see Rick with his own Diablo coming down. So now, his own Lumiere coming down. So now able to make these trades with his Diablo and trying to really turn the tables here. So that Diablo is going to take 1 damage, of course, because of the Lumiere. But again, when you have Cheshire Cat down, you're not as opposed to taking that damage. With that being said, the Hercules is just going to put in a lot of work here because that Hercules is going to be able to trade in that Diablo for free, and that's going to really, really hurt. So we'll see how things continue to develop because meanwhile, Rick will be able to trade back with his own Diablo or Cheshire Cat to trade into that Hercules. But yeah, I'm glad. I hope you enjoy the gameplay today, Adam. We, of course, will have our feature table. Ooh, the library coming down. Library is going to make a huge impact as now Jason has a choice to make. He can either send in his Diablo into Rick's Diablo and draw a card if he really needs that card draw, or just put them there, quest with stuff, and then let Rick decide, do I remove the Diablo first or do I remove the characters? What's going to be the more important choice there? And this is going to be an interesting. So he does opt to trade into that Diablo, which is I think an incredibly smart choice. Take the free trade, leave these characters in there, because now Rick, like I said, has to decide, do I remove the Diablo or do I let him continue to quest for free? Do I attack his characters and let him draw cards? Because you don't want to, you also don't want to leave a Hercules laying around, because that Hercules will trade into so much for free that, and just is such a powerful card in the right circumstances. Diablo is still questing for 2 over and over again. So in a really interesting position right now for Rick. So it's going to be interesting to see how he responds to this. But yeah, Adam, I hope you enjoy the gameplay today, and it's going to be a lot of it. We're going to have 6 rounds with 48 people, and we'll also have the mobile cam going. The mobile cam is something that it's a work in progress, but I think it's working. So what will happen with the mobile cam is when we finish the feature match, I'll get the mobile cam out, and we'll go watch another game. I won't commentate over it, but it will let us be able to watch other games in the meantime. And then also, we can kind of do like interviews and things like that. So it's a work in progress. We're figuring it out. Hopefully people enjoy it. Jason, what's going on, brother? Wish you could be here, but I understand. Happy wife, happy life, and you gotta take care of things at home. And yeah, I'm really interested to see what those deck lists look like later. Our judge Vince is going to organize all the deck lists, and then I will pull out the stats, the analytics, and we will see what is rocking and rolling here. Clearly red purple, which we all suspected. I've seen a lot of blurple and purple steel, of course. So it'll be interesting to see what else is represented today. The timer is not going to be correct. It's just, actually, I'm going to run out there. I'm going to see what the timer is at, and I'm going to reset the timer. So stand by. It's going to get a little quiet for a second. Now the timer is accurate. Okay. All right, so we do see that, we see a nice response. So Rick comes down with the Hercules. He does opt to remove Jason's Hercules. Jason does get that card draw from library. So now we have the Hercules face-off, which is going to be really exciting. Let's see. Eevee, I know red purple is going to be, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. I'm also playing with red blue. It's fun. I played red blue on stream the other night, and yeah, it was something. Going to be doing any theory crafting deck list reviews soon. So Platypus, maybe not today. Well, we could, right? We could today during this in between feature matches, but what I do on my streams Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays is I play other people's lists, and then we kind of go through the lists, and then after we play them for a little while, we suggest kind of what we would change and things like that. So what my recommendations would be versus off of what they're trying to accomplish. And so I'd recommend, if you join the Discord, right, the Mad Hatters Discord, you can submit your deck list there, and then I'll sleeve it up for one of our live stream events. And that way we can just play it, and we'll play it on Pixelborn Connect and have a good time with it. So getting back to the match, though, we do see a lot happening here. So Rick coming down with that Tinkerbell, which is really good because Tinkerbell letting him be able to have a character that trades very well. But in response, we see Jason coming down with that Elsa, which is massive because that Elsa with the Lumiere buff lets him take out the Hercules, which was really, really important. So All right, and then we see that Rick's decided it is time to get rid of the library, which is a very smart choice because that library really doing a number for Jason, letting him draw so many cards. And we see Rick with another Hercules, and that is a dangerous, dangerous card because there's just not a lot of good ways to get rid of that card. And when we look at it, if Rick comes out with an Elsa, then that Elsa, of course, getting the resist as well. So thank you, Judge Vince, for all these beautiful deck lists.
They're in alphabetical order, and
Okay.
the top left corner is the color combo.
Perfect. Thank you, good sir. And amber, ladies and gentlemen, we have an amber steel, no, amber sapphire. It's amber sapphire. I got excited. It is a blue yellow list, but we will look at all those later, ladies and gentlemen, because we have a really exciting mirror match going on that is worth our attention. We see that Jason comes down with the Headless Horseman. Headless Horseman is one that if you guys watch if you guys like to watch prices, had a jump like no other, right, at the CCQ. A card that was down to $6. You could pick it up for $6 and then won a CCQ and jumped up to 30. Because what Headless Horseman does is pretty good for red-purple. When you play this character, banish chosen opposing character with 2 or less attack. During your turn, whenever an opposing character is banished, each of your characters gets +1 this turn. And then we see a swing like no other. Look at that. So all of a sudden, this back and forth with this game is actually insane because now we have this little face-off, and it's really interesting because that Hercules is going to put in so much work now because Jason cannot turn sideways until he can remove that Hercules. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Jason responds and is able to do things. But again, Genie would have been super good against Hercules with that evasive, but when you have an Iago down, Jason really needs to find a way to answer that Iago. Lumiere's coming down, not the greatest thing in the world. We do see that he inks the Peter Pan, the new 132, opting to ink that Peter Pan just so he can have he needs something, right? By having the Lumiere down, if he top decks into the Elsa, then he is able to take out that Hercules, which again is a massive, massive tempo swing for him. So, all right, we do see that Rick responds with a Peter Pan of his own. Ladies and gentlemen, these guys might be running a mirror match like no other with exact lists. Again, Peter Pan, that 1-3-2 evasive. I think it looks like Jason might be top. Nope. It looks like Jason might be top decking at this point. Or, no, maybe not. We just cannot see how many cards in hand. Another Genie. So the Genie's not the worst. 2 Genies is not the worst thing because right now Jason is representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 lore. So he's representing 18 on board if Rick is not able to take out his stuff while still having 3 cards in hand. So Jason is in a place where he can kind of just develop a board to get to 20, and it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. He's saying, go ahead, you can make these trades. That's fine because I'm dangerous right now, and he has a very dangerous board if we look at it. So catching him on chat, what red blue deck is doing well? So hey Zoro, Sisu coming down for Rick. So red blue, I've been seeing quite a few lists. We've had some people in the Mad Hatters Discord doing really well with the red blue with like the Mickey Mouse shift line, and then also just when you can play a big character that blows something up every turn, it's not the worst thing in the world. Do I think it's tier 1? No, but I think it's fine that you can run it and do well with it. So Spicy is one of those red blue players that is running the Mickey Mouse shift line and having success with it. I love how Rick is playing such a bad card. Herc, who plays that. For ladies and gentlemen, for those that don't know, Rick was not a fan of Hercules when the card first came out. He thought it was a very bad card. But now Hercules is in all of his Ruby decks. So little inside joke there. All right, so we see that Rick makes some trades that we knew was going to happen. We see Jason going up to 18. What are we gonna see? 2 roses come down? Do we have some spice? A Diablo? That's perfectly good. And so what happens now? And another Hercules. So what happens now is that Rick has to see an Elsa. That's his only out here, and unfortunately, it looks with the hands going up, it looks like we do not see one. What a mirror match to start things off with. What a mirror match to start things off with when both players seem to be running a rather identical deck list. Hercules, though, putting in a lot of work this game, and we see that both players, we see the first game going to Jason, and Hercules putting in a lot of work. All right. So what do you guys think? What are you guys' thoughts on Ruby Amethyst right now? Do you guys believe that it is the deck to beat now? It kind of came out of nowhere. I talked about it. If you guys remember my meta, I think it was my week 2 meta video. I said that it was going to come out, and I don't know if people believed me because all of a sudden it won first and second place, and then we see it on the live stream here, and it continues to do well. Chris Iola took red purple to the best of 1 in Singapore, got top 32, and then I think he was the best performing red purple, but the deck is, I think you definitely have to be prepared for it going into DLC Richmond, right? Or CCS. I think we'll be seeing a lot of it. There you saw Rick handing over the pack. We do have the pack bounties going on. You get 2 packs for winning, 1 pack for losing. So whether you win or lose against one of the pack bounties, you do get something. So Spooky Side also does well. Spooky Sight, yes. It was super strong in early sets, was the deck to beat. I knew it's coming back. Yeah, red purple is never going to go anywhere, right? When you have great removal, great challenge abilities from Ruby characters, plus the draw power that you need from the Amethyst, like they just sync so well with each other. It's why Ruby Steel is still not seeing the limelight, because you have great removal from Steel, great challenging ability and removal from Ruby, but they don't have the draw package. And they have things that can draw, it's just not the greatest ways to draw. All right, so we see Rick will be on the play this time. Jason was on the play in game 1. And this is where I would look at my co-caster if I had one and be like, all right, co-caster, if you were on the play here, what do you think you would want to do here? Now that you know it's no longer blind, and I would see what they had to say. But ladies and gentlemen in the chat, what do you think you're looking for? Oh my God, what have they done? I'll be right back. All right. Okay, we're back. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, like I said, running production and casting, tough work. But is it really work when you're just having fun with Lorcana? I don't think it is. But looking at the game itself, that's the thing that we care about. We see a really good start for Rick. This is what you want to see for Rick when your opponent plays the Diablo against your Tinkerbell. And the reason that is such a great start is because your opponent just can't quest for free anymore. And that is extremely powerful for you to be able to just kind of run the show and dictate how things are going. That Tinkerbell, of course, being the 3/1/1, and you don't run that card just like, what happens is Rick has 2 choices. He can just quest for free now and not have to worry about it because the Tinkerbell trades so well into everything. Being on the play, that's not the worst decision in the world. Just quest with everything you play and then just be done with everything. Now, in response, he could also just take out his opponent's character, like the Diablo, for free that way, if Jason runs the Lumiere on turn 2, then he doesn't have to worry about that. So Rick could opt to just not quest this turn, and that way he doesn't have to worry about the Lumiere coming down on turn 2 for Jason. But we do see that we do quest and take the chance, right? Force them to have the out. If they don't have the Lumiere, then you're perfectly fine. We see the Lumiere coming down. So he does have it. So Jason is able to get that free card draw coming in. And that's when you have to make that gamble, right? And the question becomes, was there any reason for Rick to hold on to the 1-cost Tinkerbell? And I don't know. I think that's definitely a tough choice. We do see the Cheshire Cat coming down for Rick. A great turn 3 play, good body, and then also that ability to just consistently move damage around for the rest of the game, well, or at least until it's banished, is a pretty good start. Looking at Jason's hand, we do see that Dumbo. So that Dumbo is going to put in a lot of work for him. Again, as the only removal that they have is if Jason plays an Iago, or if the Elsa comes down, the Elsa being boosted by the Lumiere is going to be a very big deal. He could run the Shift Tink. That would definitely be spicy. That Shift Tink would definitely be, if he has that in his list, that would definitely be a card worth a pack for spice level. That Tinkerbell being a Shift 3, and then Harmless Diversion. When you play this character, exert choosing opposing character with 2 or less. So that would definitely be a spice like no other. So, but we do not see it, especially because that baby Tink was taken out. But it would have been a good reason to keep it readied if you were running the Shift. Meanwhile, we see Jason respond with a really strong turn with a Tinkerbell and a Diablo on turn 3. And he has a very dangerous board, one that you don't really want to be seeing on your end. Now, what happens here? We see Rick inking that library, and he can choose, do I go for the card draw? And I think that's the choice. And the reason for this is because Jason does not have that ability to play the Elsa yet. So you can kind of get that free card draw before you have to worry about that. Shadow, what's going on, brother? Hope you're doing all right. Volume super low, Meyer. Okay, I will turn that up for you. Thank you for saying something. All right. All right, is that better? Is that good? More? Put it higher, put it lower, let me know. Shadow, we have 48 people at the event, all right? 48 people showed up, so really happy about that. Trying to get it back to where it was for our first 5K. Our first 5K before I deployed, we had something like 98 people show up. So really big turnout. So that's what we're trying to get back to, trying to figure out what dates those are that we're doing so well. All right. Better. A little higher would be perfect. Okay, I will put it a little higher. Everybody adjust your volume as needed. Looking at the game, though, we see Jason come down with the exact card he needed. That Genie is massive because now that Genie is able to take out the Dumbo for free. So we need to see Rick needs to see a Lumiere or something. So because otherwise that Genie is going to take out the Dumbo, which it does its job. You get a card out of it. Again, you really wish that you had that Lumiere, right? Or that Headless Horseman would have been really nice top deck to remove that Genie on Jason's side. So Zipper Ghost wanted to compete today, but I'm glad to be here watching. Hey, thanks for the support either way. Hey, life happens. Like, and Rick does have the Lumiere, so that Lumiere is incredibly important for Rick, because now what is able to happen is Genie cannot just challenge into the Dumbo for free. So yes, you will lose your Dumbo, which does hurt because you lose that card draw, but at the same time, Jason losing his Genie is really, really big for you. So that was a great card to be able to have there. Benno, holy cow, thank you so much for the support, brother. That is amazing. Thank you for what you do for Lorcana, what you do for the support. So it means the world to me. It really does. Oh, and Jason just has it. In this, ladies and gentlemen, this is why I personally, I personally cannot play tempo. It is so much back and forth. Does your opponent have the answer to your answer, to their answer, to your answer? And the roller coaster of emotions that goes into playing tempo, I just can't do it. I can't go through that roller coaster. It's just too much for me. So I just like to be like, oh man, because we see that headless horse come down, which allows then him to remove the Lumiere, Genie able to challenge into the Dumbo, and I just don't know what Rick can do at this point. He can move 2 damage, so he can boost. He has Cheshire Cat letting him boost to, well, let's see that real quick. You may remove up to 2 damage counters from chosen characters. So he could Cheshire Cat to move 2 damage from the Genie to the Headless Horseman or the Lumiere. Now, Lumiere reducing that challenge ability, right? So letting him do some things there, or Headless Horseman is also really important because that removes some of the challenge ability. So, and it also removes a 2-quester. So a lot of options here. Meanwhile, it does look like Rick has some good card draw also. So that's important. He has the Demona, and he looks like he inked the Hades. So it's gonna be really. He has some tough choices here, because he could. What are his options? He could play Demona. He's on 5-6 ink. So he does go the Demona route. He gets to draw 2. So that is on 6 ink. So Cheshire Cat could take out the Lumiere. Diablo can trade into the Headless Horseman. Catching up on the chat real quick while they make some really important decisions here. And so this is the other challenging part, and I think this is where people struggle the most with tempo, is you have to be so good with your trades. Your trades are so important because you have to figure out a way to build that board while also controlling your opponent's board, and you don't have answers like Thunderbolt and Strength of a Raging Fire and bounce mechanics like Mother Knows Best. But we do see that he makes that trade with the Diablo, which was an interesting option. One that I don't think is a bad choice, though, because, it looks like he does have an Elsa in hand, so that Elsa is going to be able to remove that. Oh, and that's massive. That Cheshire Cat for Jason is so big, but we do have some plays here. Rick has that Elsa to be able to take out the Headless Horseman, which is really important. I think it's a little lower turnout today just because of it being the holiday week. Exactly. We've been really unfortunate, Sam. Our events, our last 5K event, we postponed it because I was supposed to be back from my deployment, and so it ended up falling on the first day of set champs, so that impacted it. And then right now, people traveling for the holidays, we try really hard not to impede on other players' events, and because we want to make sure that all the local scenes in Philly and Baltimore get the love that they deserve as well. So, okay, I imagine perfect. We take out the Cheshire Cat here. Rick plays that Elsa, really important card to kind of dictate how things go, because now you take out the Cheshire Cat, which is extremely important card to remove, and then Elsa can go ahead and remove that Headless Horseman. And so that is really important. So now if Rick is able to find some kind of way to move damage or in Cheshire Cat, then that would be awesome. Imagine if he ran the Spice that let him the new Amethyst card where you can move all damage to a character. That would definitely be a spicy card. So let's see. Okay. The Headless Horseman comes down. Headless Horseman, so important in this mirror. And we see that Jason is able to just come in and swing the tempo again in his favor. So, man, it just feels rough. Tempo, such a roller coaster of emotions. Jubilant Jude. It's like how we were playing the other day with our Ruby Sapphire. Oh, yes, exactly. You either have the Hades or Dragons or you don't. And Rick responds with his own headless horseman. This is insane. It's just back and forth, back and forth. But we do see Rick coming down with the Mulan. That is one card that I have not seen in this in Ruby Amethyst. So it makes me wonder, is he running the Shift Mulan, which Rick does play with his two sons. His two sons do enjoy their aggro deck, so I could see him running the Shift Mulan, a spicy option, or if he's running some form of Flinger Dinger type deck where he does have the Mother Gothels and maybe something like the Pains and those cards that let him move damage, that could be really impactful as well. My local game store scheduled our set champs the same weekend as Richmond. Oh no, that's Shadow. That is awful. I mean, oh, that feels really bad. That is you hate to see it when stores can't comment or can't work with their team or their local players, right? To support them because you guys support them, right? So that is really unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. So and we see Jason coming down with that Elsa to take out Rick's Headless Horseman. Now let's see how Rick responds here. What does he have up his sleeve? Jason is in a dangerous spot. He's at that 12 lore right now and 2 cards in hand as well, going up to 6 ink. All right, we see Rick holding strong with that Mulan with 2 damage. Okay, so we do see that card come down that I cannot remember the name. Essentially, what it does is his opponent cannot ready next turn, and you get to draw a card, I believe. So I cannot remember the name of it to save my life. So if anyone in the chat wants to save me, I believe it starts with a T. But he's going in with Mulan, getting that 1 quest, and that's actually Mulan being a 3 strength character right now. I'm not sure, Shadow. I would imagine that he's playing more of the They Never Came Back. Thank you, Potency. I would imagine that he's playing more like the Flinger Dinger package, some of those cards. So, and with those cards being able to move some of those damage counters and everything. That's what I'm imagining, but I could see him running the Mulan Shift just because his sons do play aggro. I can't believe Jason had another Headless Horseman. That is the 3rd Headless Horseman for Jason now coming down in this game. And that's just a lot. That is a lot for Rick to have to answer over and over and over again. But we do see that Elsa there. And They Never Came Back again. Now both of those characters not being able to ready. And for those that don't know, up to 2 chosen characters can't ready at the start of their next turn and draw a card. So They Never Came Back. It's a really good card, in my opinion, for this deck because it answers the opponent's Iagos very easily. If you guys watched the ICL the other night, Iago was the reason that the Flower Farm was able to win their matchup because the red-purple player, Raymond, could not remove the Iagos on the opponent's side of the board. So They Never Came Back, being able to remove those Iagos, but also draw you a card and kind of stalemate the board right now. Because what happens now is that Rick could have traded into Jason's Headless Horseman. Unfortunately, Demonic does come down, but does Jason ever send his Headless Horseman into Mulan? I don't think so. I think you just quest for 2 because you're so far ahead, and you force Rick to be the one to trade into you, and it looks like that's how he goes. And right now, Jason threatening 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board, so threatening 22. So we do have to we have to answer 2 things right now. And it looks like we do have an Elsa in hand. So we are able to trade in Mulan into Headless Horseman and then go Elsa into Headless Horseman to remove those. But we could also just opt to remove the Lumiere, which would hold him at 19. So that is an option as well. But where Jason has 2 cards in hand, it's going to be a tough battle from here on out. Do we send Genie and Mulan into the Headless Horsemen's, hoping to just control things? Okay, all right. Okay, that's a good answer too. So it looks like that it looks like that Elsa did have 3 damage on it, so that, or at least 3 damage on it. So Genie able to make that trade. Jason only showing 14 on board now. We see the power of those never came backs. Jason unfortunately does find a library, and that library may be the nail in the coffin that Jason needed to kind of really seal the deal here. That is not what Rick wanted to see off the top there. Let's see if there's anything that can happen. There's no Headless Horseman abilities that are going to be able to come off of the effect. And that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We see a fierce 2-0 tempo craziness in round 1 with Jason taking the victory from Rick. Oh, that, ladies and gentlemen, that is why I do not play tempo, because that is a roller coaster of emotions like no other that I just can't be a part of. So here's what we have, ladies and gentlemen. We have deck lists that I still need to go through, so we will go through those at some point. I'm gonna look through it real quick, and we'll see if we have anything interesting, and then we will get the mobile cam going. Actually, we're gonna get the mobile cam going first. I want you guys' thoughts, okay? So for those of you that are new, this is something that I tried to do here. Night, guys, and good luck, everyone. Spicy, thanks for joining us from Australia, brother, and have a good night, okay? So we're gonna get the mobile cam going. This mobile cam is something that I've been trying to make work here, and essentially what happens is we're gonna go out and see what's happening on the floor. Yeah, Shadow. So let me know how the volume works. Okay, we have this mic right here. So please let me know if it's too loud, too quiet. I will not have access to the chat while I am mobile like this. So if you guys let me know, I'm just gonna cover. Man, I thought puberty was gone, but apparently not. But I will not have access. Can we see the Amber Sapphire deck list? Yes, Jubilant. I will. Smidge loud, but not too bad. Okay, I'll turn it down while I'm still here and able to see the chat. So yeah, I'll turn it down just a little bit. But yes, I will not have access to the chat. I haven't figured that part out yet, how to get chat while I'm mobile. But we're gonna see what's happening on the floor. I'll probably turn the camera so we can just watch a match. And yeah, so let's run out there. And I will find you the Amber Sapphire list, Jubilant, and we'll kind of go over and find some spicy things to look at later. But yes, as a reminder, I cannot see the chat while I'm out here, so I will catch up on the chat when we get back. All right. All right, let's see what's happening here. So, and he does run Shift Milan, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Hey, man, how's it going? Good. One of our locals, ladies and gentlemen. So, how'd game 1 go? Did you?
Yeah, I won 2-1.
Hey, congratulations, man. So,
Game 3 was close.
yeah. All right, let's see if we have anything spicy. Okay, we've got something. We've got a Mad Hatter's mirror that we're gonna watch, ladies and gentlemen. Because I think that's the last match going right now. So let's switch cameras, and we're gonna watch this mirror. Oh no, we do have another one going. All right.
Uh-oh. That's not good. That's what he did. 17. Go ahead.
He didn't come because of it. He went to play soccer and then it got canceled.
It got canceled. Yeah.
Karma.
Yeah, it's tough to see. All right. How many cards do you have? 1. Draw. Just card here. Did you? By the way, when you said if you can Demona me now, I top decked the Demona. Yeah. So I'm getting 3. Yeah. I'll press 1. Move the 2 over to Lexington, and I'll quest out.
All right. Looks like Red Purple taking the win against a spicy Blue Steel list. So.
Yeah, you did. I was scared. Diablo, Rainbow. Yep. I needed psychology in the deck. I third choice now. And it's white. And I figured there's going to be quite a few here. That area was scary. It was very scary. Because I had the moment in hand, and I was like, okay, I can talk to your area and get really clear with my stuff on paper, but I'm giving you free comments. I don't want to do that. It's some witchcraft. Yeah. That was very good timing on my part.
How'd it go, game one?
Pretty good. I was on the play, so
Yeah.
I able to speak it out.
Yeah.
I've always wondered, I bet these people actually depend on each other. I've always wondered how they fit into each other.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. Okay, fine. I'll put you here for a whole I know every part that's in there. Like something different. And I realized that after, because I think it's like the first one and one of the last ones, and I really was like, nah. But you want me to, am I okay? No.
How'd it go, Gabe? Yeah, yeah. How you been? I haven't seen you for a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. They're doing their best to keep you busy, right? So.
Oh man, that was the blowout.
Go ahead. How's Taekwondo going?
Good. They got bill testing in 2 weeks.
Oh yeah, good, good.
The girls are like, well,
Yeah.
City dropped, but
Yeah, are still enjoying it.
So the girls are doing cheerleading.
Oh, how exciting! What every dad wants, their daughter to be a cheerleader.
It's like the 5 a.m. practice.
Ooh, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Judge Vince and Parker.
It is the not legally actionable Disney version. Yep.
Oh, that is yours. Where'd you get that from?
It's working. You know, it looks kind of like a junkyard dog over there, kind of. It's working.
I bumped my head on it twice.
Have you?
Yeah. I leaned in to see what they were doing, and I hit my head on the lights.
On the yeah, I need to find a way to secure it. That's my issue right now. I'm thinking, I don't know. I have some ideas, like maybe like a magnetic board across it, like a magnetic, because it's metal. So I just need some way for that to be more secure, because he knocked it off later in the middle of the stream when he tried to knock his opponent out.
What do you knock off the top?
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Stay by the computer up here.
Yeah.
So you can pick a table.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I don't know what match you want.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what it is. See what that big wizard
Yeah. But look at that hair. I don't want to cover that hair. You know what? You know where I wear hats all the time?
My business executive look.
The reason I wear hats all the time is no one wants to see what hair I have left.
we throw some of those promotional things on.
Yeah.
It's like yelling at Friday's radio.
Probably extend for a turn, but Mona. Wes, that's you.
Royce, how cold did you think it was going to be here today?
It's historically very cold in this establishment.
I just, ladies and gentlemen, I look over and Royce is just rocking. You are an onion.
Yeah, one card.
Hmm.
I must have at least something, at least 2 Right. Nope, you guys. Well played.
There we go. All right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I just got some notifications that make me wonder if my stream had gone down. So I don't know. I don't know if it did or not. But I'm going to go check on the stream really quick, and then we'll come back out and see what's going on. But hopefully the mobile cam is working well. Hopefully you guys like that. For anyone that randomly joins, they're probably like, what is this garbage production? Well, it's the mobile cam. And it looks like it was up the whole time. So sweet. It never went down. It blinked for a second. Okay. I do have to check. When I go sideways, Oh, that's awful. You guys can't really see it because of how it's done. What if I do this? Ooh, that's awful. You guys can't really see it very much. How do I make, so the question is, how do I make it so what happens if I do this? Nope. If I do this, sorry guys. By the end of the day, we'll get this mobile cam. We'll get this mobile cam looking good. You could see everything fine. Okay. Well, that's good at least. I'm glad you guys were able to see everything okay. So, I don't know. You're the I have anything but a professional. All right, let's run back out here and see how things are going. All right, I'm glad it's working well. I'll catch up on I didn't catch up on chat there, but I will catch up on chat. So and kind of see how you guys are doing, what advice you have for the mobile cam. So, but yeah, we're doing things. You're not in it. This is trust me. When I took pictures of the store, I made sure you weren't even in the pictures. I got you. Looks like everybody's having a good time though, so we're happy. We're having a good time. We do have another match going on though. Well, now I've done it. I've zoomed in. How do I zoom out?
I just started the time after all.
What's the time extension for?
There's a judge call. So as I was working through it, I usually just give 2 minutes.
Yep.
Oh, you talking about game one? Yeah. 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 What's his name? Four? Might be trusted all he's got. No, one card. It's a single. It's a single three. So I had played her on three. So I had a Prince Philip for him. He told me he could Prince Philip. Knowing that the combo late game is playing, that's why I sat for so long. I had to play the Cheshire because I knew Prince Philip pretty good. So I had to play Cheshire, which I love. It's not as good. It's only good against the Sydney Depot where I could, right? And so yeah, I had to play the Cheshire because I knew I'd be the same next turn. And then he didn't need to reinvest, so because he had so many cards, he did reinvest in live. He played the
Sorry, Jason. All right, we see green blue take the victory. Again, well, 2 green blues in a row. So hey, how's it going? So all right, gonna go into round 2 soon, and let's see if we can get somebody for the table. So. Oh goody, player hub issues.
Started, I'll be back in the time.
All right, so we're gonna start round 2 in just a moment. And when we start round two, we'll pull somebody from the table and get going. And then we'll look at deck lists and see what spice we have. Look at that sapphire.
All right, Arcana players, round two pairings are ready.
All right, let's see what we got. Ben. Okay. I think we might do Ben. Table one, undefeated, yeah. Okay, all right. All right, Ben. You're going to be on that table back there.
I'm going to be
Yep.
one.
Oh, yeah. And then who's his opponent? Melanie Shepard. Hey, Melanie, I'm going to have you on the feature table, if you're okay with that. All right. All right. So, what's up? Yep, I'm going to bring them out. Yep.
Is there anything specific I need to know, like do or not do?
No, it's not Pokemon. So
No, just
okay.
like stream in general.
Yeah, no, you guys are good. You're not mic'd up or anything. I do. I can grab it. So so as far as things go here, I'm gonna change your names once, and then that's gonna be your colors. And then up here is gonna be ink, and then lore. So and then if you forget, you can see the lore or ink and lore symbols. Other than that, no, you're not mic'd up, so you can say whatever you want and have fun. So yeah. As far as the link, it's just Meyer. If they just Google Meyer Madness Lorcana, it'll for Twitch or YouTube. It's live on both. So if you want, it makes it easier for everyone to see. But if you don't use them, that's fine too. So, Melanie and Ben, right? Okay, perfect. All right. Yes, we will have him by later to do judge calls. I've already talked to him about that. So that we can go over all of that. So we've got Ben and Melanie. Ben is visiting us from New York. Melanie, I'm not sure. She has a team jersey on. I'll have to look at her team jersey. Melanie. Okay. Perfect. Let me get this out. All right, and we are back. We're gonna get that out of the way. I'm gonna turn this off so it doesn't die. Let that turn off. Get Aaron on stream. All right, we'll put Aaron on. I think we can get Aaron on stream next one. It was between Aaron and Ben for this one. So reset match. Team Illumination. That's exactly what it is. Team Illumination. Exactly. So okay, Melanie's name is too long. Let's see if I can. Nope. I do not know how to fix Melanie's name right now. So to make it better. Player. Yeah, I do not know how to make her name. There we go. There we go. Let me make sure I spelled her name correctly, and I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Oh, we could do that. We could shorten to Mel. Melanie works. We'll leave it as Melanie. It's not cut off anymore, right? You should be able to see it, right? Okay. Okay. Catching up on chat really quick. Mad Hatter shirt representation. Let's go. I'm pretty sure Green Blue wins the matchup, no problem at all. Yeah, that was. I think Green Blue is definitely favored into Red Purple. Red Purple can go fast to get underneath it, but the problem is it generally can't go fast enough, right? So if they're able to get things going, then it can be pretty rough. I also think Green Blue is usually favored, especially if they find it under the sea. Yeah, and like him finding that under the sea and Hades in the same turn was pretty disastrous. So, so Shadow, that was Dan. Dan does he builds his own stuff, and so he does like to run some kind of unorthodox things you don't see a whole lot of, Shere Khan being one of them. So I'm going to be curious how much he'll see from Shere Khan throughout the day, if he'll see a lot of success with it. So in future walks, try to see if you can do some player interviews or deck techs. I love here. Okay. Yep. Then we can do that. So we'll definitely get a judge interview. We will get Vince on for sure to go over judge calls, interesting judge calls that he saw today. Oh, I'll be right back, guys. I got to hand out packs. I'll be right back. I'm an awful team captain. 1 second. I'll be back. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I had to hand out packs. Okay, so you're fired, sis. Okay, so we do have Melanie on Purple Steel running the more aggro variant with the Timothy Q Mouses. Timothy Q Mouse, of course, being the 1/3/1, but when you have an evasive character down, Timothy does get that extra lore, and it has a big butt. So being a really good card that can just kind of stick around for a while. So really, really nice start. We do see the Cheshire Cat coming down. Not what you really want to see in this matchup. You really want to see that evasive character so you can kind of just run the show, get a whole bunch of lore before something like Under the Sea comes down. We do see, oh no. So Ben running kind of an unorthodox green-blue list, opting to run that Ursula, 2-drop Ursula, of course, letting you see your opponent's hand and discard a song of your choice, and then we develop your brain comes right after. So Ben taking that Strength of a Raging Fire is a massive, massive swing. It's going to come in because now Melanie loses that card. She loses that ability for ink. She's down to 2 cards already, and Ben also being able to see what he's up against in the next coming turns. Ursula being a card that we're not seeing a lot of in green-blue, but we can see why the card is still so good, especially when you expect a lot of Purple Steel. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot of red, purple, and green-blue out there. I've got to admit, when you see a lot of red, purple, and green, blue, and you're a Brainiac main, this would have been a really good event for me to play. But we're having fun. That's what matters. And no, let's be honest, nobody wants to play against Brainiac. So, we see the dot come down from Melanie. I don't know if she had that when the Ursula was played. I don't believe she did, but so if she top decked that dock, that is a great top deck. Now, looking at it, Melanie has to decide, does she quest with both? Because Ben is on his Clarabelle turn, so he is able to trade into that Timothy Mouse with no issues whatsoever. And then we see that Ben does opt to quest with that hook, opting to get that early lore, knowing that something like an Under the Sea could be coming, so we might as well try. And really heads up play, not questing the Cheshire Cat in case, well, I guess he could have, right? But with this play, so we do see the Clarabelle shift come down. Do we see the You're Welcome? The You're Welcome would be a massive hit right now. You're Welcome or Under the Sea. Looks like the You're Welcome comes in. The high roll of high rolls for green blue is what they want to see. They want to see that turn 5 Clarabelle shift into singing You're Welcome, and then off to the races. I need to see if this door is shut. Okay, and then we do see the trade going into the Captain Hook. So it's now what's nice here is that Calhoun is going to be able to trade, get that 2 lore to put you to 6, and then still stick around. So what will have to happen is Melanie will have to find, Ben will have to find a way to answer that Calhoun relatively safely, because you don't want it to be getting a whole bunch of lore for free. So Melanie now has an interesting choice. She does have 3 cards in hand, which is nice. But that You're Welcome, no, she should have 5 cards in hand because of You're Welcome. So she definitely has some options here to try and take things back, get the ball rolling, get the tempo going to try and quest out. We see the Elsa from the buy a box come in, so being able to send 3. Oh, opting to get that Clarabelle out of here. Don't want to take any chances whatsoever. Very interesting choice. So, gain the 2 lore from the Calhoun. I'm very interested for my Purple Steel players out there. What do you think of that play? Do you think the move was to just continue to keep the characters on board versus sending 3 characters into that Clarabelle? Oh, very true, Markoth. That is very true. She did lose that 1 lore from that. Now John Silver comes down from Ben. Timothy Q. Mouse is no longer questing for the rest of this game, I'd imagine. So Melanie now with 5 ink and looks like 4 cards in hand. So she does have the opportunity to kind of just play things out. We see the Dumbo come down, inking the Black Heron to play another Timothy Q. Mouse. So those Timothy Q. Mouses being able to quest for 2 is really important. Of course, the John Silver is going to prevent that questing power, but still being able to draw off of that Dumbo is going to be really important and really pivotal to getting her back in this game. Ben has a really unique list, though. We see the Mother Knows Best, what I believe was a Mother Knows Best in there next to Clarabelle. So again, running Ursula's and Mother Knows Best, not cards we are seeing in green-blue lists right now. So very, very unique list that would definitely catch people off guard when you're expecting to see a lot of just more meta things. All right, so the John Silver quest, it's going to, of course, John Silver giving Reckless to that Timothy Mouse, which is unfortunate. Timothy Mouse going to have to challenge into that John Silver unless we can see a Strength of a Raging Fire. A second dot coming down, though, incredibly important to keep building tempo. Doesn't look like we see that. Then that always feels awful, right? You lose that Timothy Q Mouse to that John Silver, and it really displays the power of that card, being able to just get it down, control these purple steel decks, these red-purple decks, and not let them quest anymore, meanwhile them losing out on their characters that they could have gotten. So really showcasing the power of that John Silver. Now, that Dumbo still being alive is such a big deal. We do see Ben menacingly holding that Hades, so we can expect that any moment now on his next turn. But Melanie's not in an awful spot. She's sitting at 10 lore. John Silver can quest. Why not use Dumbo ability? I thought she did. So I'm not dare. Oh boy. 3715. I thought she did. I thought she did use the ability. I had assumed she did, so I wasn't even looking when I was prepping some other stuff on the side. So if she did not use the ability, I do not know why. Oh, are you asking why not use Dumbo ability on Timothy Q. Mouse? If that's why, Timothy Q. Mouse does not have evasive. So his ability is, while you have a character with evasive in play, this character gets +1. So the Timothy does not have evasive, so he can't use Dumbo's ability, if that's what you're referring to. So, okay, so we see Ben come down with the Hades. He does quest with the John Silver. Oh, Melanie comes down with the Tinkerbell and the Calhoun. This is a really big deal. Calhoun, not necessarily the biggest deal, but it does prevent Ben from questing with those little one lures, which is massive. Meanwhile, Calhoun next turn is able to challenge into that John Silver, or just remove it with Black Heron is also an option. And we quest with the Doc. So Melanie still very much in this. 11, not where you necessarily want to be, but you are representing that Calhoun on board, which is preventing Ben from questing and getting those incremental lures with Ursula and Tipo, but also representing the 2 lore with the Tinkerbell. So you're in an okay place still. We are down 2 Docs, so only 2 left in the deck, but we've not seen any genies yet. So Melanie still has the genies in her deck. Mother Knows Best coming down to bounce his own Hades. Very nice. Remove the Tinkerbell. So seeing the power of that card, again, a spicy card that you do not see in a lot of green-blue decks. But there we see why you might want to run it, because really playing a big impact on the board there, getting that John Silver down and being able to control that Tinkerbell. We see 2 Cheshire Cats come down from Melanie. Melanie's getting that incremental lore, sticking around in this game against Green-Blue, where Green-Blue just has to continue to find answer after answer after answer. But if there's one thing we know about Green-Blue, it does a pretty good job of top decking. And we see what you never want to see. We see the Prince Philip combo, that malicious, mean, and scary. My voice could curdle dairy, comes down and curdles that purple steel board by being able to put 1 damage counter on everything and then paying 9 for Prince Philip to be able to remove the whole board. Melanie does respond with the Demona letting you draw up until you have 3 cards in hand. So a good way to be able to refill. But unfortunately, Ben was also down to 0 cards in hand. So Ben able to refill as well. So good, but being able to benefit your opponent like that, the Hades comes down. Now Ben able to quest for 3 with the Prince Philip, quest with 2. So being able to quest to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and representing Lorthal on board. All right, chat. Are we saying Lorthal today, or are we just saying lethal? I'll leave it up. You know what? If you really want, I'll even say storybook, okay? I'll leave it up to you guys. What are we saying throughout the stream today, all right? All right, so. Oh, is there anything that you can do as Purple Steel at this point when your opponent is representing 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on board? I do not know if there's anything Purple Steel can do. Never able to find those songs, but you saw just how much power John Silver was able to put out. That John Silver being able to quest for 2, gain you that incremental lore, and prevent your opponent from questing themselves and giving them reckless. John Silver just did so much work being able to remove the opponent's board while you just gained lore. It was incredibly impactful. Meanwhile, Melanie drawing into those 2 Dumbos, unfortunately just a little bit too late to make a big impact. So Ben taking game 1 with his I would say spicier version of green blue. So really good showing to him. And going into game 2. So while they shuffle for game 2, let's look at these lists that we have going on here. And let's see what we have rocking and rolling. So we got amber. This is an amethyst. So we do have, no. Oh, he's an awful person. He put AS at the top. So this is a blue. Sonic Warrior. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. This is definitely I'm having the worst time. He put AS at the top of this list, but it is a blue steel. It is a sapphire steel list. I cannot trust him at all. My Judge Vince is really throwing my head for a loop. So, so we've got a blue steel. We've got a blurple, blue steel, what is this? A blue yellow. Okay, there's a blue yellow list. Denzel always having a pretty spicy list, so we'll have to look at that. We've got this deck name is Bibbidi Bobbidi Banished. So it is a amber steel list. How's it going, Judge Vince? Hi.
Apparently it has been brought to my attention on the stream. It has nowhere where the round is. Can we add a round indicator?
I can add a round indicator, yes. But only if we can get a judge interview later.
Sure.
All right.
Absolutely.
All right. It has been requested, but I will add a round indicator. Okay.
Awesome. Appreciate you.
My pleasure. Okay. So, round indicator. All right, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. We will get our interview later. So let's try yellow. Let's try okay. All right, so it looks like we have started. So we see we see the purple steel deck coming down with the Captain Hook and the Calhoun. So a good start. What you want to be seeing from the deck, just seeing a 1 and 2 drop. All right, we do, of course, against this blue-green deck, we do want to see that aggro line, but anything is better than nothing, right? We see the Tipo come down from Ben, so getting that ramp coming in. Hey, Seth, how are you? The games are going well. And then we do see Melanie coming down with the Calhoun. So no Timothy Q Mouse, but being able to see the Tinkerbell come down, we're able to get that lore, and then there's no easy way for Ben to answer that Calhoun. So that is something that will continue to gain that incremental lore. And a lot of times in these matches, that's all you care about, just getting that incremental lore over and over and over again, and that will slowly pull you towards the victory that you so desperately are looking for. How are you doing, Seth? The rounds are going well. This is round 2. I am working on adding this text, but for whatever reason, the text is really big. And so, all right, round 2. And I need to alignment left, vertical alignment top. We are doing this live, ladies and gentlemen. Doing this live. We're making things happen, all right? But the games have been going great. We have a purple steel list. Ooh, a wonderful start. A wonderful start for Melanie. Melanie getting that Strength of a Raging Fire, playing that Dumbo on turn, and then now she's going to be able to use the Dumbo effect if she chooses to. And so that's a really interesting choice now, is do you want the card draw or do you want the lore? On one hand, if you don't have the dock, then the card draw is going to be very nice to see, something that you would like to see. So she does have a tough choice to make here. All right. I wish I could have come down, but I got late Thanksgiving with family. Hey, no worries, man. One of these days I'll be able to meet you, and we'll have a, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, that's why I'm having such a hard time with this. Okay, we've got to resize. All right. we will be able to commentate on this match perfectly in just a minute. As soon as I figure out why my round count is the size of, I don't know, a big thing. Okay. Let's do this. Why is it doing this? Oh, the font? Font. Select font. There we go. We've got it. We've got it, ladies and gents. 14? Okay. We'll get there, guys. We'll get there. I'll be able to commentate soon. I've just got to figure this out. Room settings, default score, display timer, display ink. So, Bino, you think green blue has it, right? Okay. I don't know. Melanie does have a really nice board. Looking at this, anyone betting on this? we could possibly set up like a channel points betting thing each round to see what people to win some channel points. So, but looking at this, we do see that Melanie does have a wide board, getting that rose down for that incremental lore. The Dumbo and Tinkerbell being able to put in a lot of work here. And then meanwhile, Ben has to find some ways out. Melanie is representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board, so 16 total on board. Hey, Mima. So she is in a really good place right now, and Ben in a tough place. But Ben will be on the play if we do go to game 3. So that does have a big impact on what's going to happen overall. Ben definitely taking time to choose here. Looks like he only has 2 cards in hand. Being that strength of a raging fire, we've heard it before. 1, 2, 3 strength, and we again just seeing the power of that strength of a raging fire coming in to really put in a lot of work. And we see that Ben goes ahead and does make the challenge with the Donald Duck, now leaving open Calhoun to do some work to gain that 2 lore. But is that something we really care about doing? Because if for Calhoun to do that, then it would require you to send in 2 characters. So is that enough of an impact? On one hand, yes, making your opponent lose that Donald Duck, but on the other hand, do you want the draw from the Donald Duck anyways, and you're not worried about that card being there? So there are some options that Melanie has here that aren't immediately easy choices to make. So what do you like more? On worst case scenario, Ben has 2 You're Welcomes, and Ben can come down and just immediately blow up and throw those 2 You're Welcomes. Yes, Melanie gets to draw 2 cards, but then if Ben plays that Clarabelle, then Ben will also draw a lot of cards. We have Safari Zone, of course, the sponsors of today's event. We are hosting this event at Safari Zone and Safari Zone Collectibles, and just a magnificent store. If you guys ever have the opportunity to make it to Smyrna, Delaware, I highly encourage you to stop on by. The store is massive. It has everything you can need from Pokemon, Magic, One Piece, Lorcana, a huge play area. It also has the game with the figurines, not Dungeons and Dragons, Warhammer. So a little bit of everything going on at Safari Zone Collectibles. But Melanie throwing down that giant cobra, she does opt to take out that Donald Duck. So saying, I don't want you to have more singers on board, and I don't need the draw. I'm looking okay, so I'm just going to remove it all. Because also by removing that Donald Duck, then she does remove Under the Sea capabilities. Under the Sea only able to hit Tinkerbell, but still that is something that could have happened. So something like Clarabelle coming down, and then Cinderella Where's the 2 lore from Tink? She most likely used the dumb. Oh, there we go. There we go. She added it on there. Yes. So going up to 17 for the 2 lore from the Tinkerbell, and looks like they may be counting it to make sure that's correct. You just offended so many Warhammer players. Well, 11 plus Snake would be 13. Tink being 15. Calhoun being 17. Yes, that is correct. So it looks like they're figuring it out. Looks like they're getting there. Going on to game 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a best of 3 going on here. All right. Again, we saw the power of what Purple Steel can do there. That 1, 2, 3 strength is just so impactful to being able to do that stuff. I got you. Bang. Okay, while they shuffle, I need to figure out why my text is the size of Texas and why I cannot get this round count up. So, okay, so we need to add text. Okay. We want the font to not be size 256. That is not what we want. We'll start with size 10, and then we can make it bigger. So size 10, and then we want to say round 2, and then okay. Why on earth does it look like that? What is happening? Okay. Why does it look like that? Ladies and gentlemen, why is it fighting me today? Do you need help? I mean, I need lots of help. I always need help. You know that. Okay, we're just gonna delete that and figure out this again while they get their altars ready. Text. Upside down. I know it just kept getting worse and worse.
It's okay, Cody. We know you're beyond help.
So why is it coming in? So we make the font size. We'll make it small. So we'll go size 9. We add in the text. Why does it come in like that? Opacity. Nope, that's not it. It's regular font. Why does it look like that?
Because you broke it?
Oh my goodness,
That's
that
even
makes
worse.
it worse. Alignment, background opacity, defaults. Yes. What happens when we go to defaults? Hey, we just had to go to defaults. There we go.
All it took was me coming back here.
I know. See, you saved the day. Nope. Why does it do it when I make the font smaller?
Maybe because it's too small? Yeah, you're making it too small. You'll have to just shrink it on screen.
Okay.
Keep it a big font and then just the box that it's in, cut it down.
Oh, look at that. Weird. Okay. There we go. Now we have a round. All right. There we go. Dan, one of the owners of probably
who's been trolling him through the Twitch account.
The man behind the logic of Safari Zone. We'll call it that. So, but coming in with help.
Make sure you lock that in.
Yeah. So.
Or else you'll mess it up again.
Right here. There we go. Okay. Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're good. We're good. Ladies and gentlemen, we can actually pay attention to the game now. I apologize while we figured that out, but we are back in it. It's very Timmy in top left corner. Yes. So we we're going into game 3. Green-blue is on the play now, so we are in a little bit of a rough spot, but we do see the Timothy Q Mouse. Ooh, and we do see the Tinkerbell coming down. Tinkerbell, of course, letting that Timothy quest for 2 being really impactful there. And that's exactly what you need to see for Melanie now. So now if she has this opportunity, she can go ahead and she has that ability next turn, already questing for 5. One thing to note, she is only on 3 ink. The counter does have her at 4. So that is, just keep that in mind as we go into this match, and we'll kind of see if she continues to update that lore counter. But, oh, there we go. Melanie going to be able to quest for 5 here. Really big deal. Oh, but... Ooh, that's so we see Ben coming down. We see the power of that Mother Knows Best, that spicy card that we just don't see in a lot of green-blue lists. So Clarabelle able to bounce that card, so that's going to slow down Melanie, which is exactly what you want to be doing as that green-blue player. Just slow your opponent down. Don't break your stream again. So Dan coming in here. And I think, so Sam, I believe you're correct. So that's what we're going to be paying attention to, because I believe that they've mixed up the ink and lore counter, so we're going to kind of watch to see how she updates that, and if it becomes an issue, I'll go out there and let them know. So because Ben does have his lore and ink correct, he's on 5 ink and 1 lore. Melanie has hers reversed right now, so we'll just monitor that and make sure that they're tracking, because I do not know if they're also, but I also believe they're on paper and pencil, so I think we're okay. But Ben coming down, seeing the power of Mother Knows Best, that spicy card that's really able to just put in a lot of work. And then Donald Duck coming down. Donald Duck, a card that I'm personally a really big fan of in green decks, that ability to just find your answers, because a lot of the time you finding your top decks are going to be so much more impactful than what they may be able to find. And we do see that Melanie inks the Giant Cobra. So really interesting choice there, and it makes you wonder if Melanie is rocking a dock in hand. Okay, so Melanie quested for 1, 2, 3. Okay, so she has it correct now. So 4 ink, 7 lore. So she does have that correct. So it makes you wonder, though, where she's inking that Giant Cobra, does she have something like a dock in hand where next turn she's going to play on her hand and play that dock and saying, I don't need the 2 lore, I don't want that 2 lore because it's just going to be a little too slow for me right now. Whereas Melanie's able to develop that Tinkerbell plus Palace Guard, representing 3 lore next turn, but also the 2 lore for Timothy Q Mouse, which is really could be the thing that decides this game. Oftentimes when you're playing these purple steel decks, or just, you know, when you're playing these purple steel decks, it comes down to that one character you may or may not have quested, that one choice that you made that really could have been the deciding factor. So Ben in a tough place, it makes you wonder, does he have Shift Clarabelle in hand? And I'd imagine not. I think if he had Shift Clarabelle in hand, then he would have thrown that down already. So 2 games in a row, we're just not able to get that Clarabelle down on turn. And one thing that's talked about with green blue all of the time for the longest time is consistency. So if the deck can't see those things that it really needs, like Shift Clarabelle, then it has a hard time really fighting for the board. But we do see the 3-cost Clarabelle coming down, letting you draw that card. Of course, 3-drop Clarabelle is the one that if your opponent has more cards in hand, then you get to draw a card. And the baby Clarabelle. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a cow farm that we have right here. So looks like challenging with the Donald Duck and the Clarabelle into the Timothy, just trying to slow things down. And this, if you remember, he bounced a... No, that was game 2. Ignore me. We'll pretend I didn't say that. So really seeing that taking that Timothy Q Mouse, really slowing things down, because now Melanie only going from 7 questing for 4 this turn to go to 11, and Ben just trying to buy time, trying to find those cards that are going to help him find answers, right? Being Big Clarabelle being one of the big ones, but John Silver is going to be really helpful. Under the Sea, really helpful. Hades coming down. I'd imagine if you're Ben at this point, you just put it on the bottom of your deck, and that's what we opt to do. And Under the Sea would definitely be devastating here. Strength of a Raging Fire. Then we remove the Clarabelle. So just opting to try and remove all of those shift targets. And so Strength of a Raging Fire, putting in work, questing up to 9. Now, no shift target. Is that devastating for them to have a shift target is the question. Would Hades have been the better answer on the Donald Duck? Because we know that we knew going into our turn that Ben did not have the Shift Clarabelle, because we most likely would have seen it last turn, challenging things with Shift Clarabelle. So if we would have Hades the Donald Duck, then it would have slowed our opponent down, not letting them draw that extra card to find answers. So I wonder if that Hades would have been better suited on the Donald Duck and not worrying about the shift lines when Ben already has enough ink to play the Clarabelle. Or no. Ben is only on 5 ink right now. Is that correct? Is his ink count correct? 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like he is only on 5 ink. So Melanie taking out those Clarabelle shift targets is actually extremely devastating to what Ben is trying to do, and Ben having to You're Welcome himself, and that just never feels good when you have to You're Welcome yourself. You have to save that to try and hold your opponent back, but Ben just needing to find some sort of answer. And what a change in games, where game 1, Ben just completely owning the entire game, to be honest. And then game 2, a little bit of back and forth. And game 3, though, just not going your way, not able to find that Clarabelle shift, not able to get those massive plays going. We do see a Basil in hand. Basil's going to be able to bounce something, but opting to ink it, it looks like, to develop a Cinderella. So now catching up to our ink that we so desperately need. That Frozen, that is a good question. Maybe possibly just doesn't want to give Purple Steel any more draw would be my thoughts there. But I do think, and the dot comes down, and I think Melanie might be about to run away with this game. But I do believe Ben is at least on 7 ink now, so able to do that stuff. If he is on 8 ink, he's going to be able to Malicious, Mean, and Scary and Prince Philip combo next turn. We will see if he is on 8 ink and able to play that Malicious, Mean, and Scary or not. Or sorry, able to play that Prince Philip. It looks like he... All right, so we see Melanie going up to 12. Hey, what's up? How are you? Agility. Oh, we do see it. We see the board wipes. Oh, my goodness. We see the board wipe. Oh, my goodness. So this is massive that Ben needed that so badly. Now able to quest for 3 each turn. We do see that he is on 9 ink. Now Melanie, 3 cards in hand, able to refill. But, boy, does that hurt. Going up to 13 with the White Rose and refilling with the Calhoun. So going to be able to stop from questing. But looks like we are already out of cards in hand. And what's up, Jeremy Stitchhawks, man? Good to see ya. How's your day going? Oh, no. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, the game has turned, and it is not looking pretty now. Oh, boy. So so next turn now, we see that Ben is going to be able to quest for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to go up to 14. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a way to flip that game. Finding all 3 of the puzzle pieces, summoning Exodia for my Yu-Gi-Oh players, and effectively saying, I have won. Now there is definitely in a tough position for Melanie. Only able to quest for 1 now this turn. Yeah, and no cards either. Melanie had it, and just like that, we see the power of, opting not to do anything. I'm assuming we have that Giant Cobra in hand. So being able to go up to 15 with Giant Cobra, and then able to
being able to go up to 15 with Giant Cobra, and then able to quest with Calhoun to go up to 16. But I just don't think that's going to be enough for Melanie to really change the impact of what could happen, because now we see that Ben is able to quest with everything, going up to opting to just quest Prince Philip so far. And I think you quest with the John Silver. You give the Reckless to the White Rose or Calhoun. It doesn't matter which one you give the Reckless to here. I think you give the Reckless to the White Rose, though, is the way to go. Correct. And then next turn, Ben able to quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So I think Ben just quests everything here. I think you just quest everything, that way you can end the game next turn. You don't give Melanie the extra turns to be able to do something. And effectively, that's what Ben has done now. Ben only able to quest to 19, so he's given Melanie an extra turn to find a Doc, which finds a Cobra, which does all these nasty things that you don't want Purple Steel to be doing. So John Silver coming down, not going to be super impactful, because able to give... Now, Melanie is able to challenge the White Rose plus Calhoun into John Silver, sending her up to 15, and then able to quest to 17 with Genie the next turn. She would have to top deck Doc. She would have to top deck a Doc into a Cobra and Rose and have another card in hand still. So it's a tough spot. And the power of Prince Philip combo just coming in. Strength of a Raging Fire comes down. Okay, excellent use of cards there. So being able to sing that Strength of a Raging Fire, gain the 2 lore to go to 15. Now you're looking at 17 with the Genie. You are forcing your opponent to take out your White Rose or Genie. So you could send... Clarabelle's not going to do it. So... I mean, right now, if Melanie does have Giant Cobra, she does have the opportunity to quest with everything on board, play Giant Cobra, and win the game. So Ben does have to remove the White Rose. He does not have a choice. If he just removes the White Rose with Cinderella and Tipo, and then he quests to 15 with both the Prince Philips, then I don't know if there's a way that Ben loses at that point. I do not know if there's a way that Ben loses if he just... And he only has to send Cinderella into White Rose, because White Rose already has 1 damage. So quest with the Tipo, Prince Philips, send the Cinderella in, and I think we are good to go. That leaves Melanie having to have a White Rose. I don't know if there's a way Melanie's able to fight back at this point. We will find out. If there's a will, maybe there's a way, right? So we will find out here shortly. Ben making that choice, opts to remove the White Rose, quest everything, saying you have to win now on your next turn. Let's see if Melanie has it. But again, is there a way for Melanie to get there? 5 ink. She can go to 6. She can find a Doc. Doc can find Cobra, but that's still only 19 lore, possibly losing by 1 lore. Let's see if Melanie can find it. All right. We see 6. We see the Elsa, and unfortunately that is not going to be able to get us there. She's just fighting. So holds him to just 20. And what a game. Oh, man, that Prince Philip line just really doing a number there. So we are going to head out there. We're going to see what's going on in the world right now and get the mobile cam up so we can do a little player interview with Ben. Remember, I won't be able to read the chat, all right? I do not have that opportunity, but we can at least talk to Ben and see how things are going. What a game. Prince Philip is just a nasty, nasty card. All right, let's go out there. Hello, everybody. Hello, 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 hello. Okay, let's go out there.
All right. What a game. Green blue putting in a lot of work. Definitely lots of green blue here today that is at the event.
Yeah, I think he just like one or two. Maybe let me play.
All right, they're just having a nice little healthy conversation, so we'll let them do it. How'd it go, Gabe? 2-1. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah, with locations next working.
Yeah, you're still on locations. Yeah. Yeah, nice.
It's just that final like
tweaking. Yeah, yeah. So, oh man. Well, where's Dana at?
Diana's right there.
Okay.
Going against Jamie.
Oh, okay. All right.
On the second game right now.
What is she on today?
She's on Red Steel.
Red Steel. Okay. All right.
Red Steel Challengers.
Oh, with her. Oh, I'll never forget the dump truck move.
Rockin' dump truck.
Good. 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 How'd it go? No?
Should have gone better than it did. He won game 1. I won game 2. And then on game 3, I had a pretty big misplay.
Okay.
And I was so focused, I thought my alone weave was Rapunzel. And so I thought the bubble existed.
Yeah.
It bubbled something, and then he cleared my board, and then that was that.
Yeah.
But, you know, hey, I'm here for fun.
Yeah.
The bounty packs that he got, he hit a legendary Rapunzel.
Okay.
He hit foil Dormouse. He hit like 4 or 5 good cards, a super rare, Record Ralph. You know, like the packs were good packs for him.
Good.
So, hey,
Good.
It's all good.
Good. So is that 0-2 now?
0-2, and honestly, I felt very good about the deck, but I needed to see real world matches.
Yeah.
And I'm probably going to shift for Richmond now.
Yeah.
Because I thought this wasn't going to be viable depending on how the field looks. And I think this is giving me the confirmation that I need.
Yeah.
Which means for me, now I can go to the next deck without having that regret in the back of my mind of, did I jump too soon? Did I give up on it?
Yeah.
We'll see how the rest of the day goes.
Hammer Steel aggro, right? With the Rapunzel bodyguard
support
package.
Bodyguard package. I am running the Mulan Free Spirits for a little extra princess
the 3
synergy
cost, right?
with the Aurora.
Okay, all right.
And the extra support there. So it's been good on Nito, but it may not be as viable in real life.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of red. What was your opponent on?
Mirror match round 1.
Okay,
and
all right.
It was close, but he ended up taking it.
Yeah.
And then Blurple round 2.
Blurple round 2, okay, yeah. And I could see that because the support bodyguard package does slow down a little bit, so it can give Blurple that chance to kind of get things going.
The game that I hit Mowgli earlier, he had a TPO for his ramp instead of sales, so that was my whole chance there.
Yeah,
and, it didn't work out.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes.
But I love the game. I love seeing it. I love the excitement of the new set.
Yeah,
and getting all the different decks out there and kind of seeing where everyone's going with it. So,
it's definitely exciting. We got DLC Richmond coming up, so and you do have your tickets. So
I do have my ticket.
It's gonna be good.
It'll be so much fun.
Yeah, and that's you get the loss out of the way here, so you can go win the Mickey there.
Exactly.
Call it a day.
Right. Yeah.
So, well, sweet man. Well, I'm glad. Are you gonna stick around and keep playing? Okay. You gonna try again in a win pod later?
I'm gonna kind of see how the next match or 2 goes and kind of see who's getting in there, and look at the pod that I would enter and be like, that's a waste of time. Maybe I'll go home.
Okay.
I'm here to have fun today. I'm here to play, so I'm probably gonna play at least one if I get watched out early, and then see how it goes.
All right.
Maybe I'll recover,
Yeah, you could, right? So there's still time. So 6 rounds. So I don't know the math well enough to what bubbles.
I can tell you I basically have to win out and get lucky, and the people that are at the top have to not intentionally draw, which, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But I will play until I get one more loss at least.
Yeah, there we go. I might as well. I mean, winning pods don't start till round 4 anyway. So, well, sweet, man. Well, I'm glad the fun's being had still.
Absolutely.
So, but
always a good day at Safari Zone, man.
Always a good day at Safari Zone. So, good game, Melanie. That Prince Philip was nasty. Yeah. That was. We were watching your board. We did have a question. Were you drawing off the Donald Ducks in game 3? No. Was that intentional?
At the beginning, yeah.
Okay.
Because I was like, if he gets the Clairbow,
you didn't want to give him the draw. Okay.
So I tried to keep my hand low in that matchup for that reason.
Yeah.
But we talked about it a little bit after, and I feel like I should have taken out the Donald with the string. Instead of the turn that I cleared all 3 Clarabelle,
Mhm.
trying to prevent the shift.
Correct.
But he was like, we're taking out the bell.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't know if he had the Clarabelle shift.
Exactly, because he was stuck on 5 ink. So and we were talking about that on the stream. I'll give you this real quick. If you're okay with that. So we were talking about it on the stream. If you don't want to be in it, I won't put you in it. But how you took out the Donald Duck, and we were kind of like, well, or you took out the Clarabelles. We're like, well, that's kind of interesting. But then I realized he was only on 5 ink, so he was kind of stuck there. So if he had the Clarabelle shift line, then
Nah, it was close.
a really, really close. He had to have the Prince Phillips on the Turner, he would have lost. So, but it was a really he ended up drawing into it. Yep. So I think that was a really heads up move, recognizing that he couldn't shift the Clarabelle, or he couldn't play the Clarabelle if he removed them all. So it was just unfortunate that he ends up you're welcoming himself as a last ditch effort and draws into both of them. But yeah, anything else that you thought was interesting that you did or was important?
I think I made a couple of like small misplays in game one. I don't think ended up mattering.
Yeah.
There was one where I could have like quested with the Tipo or the Timothy, before getting rid of my evasive somehow. So I think if I had done that first, it wouldn't have made a difference ultimately. But my first time playing on stream, I noticed like those little things afterward. But yeah, I was kind of hoping that getting rid of all the Clarabelles like would end up mattering. But he kind of got there.
Unfortunately, but I think that was a heads up move though. Ultimately, to be able to do that, and then game one, of course, he saw the Wombo combo. He went shift Clarabelle on turn 4 into your welcome, like everything you don't want to see from a green-blue player. So but then,
and then he also had the Ursula. We talked about it after. He said he only played one.
Oh my
So he managed to hit the one right before the strength.
I mean, Frank Carson talks about it all the time. That's why you do it, right?
Yeah.
Because there's just games where it just wins you the game, and I think it did win him the game in that one.
Yeah, he agreed to. He was like that Ursula.
Yep, because he would have been able to strength the Clarabelle, and it just it would have been nasty.
Yeah,
so
but it was fun. It was a good game.
Yeah, good. And you had people definitely supporting you, so they were happy to see you on there. So 1-1 now. So any spiciness in your purple steel list?
I would say I'm trying to play it pretty split, so that I have the option to like go pretty fast with the Timothy.
Like we saw Timothy and a Tinkerbell, and
those lines, and then also have enough where I can fight for the board too.
Okay, I like it. I mean, like
I do
giving
have one
yourself the option. You do run the
one Madam Mim. The skater. The skater.
Oh, the skater.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tiny adversary.
That makes a huge difference in some games. That one attack is just perfect. So.
And I feel like a lot of purple steels aren't playing it right now.
A lot of them have definitely dropped it. So, and when we do see them run it, a lot of them really only on the one. So it's just it's like the one of Ursula. When you need it, hopefully you just draw into it, or you can maybe alter for it if you think you'll need it that much. So, but no, it was great to watch. It was a really good one to watch. So thank you so much. So thanks for being on.
Thank you.
But anything else?
Just shout out to Team Elimination.
Elimination. There's 3 of you, right, here today, or
3 here today. Some of us couldn't make it because of other obligations.
Adulting, right? It's the worst.
Happens.
So, well, awesome. Well, thanks for coming out and supporting us. So,
thanks for hosting me.
Oh yeah, it looks like everybody's having fun, so that's what matters. So, but all right, let's see what else is happening. Oh yeah. All right. Hopefully everything's sounding okay, guys. We had our little interview. Nice. Good job. Good job. That's what I like to see. My box is already getting a little empty. But yeah, hopefully everything's sounding okay. Again, I can't read chat, so if you guys are saying it is bad, I won't know until I get back. So, but hopefully the mobile cam is going well. I do have to keep an eye out for someone that does not want to be on here. So I do need to find her. It's like playing Where's Waldo, so I can make sure that she doesn't end up on the stream, because I will get in trouble if she does. So looks like we do have one more game going on. How's it going, Paul?
How's it going? 1-1.
1-1. All right. How many packs do you have on? You still have
I have 3 packs.
3 packs? Okay, I won't give you any more. Well, at least because you won't need them. You're just gonna go. You're just gonna go fine. Yeah. So, but if you run out, make sure you flag me down. So, Royce, how's it going for you?
2-0 so far.
2-0?
Yep, that's unfortunate. Now I'm running the dogs again.
Yeah, so that's
I
what
was
I
actually
figured.
disappointed you weren't playing because
Yeah.
I was going to play Purple Steel, and I'm like, wait, I'm going to get rolled by Cody's Brainiac deck. Let me play something that can play into it a little bit better.
You know, it's funny because I have all the deck lists back there. I'm looking at all the deck lists, and I was like, this is a Brainiac day. Like, I'm just like, oh my God.
I was terrified of it. I brought the Purple Steel deck sheet today, and I was like, wait, I'm going to have no game into Brainiac. Like, if anyone's on it, I just lose.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it all, and it's like, God, what a day for me to be on. But we're having fun. We're having fun with everybody.
The matchup is pretty good for you as well.
It's very good for me because, so I'll give you this since I'm talking to you.
Yeah, sure.
But because it helps combat the Purple Steel players, so there's less Purple Steel than there normally is now because of Ruby Amethyst. And Ruby Amethyst, when I give them a handful of cards, they can't throw out their whole hand very easily. And some of their biggest cards being like Headless Horseman doesn't hit anything in my list, so I don't have to worry about that. So it is a good matchup for Brainiac. So
that's solid.
But that's all right. We don't need store credit. You know, that's what I have a job for.
I saw you chatting online with, I think, Justice on the idea of which shift lines were correct in the Brainiac deck. Where did you settle?
So right now we've settled on Mother Gothel, and it's strictly because of how popular Tempo is right now between Purple Steel and Green Purple, or Purple Steel and Red Purple.
Is this Gothel versus Jasmine or Gothel versus Cusco?
Gothel versus Cusco. And that's because nobody likes Jasmine but me.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I like Jasmine.
Jasmine can have some crazy turns, but being able to get down that Gothel so early and seeing stop chaos in his tracks, or Gothel having that 6 body is able to challenge into so much more. Because previously, if I was to challenge into something, Cusco just gets removed by most things if they have Lumiere down. So whereas Lumiere is not enough, depending on, like, their 1-drop can't remove it. Or Purple Steel, if they play Palace Guard could remove Cusco but can't remove Mother Gothel.
Sure.
So
yeah, that makes good sense.
Yeah. As far as dogs go, 4 Chromicons?
4 Chromicons today. Yeah, we completely cut the under the sea because if my only matchups that I feel susceptible to are Purple Steel and Ruby Amethyst, we just want the card that can help us fight back in those matchups.
2-1 for Ben. Yes. Yeah. So.
Yeah. 4 Chromicon day. I'm a believer. I actually ran 4 Chromicon on my last event, and I still was not seeing it. And I'm like, what more can I do?
Oh, at the 3K, right?
At the 3K, yeah. So I snuck into top 8, but one of the rounds that I lost was because I'm on 4 Chromicon. I played against Purple Steel, and I didn't see it.
Yeah. That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
So, but, well, hopefully it continues to go. Well, what have been of your opponents so far?
I've had very good matchups so far.
Yeah.
I played against Purple, and I got to go first. And I played against a detective blue-yellow build that I actually thought was really interesting. He said that he plays very well into red-purple and purple steel.
Okay.
Because he can go down in New Orleans early and, like, cheat out some big bodies.
Was it
around here somewhere?
Okay.
But, I thought that deck was really cool. It does have a weak spot to aggro, which we were able to explore with the dogs, but I can see it doing well in the Ruby Amethyst.
He's one of our locals, right? You don't play on Friday. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
so
one of our newer guys.
He does some crazy things because he's able to get that down in New Orleans, plays that shift bodyguard. Congratulations, man. And he gets some crazy boards going real quick. So
that blue bodyguard comes down fast. The detective that gives all your other detectives resist.
Yep.
I could see it having good play into the mid-range decks.
Yes. So
now we're going into round 3. I think I finally am going to have to play against some Purple Steel.
Yeah, I think you'll have to. So we'll see. There's still a lot of blue running around. So, but looks like our last game is over though. So I'm gonna. You leaving? No. Okay. All right. Okay.
There's also side events, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have the win a box pod. So, but. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are we getting ready for next pairing? All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just waiting on Ravensburger's wonderful player hub to get us our next round. We'll choose a feature match, and we'll get started again. Hopefully the mobile cam is still working well. Looks like my mic is on, so hopefully we're okay. It'd be really unfortunate if I didn't turn the mic on connected to my computer and you guys didn't hear any of the interviews. Jeez. All right, looks like we're doing Aaron and Parker, table 2. All right, Aaron was requested, so. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get 2 locals on again. Aaron and Parker, both undefeated, so they're going to beat each other up.
Dude, I'm so glad you witnessed that turn.
Feature table.
Oh.
Yep. All right, let's find Parker. Parker. I think Parker might be outside. Man, my face just kind of pops up there. That's so much of my face.
We should be okay.
Nope. Parker.
On the stream?
You're on the stream. That way we can have 2 locals beat each other up. Parker versus Aaron.
That'll be a fun one. Sorry,
I saw it. I was like, great, my it's
here. I'm gonna set this up real quick, and then you guys will see what color you are and all that stuff. So, yep. Nope. If you just want to use the Safari Zone mats, yeah, by all means. So you guys, you're not mic'd up or anything, so you don't got to worry about any of that. So. Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and get this set up. Mobile cam is good. All right, nice. I'm glad it's working well. We're gonna shut it off right now, though.
Bang. All right, mobile cam is off. We are in round 3. Okay, so let's get this set up. We have up top, we have Aaron. Oh my God. That's not how you spell Aaron, is it? Aaron? How do you spell Aaron? Oh my God, I'm having. That's not how you spell Aaron. Why am I? Oh, it's double A, isn't it? Thank you. Yes, double A. There we go. God, that was so hard. Aaron. Oh my God. Of course, Aaron. Okay, I'm gonna go explain things to them. Make sure they understand what's happening. Let's unlock this so we can update the round count. And I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, so we can update them, and we'll catch up on chat also. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we can sit down, we can commentate, we're doing things, we're having fun, packs are handed out, we're rocking and rolling. That's what we're doing. All right, let's get this card flipped. I do not know their color pairings. Once we get started, we'll kind of catch up on chat also. Or actually, let's catch up on chat right now. Start the timer because we like to forget. Okay. My aggro goat, fun match to watch. It was a fun match to watch. That was really good. Can we see? Hey, Potency, can we see who we're talking to? She didn't seem super excited to have the camera on her, so I didn't put the camera on her. And then same with the next person. So, but when they are comfortable having the camera on them, I will make sure that we can see both of us. So, Maya, you're doing an awesome job. Loving the player interviews. Good. I'm glad you're enjoying it, man. That's trying to make this enjoyable for everyone. I think the player interviews are fun. I think they enjoy the player interviews too, talking about their lists and stuff. I like getting the responses, the thoughts. You know, what could you have done better? What kind of spice do you have? Why'd you choose that? Why'd you make that decision on that play? Looks like Aaron played some cards. Hot dog. Looks like a Flynn Rider. I'm guessing that is a Flynn Rider. This is what we're going to have to fix for next time, is figuring out how we can get a good zoom in and still getting enough of the match. But I'm assuming that is a Flynn Rider. Flynn Rider, of course, being the boost 2. While there's a card under this character, he gets +2 attack and +1 lore. So able to get that aggro line. So I wonder if Aaron today is on that green-purple that I'm assuming so. And I believe he inked an amethyst card. So I'm assuming it is, in fact, green-purple. And then we see Parker playing that Palace Guard, that 1/4/1, just an annoying card that can just gain that incremental lore. And yes, Aaron is definitely on Emerald Amethyst, that green-purple, going for that mid-range tempo route that we saw popularized by Mo. So let's see how it goes for him today. So far, both of these players are 3-0 right now. So having a really good run and doing really well for themselves. Both locals as well. So really, really glad to see they're doing so well. Really unfortunate that they're having to play each other. But hey, when you're doing well, that's just what's going to have to happen. You have to play your buddies that you normally would not want to play. So looking at this, he inked 4-drop Demona. Yes, you are correct. He did ink the 4-drop Demona. So here, Aaron opting to ink the Prince Philip, play the... Oh, yes, able to play 2-cost. That 2-cost letting him boost a character for free so that he is able to quest for 3 and not be able to be punished by it unless... We'll see what Parker able to do to be able to possibly punish that, but what really good turn there to be able to just get that, be able to build that tempo with that Emily Quackfaster, letting you quest for an extra lore while also boosting that Flynn. Just that wombo combo start that you really like to see with this green-purple deck. So it's really going to be interesting to see. And we do see Aaron on Prince Philip, so that tells us he's not on the more aggro start. Now, Parker is on red-purple, so if we do see a Lumiere here, no Lumiere. So that is actually really impactful because now we're going to see if Parker tries to remove that Flynn Rider, he's going to have to trade, and he's going to lose that trade. So, and then the Emily not able to be taken out by the Palace Guard. So that could have been really disastrous for Aaron. If Parker had the Lumiere, it would have been really unfortunate for Aaron. But Aaron inking the baby Prince Philip, saying, I'm not going to rely on this Prince Philip combo. Something that this deck really wants to see later on. They're not cards that you can really hold on to forever. So unfortunate to be seeing them so early. There is the benefit of at least they're inkables, right? So we'll see how he goes here. He we did see Cheshire Cat earlier in his hand, so he does opt to get the foil Whisper Cheshire Cat down. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I love how the Enchanteds look. The iconic Hades looks phenomenal, but oh my goodness. The foil Whispers are absolutely gorgeous. Like the most beautiful cards that we've seen in Lorcana, in my humble opinion. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's my thoughts, and I'm taking that to the bank. We see that Cheshire Cat coming down, questing with both. Aaron essentially saying, like, hey, I'm going to get this lore. You can't answer both of these characters, and I'm okay with that. So Parker having to send his racer most likely into the Flynn Rider. So we'll see kind of what Parker does here with going into 3 ink and how he might best respond here. He doesn't really want to put 1 damage on the Emily either. So not the best place, but still so early, and Parker just building tempo. The Sizu going to be really strong here. So we do see the Racer challenge into the Flynn Rider. So we're going to see what card was underneath there. A Go-Go. Not a super impactful card in this matchup, but again, one that you're not afraid, you're not too worried about losing early. You want to top deck that later on. I will have to play with the lighting. The lighting was not this bad. The glare was not this bad earlier on Aaron's side of the field. So I will have to play with that. I wonder if it has to do with the sleeves he's using maybe. But we do see an inked Prince Philip, a Genie coming down. Genie being a huge card here. If Parker does not get down an evasive of his own, he's going to have a really hard time of answering that Genie. And gaining that incremental lore, the other part of it is that Genie is representing a big body for Cheshire Cat to move damage to something. So that is pretty impactful also. And then we see Aaron questing for 1, saying, Parker, if you want to answer my 2/2/1 character and not do something with your characters, I'm perfectly okay with that. I will let you do that all day long, and I'm fine, and I'm happy, and I'll live by that. Now, one thing that we do have to worry about if you are Aaron is we're getting close to that Headless Horseman turn. So Parker able to play that Headless Horseman in 2 turns and being a really good answer for that Genie. And it looks like we do see Headless Horseman, Hercules, and an Elsa in Parker's hand, and then 2 more random cards. Looks like Aaron is deciding if he wants to quest for the Cheshire Cat. So taking some time here, really thinking through thoughts. Okay, so he did pass it over to Parker. Parker debating how he wants to proceed here. Throwing down the Hercules. Hercules just being a card that, again, questing nicely, trading nicely, challenges nicely. Looks like Aaron is having to read that Hercules to understand what exactly this card wants to do and how it does it. And ladies and gentlemen, I get it. All right. When I first saw Hercules played, I had to read that card 6 or 7 times to really understand what you're trying to do with him. And again, ever vigilant, this character can't be dealt damage unless he's being challenged, and ever valiant while this character is exerted, your other hero characters can't be dealt damage unless they're being challenged. So that is important, especially because Sizu is a hero. So Sizu does have the ability does play off of Hercules' ability. Now, Parker is on 4 ink here, so we know he has a Headless Horseman in hand. So next turn, able to play that Headless Horseman on the Genie, and he has a very nice board with the Hercules questing for 2, the Sizu questing for 2, the Headless Horseman that's coming down questing for 2. So we're doing very well right now, if you are Parker, of just trying to control the board enough. We do see the Hades come down for Aaron. It looked like Parker said, go ahead and draw. That's fine, because we definitely don't want to lose that Hercules or Sizu right now. It just represents too much. Meanwhile, by letting him draw, that Sizu does get the +2 attack. And there's the Headless Horseman that we were talking about. So able to remove that Genie. And when you don't have any evasive characters, that's going to be very impactful. So and then we see the questing coming in here. So really interesting there, because now Hercules, while this character is exerted, your other hero characters can't be dealt damage unless they're being challenged. So Parker deciding, I'm going to get this lore and I'm going to force you to choose now. Do you want to challenge my characters and clear your own board? Or do you want to quest and I challenge your characters for free? So it forces Aaron to really have to send one of these characters into that Hercules. And I think if you're Aaron, you're okay and perfectly fine with sending something like Hades into Hercules. The Hades only questing for one and taking out a major threat that is Hercules. So we'll see what Aaron does with this turn. One thing to note, Aaron has been a green-purple player for a really long time. He loves the tempo aspect of green-purple. Last set didn't have a lot of success with green-purple tempo, so he had to play purple steel, I believe. So I'm sure he's very elated to see green-purple be a deck that is playable again. And I love seeing that. I love seeing people being able to play the decks that they came to know and came to of why they enjoyed the game so much. So it looks like we are going to challenge with that Hades, probably taking out the Hercules, so losing that one lore, but again, just taking out a threat that is just so dangerous to let be on the board when they have another hero on board like the baby Sizu, or I guess just Sizu. Aaron really thinking here, wondering what are the options that I have, representing 5 ink here. So there's quite a few things he could do. Do you want Hades back in hand? Do you want to, you could play another Hades if you have it. Looks like he has going to Sing. Sing's malicious, mean, and scary. So puts 1 damage counter on everything. And then he's going to be able to boost the Cheshire Cat to move 1 damage from the Hercules. No, move 1 damage to the Headless Horseman to banish the Headless Horseman. And then he can send the Emily into the Hercules. Now, I wonder if the play... Wow, what a turn. They're really seeing the power of Cheshire Cat, and another Cheshire Cat coming down for Aaron. What a fantastic use of Malicious, Mean, and Scary, and being able to just take out an incredibly daunting board on Parker's side. So meanwhile, you still have great tempo. You bounce the Sizu, which is perfectly fine because Parker, when you're playing red-purple, there's not a lot of cards you're throwing down at the same turn. So I thought Herc can't take damage put on him with the effect. So with Herc, when we look at him, this character can't be dealt damage unless he's being challenged. So when you're putting a damage counter on something, you're not dealing damage to it. You're just putting a damage counter on it. It's the same reason that damage counters, Malicious, Mean, and Scary, also ignores resist. So again, just being incredibly powerful there to do that turn, and what a flip of tempo. So we do see Parker respond with the Genie. Genie being a really good card right now because Aaron doesn't have an answer for a Genie. So that does allow you to do something, at least set up something that will stick around. We see Parker inking that Sizu there. We do know that Parker does have the 6-cost Demona in hand, so maybe he's able to do enough to be able to get that Demona down and empty his hand, get the Demona down, build a board. Meanwhile, Aaron still has a lot of cards in hand, so hopefully not drawing him a card. We do see Hades, and unfortunately, I think you have to let him draw 2 cards. Being a tempo deck, you can't afford to lose even more tempo with that Hades coming down. And Hades just, it's funny because I did a poll in the Mad Hatters Discord early on, and I asked them, what do you think the most impactful legendary is going to be, the most expensive legendary is, and they voted that it would be the Amethyst Hades, and we're seeing Amethyst Hades put in so much work in this meta for so many different decks, red purple, purple steel, blurple, and here we just see it putting in work. We see that Aaron has now drawn 4 cards off of those Hades, and Parker in a rough place. Aaron able to quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 next turn to go to 15. Meanwhile, having that boost ability for Cheshire Cat is very dangerous. We saw how he was able to do so much work with that malicious, mean, and scary because of the boost ability of Cheshire Cat. So if you're Parker here and you don't have something like Be Prepared, I don't know what your ounce are, but if we've learned anything about tempo from the last round, is it can be flipped in a heartbeat. Round 1, where we saw every turn just flipped over and over and over again. We do see 6 or 5 for the Hades, so we do target a Cheshire Cat. I think if you are Aaron, you say that's fine, you go ahead. I'm just gonna put this on the bottom of my deck. Like, I don't want Parker to draw 2 cards. On the other hand, is it that big of an impact when you just quest to 15 next turn? I wonder if Aaron just says draw your 2 cards, because what are you able to do with 2 cards that's going to change the impact of this game? When I have, yep, and that's what he does. And I think that's a really heads up play, because Aaron is representing game in 2 turns. So why does he care if Parker is able to draw 2 cards and possibly not be able to play either one of them? Lumiere comes down, but so Genie is able to remove Cheshire Cat now. So that is something. But then Cheshire Cat on the other turn, next turn, is able to remove the Lumiere. So by moving the 2 damage to Lumiere, and that being have a huge impact on Parker playing red purple. We know that Lumiere giving +1 attack to everything is a massive card for red purple. That is the wrong Lumiere. Don't look at that one, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. Shadow saying, to be fair, I thought Cinderella was going to be the most impactful, but now I might argue that it's Headless Horseman. Hard to say because there are so many impactful legendaries. Yes. Oh, and we do see the Demona coming down, turning everything, drawing some cards, and then now, so that is 6, and it looks like he is on 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, so he cannot move damage right now. So plays another Webby. Oh, Webby giving +1 strength to Hades. So Lumiere math, though, unfortunate slight misplay there. Hades could have challenged Lumiere first, and then your Hades would have lived. Slight misplay, but still able to quest up to 1, 2, so 12, and then now representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board to go to 18 this next turn. So slight misplay there, but I think we'll be all right because of the lead that we do have. Mr. Nose should have played Elsa. Elsa would have been able to take out the Lumiere. That could have been a good option. Then also letting you move the 2 damage to then, and that could have been a good play as well, because you Elsa to remove the Lumiere, and then you move the 2 damage with Cheshire Cat from the Elsa to the Genie. So you clear your opponent's board except for the 1 Hades that Parker had, which arguably is most likely the better play there. Should have done a take back, and that could have definitely been an option, Seth. I believe takebacks are allowed under certain circumstances today. That was something that was briefed in the player meeting earlier on what takebacks are going to look like today and how when a takeback is too far gone. So they did have some questions about that, and it was a good conversation with the players and the judge. We do see Parker playing the Elsa, turning the Demona sideways, opting to remove the Hades, and then Genie coming down, hitting the Webby. And at this point, Parker is just kind of, he's trying to stall. Is there anything that I can do as a Ruby Amethyst player to find my way back into the game? And Sizu is definitely a helpful way to do that. If Parker does have a lot of cards in hand, that Sizu is able to come down and hit something like a dump truck and really do a lot of damage there. So we'll see what Parker does, or Aaron does with his turn. And we know that Aaron has quite a lot of cards in hand. We see the Shift Webby come down, questing for 2. So Aaron now able to quest for 5 to go to 17 here. Let's see what he does here. We do know he has another Webby in hand. So he could just play that for the ward. It gets the free ink from the Webby, which is something you're not going to see very often when your opponent is the Ruby Amethyst player. Plays a Webby and a Flynn Rider. Quest for 17, and I don't know if Ruby Amethyst has anything at this point. Because he's going to have to... He can't... I don't know if there's anything you can do now. Even if he runs Maleficent Dragon, that's not going to be enough. We see the Demona come down for 6. Turns everything sideways. Elsa is able to take out Flynn Rider. Sizu is able to take out a Webby, but that still leaves a Webby, Demona, and he needs a Doc. he needs a Be Prepared is what he needs, or a Prince Philip combo. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh mind where if you take your hand off the card, you're committed and can't change. Good old chess rules, right? If my hand is still on it, that is fine. I have not made my decision yet. We do see the Lumiere come down. Then Elsa takes out the Flynn Rider. Elsa's still alive, only takes 1 damage. Removes the Flynn Rider. Yeah, the Flynn Rider's gone, but it doesn't matter, so... Oh, and a Go-Go in hand. Oh, geez Louise. All right, well, game 1 goes to green-purple tempo. So what do you guys think? In this matchup, red-purple versus green-purple, who do you believe is favored going into this matchup? It can definitely be rough. You know, Aaron, if he is running something like the Madam M Elephant is going to put in a lot of work into red-purple. That 7 health is a lot to deal with while also still being able to move 2 damage. You get a Cheshire Cat down, able to move 4 damage per turn. We saw Flynn Rider put in a lot of work that game, though. Flynn Rider is doing something for green-purple that what red-purple is trying to do. They play all these characters with 3 attack that trade really well. Meanwhile, Flynn's questing for 2. Aaron did have a good start. He saw the Flynn Rider into the Emily that lets him boost a character, so that was definitely a good start. So let's see, though, what happens when Parker's on the play and how Aaron can respond to that. If I was Aaron playing green-purple, now that I know that it's no longer blind, then what am I looking for as the... Let's look at it from this way. If I'm red-purple on the play, what is it that I am looking for into this matchup? I think you just want your strong attackers, right? You want the Tinkerbell into the... I think you just do the 1, 2, 3, 4. Tinkerbell into Diablo, into Sizu, into Genie, and you win the game that way. You force them to constantly have to trade because you don't want... I believe that red-purple is a tempo deck, whereas green-purple is the mid-range deck, and I think that red-purple just has this... Yeah, like Seth said, has the stats that is able to really kind of take this and really run away with it. So I think that red-purple, they want to find a way to end the game as quickly as possible. And the best way to do that is play those cards that all quest for 2 that are difficult to trade into. And you go 1, 2, 3 into Genie, into Headless Horseman to remove something, or Hades would probably be even better. and you just win, right? Get to that 20 lore before they can start doing a lot of the bounce mechanics and things like that. Which Aaron is this? This is Aaron. He's out of Salisbury. This is not our Aaron that's normally on Blurple, Jason. So now if I was green purple, the Flynn into Emily is a good start, because I don't know what 2-drops you'd like to see otherwise. We know that Aaron is on Mother Knows Best, so he could run something like Webby to sing Mother Knows Best, to do something like that. Then if you can get the elephant down, so you can go something like you can go something like Flynn, boost Flynn. Going into your turn 4, you get elephant down to bounce both of them, so you get kind of like an extra card draw. So there are options. It's going to be really interesting here. I'm very interested to see how this game turns out with red purple on the draw. Also, huge shout out to everybody that's followed the stream today. I hope you're enjoying the stream overall. We've got Potency followed, Zipper Ghost, Lore Collector, BZ, AJH, Trevor Tran, DT Thomas, Olby, and Stewie. Thank you so much for the follows, guys. Really appreciate the support that you're giving. How's your day going, Angel?
I just lost my first one.
Just lost your first one?
Red, I died to Hercules.
Yeah, there we go. Hercules just doing work. He is very brutal. And here we go. We see Parker starting us off with a Palace Guard. Palace Guard into a Webby by Aaron, into a Lumiere. And that Lumiere is going to be a really big card for red purple in this matchup, being able to boost those cards, giving that Palace Guard into a 2/4 now. So super impactful card in this matchup. Now we'll see if Aaron has possibly the shift. We do see the Ursula going to the Inkwell, one card that I think is a really great ink in this game. And then look at that. We see the Diablo come down, one card that we don't see a lot of in these tempo green-purple lists. So that Diablo coming down, evasive challenger +2, and being a really important card, able to answer the genies or a lot of different things that might come up. So not enough to answer a Palace Guard, though, so that is important. Yeah, he did keep Ursula, might be the game. Yeah, yep, Ursula just not doing a lot for this matchup, unless you're saying he should have kept the Ursula. And then I'd be curious on what you think he should have kept it for. What goodies are those?
Phantasmal and Mega 1 for Pokemon.
Oh, well, that's not Lorcana goodies. Okay, we see Parker coming down. So we do see a Cheshire Cat for Aaron, and then Parker going back over to Parker. Let's see how he responds to that. No way to answer that Diablo. So again, no evasive answers. So that Diablo being able to get that extra lore is going to be really impactful. Just slowly but surely, incremental. Oh, I'm tracking Mew. Okay. So he kept it. He should have sent it for a Flynn. Ended up getting another and inking both. Gotcha. Oh, he kept it in his altar. Ooh, that is an interesting. We'll have to ask about that choice. Ooh, okay. So there's our evasive answer. Parker throwing down that racer, that 3/1 evasive racer that is able to answer that Diablo. So now Aaron's not able to get that free questing power. And then now Parker's in an interesting place. He can't. Ooh, that is going to be interesting. So Parker does decide to quest with Palace Guard. And why that is so interesting is Palace Guard is a 2/4 right now. So Cheshire Cat is able to deal damage into that Palace Guard and then move 2 damage over to Lumiere to remove the Lumiere. Or move the damage over to the Racer to remove the Racer. So really interesting choice there on going that direction. Let's see how Aaron decides to do this. Okay. So the Diablo should be... Okay, so he forgot about Lumiere. Parker did let him take back. So Parker did let him take back that decision because he did forget about the Lumiere. Lumiere turning Palace Guard into a 2-4. So that Lumiere math almost really did a number there. Let's see what Parker does here. You could send Webby in. No. I don't think Webby's the answer. Unless he wants to also challenge with Cheshire Cat to remove the Palace Guard. He boosts. Okay, so he's opting to just, he wants to get rid of that evasive answer first because he can answer the Lumiere later. He can still, so let's see how he does it. Gets the incremental lore with the Diablo. Parker is in a really good place right now. We'll have to, this is definitely going to be an interesting game. Now, one thing to note is time. They are running out of time, and this is only game 2 of their match. So, and we do know they have to, they will have to go to a game 3 if Parker wins this. So, we do see the go-go come down. So, it looks like Aaron is going for, I'm just going to try and win this game with evasives. If you can't find any evasives, then maybe I just quest out to 20 over the next, 10 turns with my evasives that you can't answer. Now, with that being said, Parker is going into 5 ink, so if he has a Headless Horseman in hand, then he is going to be able to answer the Diablo or the Go-Go, and I would imagine he does take out the Diablo if he does have that Go-Go in hand. So we see the Tinkerbell go in the Inkwell, and are we going to see a Horseman? I agree. And we do see the Horseman. The Horseman does come down to remove. We're seeing Aaron have to read it and check out what's going on. I'd imagine to remove the Diablo. Sacking the Webby was weird. I do think that was definitely an interesting choice. I imagine that he was just valuing the Cheshire Cat more and didn't want the Cheshire Cat to be turned sideways. So that's why he went that route. So we do see the Headless Horseman takes out the Go-Go instead of the Diablo. So another interesting choice. I have a lot of questions for these gentlemen on some of their choices here. I'm assuming opting to just remove the card that is the 2/2 when you challenge into it. So instead, keeping the Diablo around, saying, I will challenge into it in my own time. Maybe he has an Elsa in hand. Elsa able to remove that Diablo with only taking 1 damage. But we do see Aaron responding with an Elsa of his own. So here we're going to see, does he take out the card questing for 2? The Challenger +1, or does he take out the Cheshire Cat? There's definitely a lot of good options here for him to remove, and I think it has to be either the Lumiere or the Cheshire. And I think you have to cut the I think you have to turn the Cheshire sideways, because if you remove the Lumiere, then he's going to remove your Diablo. Yep. So now what happens is Parker on his turn is going to be able to boost 2 on Cheshire Cat to be able to take out your Diablo. But it looks like we have something up our sleeves. It looks like there's a Mother Knows Best. Is he going to sing it to remove the Cheshire Cat? It looks like he might. He could also bounce his Cheshire Cat to his hand to get the card draw. And I think that might be a really heads-up move if he did that, because he is down to 1 card in hand. So if he did bounce the Cheshire Cat, then he does get 2 cards in hand. Cat would have died this turn, though, and he would have been behind. Lumiere is making that possible. Yes, so I do agree. And I'm interested to see. Okay, so he does bounce the Cheshire Cat, which means by bouncing it, then Parker is not going to be able to now move that 2 damage to the Diablo, which is really impactful because now Parker has to remove Aaron's Cheshire Cat, which is going to be a lot of tempo loss because if he lets Aaron keep the Cheshire Cat, then he can move that 2 damage over to Headless Horseman. So Parker has to decide if Parker decides to takes out the Elsa. Headless Horseman on top is what a strong play. So now he does take that out. So he no longer has to trade that Headless Horseman into the Cheshire Cat. Now the question is, do you just do it so you gain the tempo? Do you just quest? Okay, so he does remove the Cheshire Cat. Not sure what was underneath it. It looked like it was a Mother Knows Best underneath that Cheshire Cat. I believe it was. So Daryl, I believe he was only on 5 ink. So I guess if he would have inked, gone to 6, then he could have paid 4 and 2 to move it. So you are correct. Yes, you are correct. We do see Aaron play the Genie, pass turn, get that free quest. Again, all of the lore gain from Aaron this game has been from evasive characters. That Diablo putting in a lot of work this game, getting him tied with Parker. We do know Parker still has Cheshire Cat in hand, so we'll see if maybe we see that come down this turn or if there's something else in hand that can play an impact. But we do know that Parker's going to need to find evasive answers because he can... We do see the Cheshire Cat come back. Looks like there was a Hades in hand. Cheshire Cat is 3 cost 2. You were right. You were right. I apologize, everybody. I was thinking Cheshire Cat was 4. How dare I? You were right. So that could have been a good play as well. We do quest with the Palace Guard. Parker passes it back over to Aaron. Aaron getting the Prince Philip down. So Prince Philip is a mighty dangerous card when we see that Aaron... Okay, so he does bounce. Quest for 3. And I believe that's Aaron's entire hand now. So no cards in hand. So really looking for more genies. And even an elephant would be fine. That's kind of a draw. So get some free quest out of that. Parker for 4 gets the genie down. Draws a card. Genie is a really big deal now because if he finds... He's now able to challenge into that genie and move damage with the Cheshire Cat that we know only costs 3 and boosts for 2. So he can remove the genie next turn if Aaron does quest. So that genie playing a huge impact on slowing down the game and essentially saying, Aaron, you can't turn sideways anymore. But Aaron does anyways. He says, I'm not worried about it. You do what you have to do. I'll do what I have to do. And let's see who gets the 20 lore first. 12 minutes left in this game. So we are going to be going to a game. Looks like we might be going to a game 3. Parker looks like he's getting a pretty dominating field going right now. But one thing to keep in mind is Aaron does have that ward down. So if he draws into the 2 pieces, the Exodia, he can turn the tides very quickly. So we'll see if that's able to happen. We saw the green-blue player do it last round when Ben was able to clear out a game where he wasn't going to be able to win otherwise. And maybe Aaron's able to do it here. But we do see Parker has a Demona in hand. We see the Demona come down. Demona able to take out that line now. So we'll see how he responds to that. He does... Okay, all right. Whew. For a second, I thought he passed turn without doing anything. Okay, so Diablo does make the trade. We will see the questing come out from Parker. I think if you're Parker, you're fine with not questing the genie or questing the genie. Parker going up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 11. He is representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on board, so representing 18 on board. Now, Aaron does have to, Parker has essentially said, I'm just going to quest, and I'm going to force you to figure it out, Aaron. I'm going to force you to figure it out while I still have 3 cards in hand, and you are on 4. Because now, what can happen here is Aaron, if he has Cheshire Cat, could possibly do some damage here because he can go Genie into Genie and then move the 2 damage with Cheshire Cat. That is an option. Let's see what we have here. Looks like we're debating to playing a Hades. Okay, so we do see the Hades. And this is an interesting choice. Do we want to give him 2 more cards? And that's not an easy choice because, again, we are a tempo deck. If we continue to lose tempo, then are we able to actually get to 20? He does throw it on bottom saying, I don't want you to have more cards in hand. And I am a little worried if that may have not been the best choice in the world. So we are questing, and we're just seeing the power of evasives. Every lore from Aaron this game has been from evasive characters. Either whether that be the 1-cost Diablo or the 4-cost Genie. Sorry, 2-cost Diablo or the 4-cost Genie. So now just waiting to see how does Parker fight back now. Looks like we're seeing 5 ink go sideways. Ooh, Hades is nice. That is a tough choice for Aaron because evasive's how he's gotten all of his lore, and Parker has not had any evasive answers coming in. And he does decide to let Parker draw 2. Again, it doesn't matter if Parker has a huge hand if he can't play a lot of characters. Strange could have taken Genie into Diablo and PG into Philip and quested for 4 and left everything. Yeah, it was an interesting decision. We have some questions after this game that we'll be able to ask both players for sure. Now, we do see Parker play the Lumiere. So Aaron representing 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 on board, 17 if he does shift Webby. And essentially, he kind of just can. He kind of can, well, Parker is showing 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. So Parker is showing 19. So it is a tough place for Aaron as well because he can't quest out in case Parker does run that spicy rose. Not something that we see not something that we've seen today being ran in red purple, but it could definitely pop up because we've seen it in some red purple lists. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the gentleman, the man that has made, along with Ben, red purple as popular as it is. So if you do have some red purple questions, if he's being gracious, now's the time to ask. We see Aaron coming down with that Cheshire Cat, though, challenging with the Hades. Okay, so the Hades challenge. Okay, Hades challenge into the Palace Guard, and because the Palace Guard gets the +1 from the Lumiere, he's then able to do 2 damage to his own Hades. Cheshire Cat to then move the 2 damage to either take out the Lumiere or the Headless Horseman. Opts to cut the Lumiere, and then Webby is able to remove the Palace Guard. Genie's able to quest to 14. And now Aaron is representing 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 on board. Parker only representing 17. And we know that Aaron does run the Go-Go to Magos. So that is something that definitely does represent a big threat when you have something like Cheshire Cat that can deal 3 damage and you Go-Go. So Aaron's in a good position right here. Let's see how Parker is able to respond, having to remove so many threats in this upcoming turn. We do see a Tinkerbell come down. That's not going to be quite enough, especially with a Cheshire Cat, because Cheshire Cat's just able to remove Tinkerbell for free. Okay, we do see Demona come down. again, with just evasives. Parker just not having a lot of evasive answers going on. I assume not running Iago's in his list, which is normally one of the better evasive answers. Hades able to take out the Webby. Horseman able to take out the Cheshire Cat. But at that point, Aaron's able to quest to 17 next turn. Even if you do that, and representing game on board. Because if Parker quests here, he goes to 15, 16, 17. So he could quest here and force Aaron to have Go-Go. Because if Aaron doesn't have Go-Go, then he wins. Or I guess it would be Go-Go or, yeah, Go-Go would be the thing, right? So we'll see if Aaron does have Go-Go or not. Right now, Aaron is showing 14, 15, 16, 17. So Go-Go would not win him the game here, only gaining 1 to go to 18. Parker's next turn able to quest for 4 to go to 18 himself with what looks like 2 cards in hand. We do see the Dumbo come down. Gaining that 1 lore and drawing a card from Dumbo's effect. And seeing the Flynn Rider come down. So next turn, able to boost that Flynn Rider to gain 2 lore. More evasive problems. We take out the Hades. Now Parker only able to quest to 17. All right, if I'm Parker, what is it that I may be able to do this turn? It looks like we have a Sizu in hand. We saw that. Whew, they would have... Crazy how long this game took. They would have had to have gone... They would have had to have drawn had it not worked out. So Aaron is representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 5 on board, 6 if he boosts Flynn Rider, and you assume, it's safe to assume he would. We see the Lumiere come down for Parker. Lots of ink to play with here. So if we do have an Elsa, we are able to slow things down. There's the Augo. The Augo that we so desperately needed so long ago to be able to stop these evasives. Aaron, I think Aaron has gotten every one of his lures from an evasive card this game. So Demona is able to answer the Hades, but that's just not enough because we quest for 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. And another Demona in hand. Just not enough to get there. Yep, and I think now that, yeah, they're just talking about what they could have done differently. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be 2 wins to Aaron on the play. Running the Queen in Parker's list. So not one that you're seeing in a lot of red-purple lists. So very, very interesting choice there. But let's go ahead. We'll get the mobile cam up. And let's go ahead and run out there and see who wants to talk. But we will start round 4 very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 48 players, so we do have 6 rounds today. All right. We're going to switch things over. Switching mics over. We're going to get the mobile cam up. All right, mobile cam, come on up. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go talk to the players and see how they feel. Whew, that was a long game.
That was, I mean, we were definitely, we only went 2 games, too.
I know. Oh,
I was hoping to take it to game 2.
Yeah.
To get the tie. But.
So how'd it feel?
Stressful.
Yeah.
Those camera players, and I made a misplay too that was so dumb. But I did like a big brain play, followed by like 2 turns later, like the dumbest trade out for no reason.
Yeah. We were really impressed with the. You had one play in particular with Cheshire Cat and Malicious, Mean, and Scary.
That's the one that we were talking about.
That was,
I feel like I played that very unconventionally.
Yeah.
And it, like when I mapped that, I was like, oh, this is the move. And I had the big Prince Philip, the little Prince Philip, and the Mean and Scary.
Yeah.
It's like it's very tempting to hold on to that, right?
Yeah.
For a late game blowout, but then in that moment it was like, no, this needs to happen. I need to ink these princes and get off of it. And I think that was that saved me that whole game.
Yeah. Because like I was building a board state. I think I had a bigger board state than you at that point. But I mean, a tempo deck, it's whoever can turn the corner, and you were able to keep me from turning the corner. And malicious.
It's because
it's mean and scary.
It's mean and scary.
Because Cody gave me the compliment a year ago that I'm a great purple player, so I had to make big brain. Oh, thank you.
So we mentioned that on stream that I was like, yeah, Aaron's been playing green purple for a long time, so I'm sure he's really happy to be back on it.
Yeah, I am so happy.
Yeah. So
and it might not be the best deck, but I play well with it.
Yeah.
I want to take Artifacts' spot. You know, if he's going to retire, somebody's got to fill in the green purple
So
spot.
all right, Aaron, you heard it now. Aaron's going to be the next Artifact.
I want to be the next Artifact.
There we go.
Yeah. I want to bring honor to the green purple.
Yeah.
Yes, I love it.
Well, nice, man. It's a 4-0 now, right? 3-0. 3-0. 2-1, so still looking good, looking shiny.
And Parker beat me last 5K.
It's
fortuitous.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. He's a lovely player.
Yeah. I think he might be the only green purple player today since I'm not playing.
Really?
So,
and I didn't have the brain to be as brainiac as you. And that's why I want to talk to you about it. I'm excited that you're on that. I'm really excited for it.
I love it. So it's definitely the most fun Lorcan I've had since Steel Song. So, but
I might have to look into it. I mean, I really enjoy the red purple.
Yeah.
But I'm always looking for another deck.
Yeah. No. I mean, it's fun. It's fun. Like, if you like going to turns every single match and leaving the day with a headache, you know, like, that's what more could you ask for?
Well, that is my MO. It's not my favorite thing to do.
We're honored to be on stream.
Hey, no, it was great to have the match on stream, guys. Thank you. How you doing, guys?
Doing good.
How's it going?
We're both playing detectives.
Both playing detectives. Hold it.
I don't know what I'm doing. He's getting
Just keep it
results.
close.
I'm not.
Yeah. What are you on?
1-2.
1-2, and then
2-1.
2-1.
Yeah.
Is it blue? Like is it
the same list?
The budget? No. Okay.
It's not. It's about $100.
Okay. All right.
I threw Cinderella's in there, just to help filter the deck a little bit more. Ramp it without costing stuff. So.
Okay.
But other than that, it's not. There's no ramp.
Okay.
I put bodyguards in there to protect it.
I'm being summoned because we're up for our next round. We'll talk about your detective list later. All right. Looks like we're about to start the next round already. So, what do we got up here?
So the front footer, we got Dan and Royce, which is green, blue, and dogs.
Okay.
We got Aaron, which we just saw. I don't know what Jason's doing. Then we got Ben and Anthony. Ben was on stream earlier.
Yeah.
He's another green blue player. I'm picking that one.
Yeah. It might be over pretty quick.
I'm picking that one, though.
Yeah. It'll be a good one.
Yeah.
Unless
you want to go down to a
2-1.
But like we can save that for the next round.
Yeah.
After this round, the top
people will start drawing. Yeah. So we'll do Royce and the Daniel.
Yeah, it's gonna be your table.
Okay. Royce. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Goodbye. Yeah.
No.
Someone drops, yeah.
I'm gonna drop. It's on my idea. There's no shot, I swear. Oh, there it goes.
All right.
There's no way. Why did I get the 5?
I told you.
I didn't want to believe you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're going to be on dogs versus green blue. So this might be over quickly. We'll see. Yes, yeah. You're the Daniel? Okay, so it's at 2 of our locals again, actually. So,
Hey, you're 3-0?
all right, we have to take a picture really quick. All right. Really proud of all you guys, but I'm already out of packs, so no more.
Yeah.
All right, we're laying this down really quick. We have to take a picture.
Who's got the
Is anyone taking the picture?
Am I taking a picture? Yeah.
So we all lined up, but didn't say someone take our picture.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why we're all mad here, right?
Yeah. Awesome.
Right.
Thanks, man. What's up? Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, man. Okay. All right. Let's run over there. I'll reset it. Oh, you got him. All right. All right.
It's got the wrong names on it.
I know because I haven't set it up yet. All right. So I'm gonna. You guys will see me set it up. I'll come back out and it'll be ready to rock and roll. So give me just a second. I'll explain everything. Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. So let's get this set up really quick. We're gonna reset the score, stop that, reset the match. We've got player 1 is Royce, I think. And then we've got Daniel. Save that, and then I'll be right back so I can explain to them how it's working. So, all right. So we've got it. Royce, you're on blue. Daniel, you're on red. You got your ink right here. Lore right there. You're not mic'd up. You can say whatever you want. You don't have to use those dice if you don't want to. You don't have to do anything differently. Just because you're here, just play how you would normally play.
Okay. The only difference is keep track of your shit here and use my playbook. Okay.
Cool. Sweet. Good luck.
And if you cheat, remember it's on camera.
Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Let's rock and roll. Get my face out of the way. Bang. And
bang. All right. We are back. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the mobile cam. Hopefully it's still working okay. Tried to get them in the pictures and everything this time, so it was a little bit more that you could look at than just me. So again, if you have anything else you want to see with the mobile cam, let me know and we'll do it. We'll get Vince in later. This match will go faster. It's green-blue versus dogs. So you actually saw this green-blue player earlier on the mobile cam. So that is something. So we'll kind of see how this goes. So I would have given the 2 cards and with another Demona in hand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we saw that earlier. So, okay. All caught up on chat. So, okay. Royce starts with the Pluto, and that's what Royce wants to see in this matchup. Royce is going to do everything in his power to go as fast as humanly possible because he just wants to set up a lot, right? I do not know if Spooky Sight is a card on that Daniel is running, but even then, we do see the Ursula come down. So not hitting anything. We do see that Daniel does have the turn 2 ramp, so he is able to go into something like Donald Duck. But Daniel's really going to want to see that Cinderella so he can try and get that turn 2 ramp into Cinderella, into John Silver, that may give him a chance. But that definitely the match, when we see another Pluto come down. So now Tramp able to come down next turn for Royce. So this could get really messy really quick. And I've got to admit, ladies and gentlemen, this is my least favorite matchup to ever run into. I hate facing dogs. We see the Tipo come down. Definitely prefer that over, well, it's interesting. Tipo at least gives you a body, but that body's not doing anything for you. Sail lets you draw another card to search your deck for possibly another answer. But that doesn't necessarily help if, we see the Mowgli come down. just opting to take things out. So we remove that sail, which is a big deal because now he can't sail into the John Silver. Just really emptying that hand, and we see the Tipo coming down. Oh, we see the Raja come down. That Raja being I'm really been a big fan of that Raja, especially with these with the Rapunzel decks. Being a 3/4/1 bodyguard, Raja's able to just turn sideways or trade really well if you have something like Rapunzel that can give support. So if you go Elenwe, Rapunzel, Raja, then that Raja, you give support to Raja. Raja's protected by Rapunzel, so you challenge into something, and then you give support again, and Raja gets that shield from the Rapunzel ability. So a really cool turn you can do. Of course, not in this list, but in a list that runs Rapunzel and Raja. And we see the lady coming down, and this list, or these dogs are running, right? These dogs are off to the races, and they're just not taking any prisoners here. Shift Baymax under the sea. Yes, I do not. Yes, that might be the only way out of this game, especially with that nasty Raja coming down. Oh, that's not even, that's I believe. Yes, there we go. I was having a hard time finding that one. Whew. All right. That's one way to do it. That's one way to do it. So that is one way to do it. Holy crap. And just like that, we're still in it. That, oh my God. Just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Daniel is still in this game. What a way to clear the board. So, wow, what a way to clear the board. And hey, when you have it, you have it. So who needs Shift Baymax under the sea when you can just clear the board and do damage to everything with 2 Malicious, Mean, and Scaries? So we do see another Raja come down, and it looks like Royce is now out of character, or he has no hand left. So now we have some choices to make. The Donald Duck, of course, is going to continue to feed Royce. So he does get that extra card. He can send Donald Duck into the Raja and Tipo into the Ursula. No, he cannot, because Royce does have that other Raja and bodyguard. We see the John Silver coming down. John Silver going to give Reckless most likely to that beautiful enchanted lady that we have over there. Wow, just like that, Daniel is very much in this game, really slowing down. And then if you're Royce, I think you never challenge, right? If you're Royce, you're already at 8, so you can now go to 9, 10. You continue to draw cards off of the Donald Duck. Ladies and gentlemen, then that is how quickly the game of Lorcana can change, because Royce had game, and then you see two Malicious, Mean, and Scaries just really doing a work. Oh, interesting. So we do see that Royce decides to remove that Donald Duck. Getting the Reckless in there from John Silver. Now, we do know that there's another John Silver in hand. Royce does go up to 9, is representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Playing the Shere Khan over John Silver. So Royce able to go, wow, okay. So Shere Khan, though, is a really interesting choice, because now what happens is that he can start removing things with the Shere Khan. So saying, I can still play the John Silver next turn. So what happens now is you play a little bit of a long game. John Silver continuing to give things Reckless, making them challenge into John Silver, so you lose them. We do get the Bobby Zamaruski down and get that Chiza. But now Shere Khan can quest and remove a damaged character. So we saw this card earlier when we were on the mobile cam, and not a lot of fans of it. Shere Khan being that 5/4/2 evasive, whenever this character quests, banish chosen opposing damage character. Then you may put 1 damage counter on another chosen character. So Daniel, this next turn, is going to be able to quest and banish a damaged character. He is opting to remove that John Silver. So seeing a really, now Royce has been on dogs for a really long time, and he's been very successful with it, playing it very well, and it's kind of seeing that he gave Reckless to the wrong character, I think. What happened there? I guess it doesn't really matter. He could have given Reckless to the Bobby, but I guess it doesn't really matter. The one lore, we'll have to remember that, because so one thing is Daniel played that John Silver and gave Reckless to the lady that he banished with Shere Khan. But now we're seeing Shere Khan just do a lot of work here, because Shere Khan's going to be able to quest. He's going to be able to remove the tramp and then put the damage counter on the Bobby and then give Reckless to the Lilo. And holy cow, guys, holy cow. Shere Khan putting in work, and we did not have nice things to say about Shere Khan earlier on. And another Shere Khan coming down, questing for 2, moving those damage counters, banishing things, doing all the stuff that you want to do. John Silver does quest. Let's see what he does, put it on Lilo like we thought would happen. So one thing to note about that play is because he put the 1 damage on Lilo, so Royce did opt, and just like that, holy crap. Going into this match, Daniel was not excited. Daniel said that this was going to be done and over with really quickly, and this was who he was hoping to dodge, and we just saw some work. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the second game that we have seen at least this time, just Malicious, Mean, and Scary putting in work. And Trash T coming in with the 6-person raid. Hope you guys are enjoying yourselves. This is the Safari Zone Build-A-K event that is happening in Smyrna, Delaware. 48 people, $30 prize buy-in, and then all $30 going to the prize pool for the end of the night. So we'll see how things go. We'll reset that score. We'll put the 1 win on Daniel, and I have to go. I forgot to start the timer, so I'm going to reset the timer really quick while they do their alters. And be right back. All right. Hey, it's Theo. How you doing, brother? We wish you could be here, man. Wish you could be here. Stop this. Do this. 46. Start. Okay. What's going on, Theo? Okay. So for everyone that just joined, we do have Green Yellow Dogs versus Green Blue that is running a little bit of a different list, running 2 locals. So this is definitely going to be a good match. We'll see how this goes. We have Dogs on the play, but he was also on the play last game. Also, shout out to those that have followed recently. We have Missy CB17 with the follow, so thank you very much for that. All right, while they do their alters, let's see what we got here. I know people wanted to see, so this is, I'm trying to find the Amber Sapphire list that people wanted to see. We got Blue Steel. We've got Blurple. All right, we've got a Blurple list going here. I'm doing great. Kiddo is still rough. Well, hopefully the kiddo gets a little bit better. We do see Royce start off with the Pluto start. This is how Royce started last game. So let's see if he's able to go just as wide as before. And we do see the Mowgli come down. So is Mowgli going to hit anything strong? Ooh, but we do not see a turn 2 ramp for Daniel. So that is really dangerous. If we don't see turn 2 ramp, this game might just be over. Because I don't know. I think your win rate just goes to the toilet. Did we top deck it? We did. I'm pretty sure there was no TPO in hand, right? Did we just top deck the turn 2 ramp? Because unless I'm blind, and I could be, right? I'm watching this on a very, 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 very small screen about the size of my phone, so I could have just missed it. So, top deck Tipo. Okay, all right. That is how it works, right? That is how you play blue. Who needs turn 2 ramp when you alter 7 when you can just top deck it? So he should be better soon. The flu is rough. Yeah, it's rough for everyone, right? Parents don't like to see their kids sick, and then parents don't like their kids to be sick because that's just a lot of work, and then it just sucks for the kiddo and all that nasty stuff. So, but we do see Royce doing what he loves to do and just going super wide. We see that we see the board just throwing down those double daisies. So sure, we might feed Daniel cards, but we won't be feeding him a double malicious, mean, and scary. We do see Daniel top decked it there. He top decked that malicious, mean, and scary. So if he gets a second one, that is going to clear a lot of the board, but it will not clear those daisies. So that is really impactful as well. Being able to draw those daisies, of course, just questing for 2 and just not getting answered easily by anything that we're going to see played. Now we do see 1 damage go onto the Pluto because why not? We might as well do it because now next turn that Tipo can remove that Pluto. Donald Duck is able to challenge into something like the Lady, and then we see the Chiza, right? The Leaning Tower of Chiza from the Bobby Zamaruski come down. Bobby Zamaruski, of course, letting you filter through your deck. You can draw 1 and discard 1, being a 1/2/1. Followed by, and we do see the Tramp come down, the card that we want to see if we are Royce. And the question now becomes, what do we keep? Do we keep something like a Mowgli? Do we keep something like an Ursula? If we do, then we can dig for something like a Spooky Sight or a Malicious, Mean, and Scary. So that is the question here. And actually, I am trying to find his list right now to see if he does run the potion, because we have not seen it yet. We have not seen a potion in this game or the previous game, or where he was on the mobile cam. So I'm trying to find it to see what we have here. So Royce going up to, look at this board with only 2 ink, going up to 9 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 characters on board. So Daniel is not on the potion. So Daniel is not running the potion, just running the sheer cons to be able to just do what he did last game. If you have something like the T-pose down, then, or Malicious, Mean, and Scary, then they can do work. And we saw it do work last game. So not running the potion, though, is an interesting choice. Normally, we see those go hand in hand. And he has it again. Ladies and gentlemen, he has the double Malicious, Mean, and Scary again to be able to deal 2 damage to everything on Royce's board. Now, the problem is Royce has a little bit better of a board than he did last time, being able to have 2 daisies plus the Tramp questing for 6 to tend him up to 15, and we only have the Donald Duck. So we do get our 2 daisy triggers here. Sail going to the bottom. And a John Silver. John Silver is going to help because that daisy, or that Donald Duck can't, oh, not another Daisy Duck. So Donald Duck is able to remove a daisy. John Silver can come down and give Reckless to the Tramp. But then we have to be worried about the fact that Royce does run Go-Go. So we have to respect that your John Silver may take 2 damage, but when you run Go-Go, you can kind of just Go-Go yourself to 20 lore. You got to imagine that we're going to see John Silver come down here. All the ducks. All the ducks. It's just ducks and dogs. So John Silver does come down here. And then we'll see Donald Duck take out one of the daisies. So Royce is able to go to 19 here. And let's see if he has Go-Go to be able to end this game And so we're going to game 2 with Daniel on the play. Sorry, game 3 with Daniel on the play. Oh, and here's the go-go. So we are going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen, because I think we're about to see a go-go play. No go-go play. Just a lady. All right. I just assume. Oh, you're right. Yes, go-go does cost cards. So, or go-go does cost ink to do that effect. So that is very true. So we just see the lady come down. We do see him ink. So he does go to 3 ink. So that is something. And you're right. 2 ink is not 4. So now, what is unfortunate for Daniel is he cannot send the Donald Duck into Tramp to remove that damage. So he has to... What do you look for at this point if you are Daniel? He does not run Spooky Sights. There is an Under the Sea. So if he finds Under the Sea, he clears the board at 19 and then has to find a way to get rid of his own Donald Duck, because that Donald Duck is drawing him cards, but unfortunately it does not look like he's going to find that Under the Sea. Looks like there's a sail. So we could sail to dig one more time, because our only out at this point is the Under the Sea. Okay, and looks like that's not what we're doing, and we're going to game 3. So that is something. He could have sailed to search for Under the Sea or another Visions. If he would have found Visions or the Under the Sea, then he might have had a chance. Oh, he would have been 1 card off if he would have used Sail. Oh, all right, going to game 3. Reset score, Royce, and let's see how this goes. Because he is running the 2 Under the Seas. He's running 3 Sheer Khans. 3 Sheer Khans in this list, so really valuing those. And then I believe we did see... Yes, we did see Daisy Duck Paranormal Investigator. So he is running a really interesting green-blue list, currently 3-0, so doing well for the evening. Royce running a 4 Chromacon list, so really opting to playing a version that is going to do really well into a meta that's really heavy in red-purple as well as purple-steel. So 4 Chromacons, putting in a lot of work when there's not a lot of item hate going on. So looking at another green-blue list here, it is running 1 Under the Sea and 1 Stopped Chaos in its track with 2 Spooky Sights. Not this one that's playing, but one that is here today. So a very interesting list as well that is also on 3 Kitas and 3 Basils. So very interesting list. He's got my kind of list, running 1 jump ahead. I don't know about you guys. It is 6 rounds, Theo, because we do have 48 players today. So 6 rounds. So 2 more after this one. Okay, here we go. So Daniel taking the lead with the Clarabelle coming down. And let's see what we're able to do. Mowgli not going to be as impactful this game. Mowgli, of course, coming down on turn 2 after Daniel has already used Sail the Azurite Sea. So not being able to be as impactful, but we do not have Sail. Instead, playing the Tipo, which is also a big deal because that Tipo is letting him answer that lady if he does quest, that lady being a 1-2. So Clarabelle plus Tipo can trade into that. We see the Bobby Zamaruski coming down, again, letting him filter, search for something on second lady. And no quest. Royce saying, I need these cards. I want them to stick around because I need to get my tramp down. Inking the Prince Philip to play the Donald. And we do see Daniel quest there. Very aggressive in a not so aggressive list. So we'll see. It's a bold move, Cotton. We will see how that pays off. It looks like Daniel is sitting on a Sail. should have probably been worried about that coming in. So questing there with both of those, and we do get punished for it. No possible Clarabelle coming down, but Tipo is able to trade into that lady, so that is going to be something, and we are slowing down Royce. Again, one of the things you want to do as the green-blue player is try and just slow them down just enough, and maybe that was the goal of Daniel there, of just, I want to slow them down so that I can be able to get to my stuff. But he is stuck on a Hades. He is in top deck mode, hoping to find cards that he can actually play. We do see a sale, so drawing, filtering some more. Inking Daisy to play Prince Philip. That's not a bad card. When you're able to draw 2 per turn, going up to 5 ink, Donald Duck. So opting to take both of those out. So again, that's what we're doing. Royce sitting on 3 ink and 0 lore is not a bad place for Daniel to be right now, especially if he turns something sideways, you are able to challenge into it. But if Royce is able to remove this Donald Duck, it's going to be really, really impactful. And the lady comes down. There we go. And that's exactly what that's exactly what Royce needed. Royce able to get those 2 cards back, able to filter some more. And Daniel is in a really, really rough spot now. Possibly worrying a little bit too much about keeping that Hades. But let's see. Daisy Duck, unfortunately not drawing him a character. We'll see how it comes out here. What is our top deck? And it looks like an uninkable because he is stuck on 5 ink, and we know that 1 card is a Hades. So does he send the Prince Philip into the lady to try and slow him down? That's the big question here. And he passes 2 uninkables in hand, or possibly sitting on a Prince Philip and hoping to draw into a Malicious, Mean, and Scary. A Daisy plus, 3 daisies. Royce, not like this. Oh my goodness. It is a duck party that no one wants to be at. Royce playing dog control, and that's one thing, that is so great about watching Royce play dogs, because he truly understands when he needs to be that kind of control aggro player and challenge versus when am I safe to just quest away. So we do see Royce playing that tramp as well. So he's going through, he's searching through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards to find that answer, find the card that he might need. I'd imagine at this point looking for an Ursula or a Mowgli, because at this point the only thing that you have to worry about is a Prince Philip shift line coming down. Daisy unfortunately hitting a sudden scare, and Daisy hitting 3 non-characters, just doing Daniel dirty. The Dirty Dan. All right, so Daniel needs. So we do see a Clarabelle. So we see the ink. So he goes up to 6 ink now. But I think it's just too little too late at this point. He does have the Prince Philip in hand, but also just stuck on that Hades. So he does remove 3 characters. So that was a good move by Daniel. Daniel, of course, now Royce representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So representing 17 on board total. So we see the Lilo come back from the dead, come back from being banished. We don't die in Lorcana. We see the Ursula come down. Might as well check what's going on. It's that Hades that we've held on to since the beginning. Unfortunately, Hades is a little too slow for this matchup. Finally seeing a Daisy trigger coming in. 2 Daisy triggers, just unfortunately a little too late to matter. And that's game. And Royce taking the lead with the dogs coming in, doing the things that dogs wants to do. And what was so impressive about this match is it was truly kind of a masterclass in how to play dogs, knowing when is the right time to challenge, when is the right time to quest. Just Royce really showing off the power that comes from as many reps as he's put into dogs. And I would wager he's probably played 500 best of threes with dogs at this point, if not more. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Was 3-0, but 3-1 is still good. So for the Mad Hatters tournament, brother. All right, so we are going to get the mobile cam going. We're going to run out there and talk to him. But first, I forgot my phone charger at home. That's a sad day. All right, we're going to get the mobile cam, and then I have to find a phone charger. Mew, thank you for the follow, brother. Appreciate it. Let's go talk to people. I'm eating a snack. Don't mind me. Okay. We got the mics. We got the mobile cams. Let's put this up. All right, let's go talk to people. One of our locals makes the best jerky ever. It's like a jerky chip, but oh my god. It's on me. Hey, Mark. Yeah. So, okay. Can't hear. No sound. Wise words from Royce. Yeah, no sound for the interview. Yeah. So that is the biggest thing that I have to figure out is, yeah, so the sound's working now. And I know why the sound wasn't working before, because I forgot to turn on the mics on OBS. But the issue is when I do the mobile cam is that when I do the mobile cam, it's on my phone. So, well, you can't see that, but it's on my phone. And I can't have the chat up and video up at the same time. So if you guys say there's no sound, unfortunately I can't see it. So you guys looked at 20 minutes of nothing, and for that I deeply apologize. So yeah, that's my bad. I'm gonna have to put like a sticky note up for future when I do the mobile cam. And maybe this is why people don't do mobile cams, because you don't have access to the chat to catch mistakes and just a lot of stuff going on. But I do have to charge my phone. So because I have to charge my phone, we can't really go mobile. And I guess I forgot my battery pack at home, and I can see it. It's sitting right there on my kitchen counter. So I do have to charge this, so I'm going to plug this in. And in the meantime, what we're going to do is we are going to look at the deck lists so that we can, or I'm going to start organizing the deck list so we have an idea of what we have at the event overall. So we'll go ahead and do that. Now that, yeah, I'll give my, I'm sure my wife would love that if I just drop my phone number to a whole bunch of people around the world. Now I will say, actually, let me do this. Stand by. I'm gonna go get an extension cord really quick to plug in my phone. When I get back, we'll go through the deck list so I can give you guys a breakdown of what's actually at the event. So stand by. Is there still an echo right now? Okay, no echo now. Okay, good. Okay. There. I think I figured out why there was an echo. The lighting is terrible in here. So, no, we're not taking the hat off. I look like an idiot right now because I haven't shaved my head because I've been too lazy. Okay, let's look at the deck list. Okay, so if we open up this, and we're going to create Let's go here. Okay, and then let's go ahead and do this. Window capture, video capture, browser. Well, why on earth does it show that? That is not what I'm showing at all. Okay. I'm trying to make it easy so you guys can see the actual deck list and everything, or see what our pairings are, but maybe I'll just do it this way. So while they get all the matches sorted out. So we've got Amber Steel is going to be 1. Yeah, how's everybody's day going? All right. So far it seems like everybody's doing having a good time here. We got a Winnipod box that is about to start that people are excited for. $10 entry to win a box of Whispers. So people are excited for that. Okay, we got Amber Steel. We've got a Purple Steel list. We've got another Purple Steel list. We've got a Blue Steel list that I'm sure is of no surprise to people. So Amber Emerald. So that's probably, oh, Ricky Peltier is on Amber Emerald. Okay. Red Purple. So there's a lot of Red Purple here today. I do know that. I think Red Purple's probably the most represented here today, if I had to guess. I can't believe my phone, my sound was off that whole time. We've got Blue Green. So for anybody recently joined, we are just waiting on round 5 to start. We had a Blue-Green versus Dogs game, so that went relatively quickly. And the mobile cam is unfortunately on hold right now because my phone needs to charge. So we're waiting for that to charge before we can go back on the mobile cam to interview people. And interview Vince again because, well, I had him muted the whole time, like a champion. So a really cool Blue Steel Detectives list. So this is this is really interesting. So we'll definitely check this out later. It's a Blue Steel Detectives list that is still running the Jasmine shift line as well. So it does have a lot of the Blue Steel Detectives and allies, but is also running. So it's a little bit different. So it's very similar to what I've been running on stream recently. It's by the same person, but he's added Cinderellas to this one to make it a little bit more, in his opinion, competitive. So AB. So we've got Amber. Amber Sapphire? Yeah, I think that's Amber Sapphire. So we've got an Amber Sapphire list. We got a little bit of everything to hear today. Amber Steel with Sebastian, the 2-cost 3 that quests for 3. Purple Steel. There's a Purple Steel list here today with 66 cards. He decided that they were all good, and he didn't want to cut anything, so he decided that he was just going to run 4 ofs everything. So 66 cards in a Purple Steel list. Rather impressive, if you ask me. Purple Steel going up to 5 Purple Steel lists now. Red Purple is at 4 now. We have another green Yellow. Red Purple again. Okay, I don't know who. So somebody put the colors on these, but 2 people must have done it, because I have RA and I have, so some people did the actual colors and other people did the letters of the colors. So this one is Ruby Amethyst, RA, but then there's other Ruby Amethysts in here that are RP. So they're really not making this easy. All right, Red Purple has taken the lead with 6 decks. Amber Steel now at 3. Green Blue at 2. Amber, so now we have 3 green yellow aggro decks, 7 red purple, purple steel 6, amber steel 4, purple steel 7. Oh, this would have been a tough day for Brainiac with this much purple steel. I will say that purple steel has gotten a lot better for me. So we got an, what in the world? AS, but it's blue steel. Purple steel is at 9. All right, we're going to be starting the next round soon. And the nice thing about it is my phone will be charged for after the next round. So we will be able to get the mobile cam going again, do some interviews, talk to some people, see how they're feeling. Going into round 5, purple steel at 11. Ruby steel. Is this a ruby steel? It is a ruby steel. We have a ruby steel list today. Ruby steel, blurple, 3, green purple, our only green purple here today. All right, I might have the breakdown before we actually start our next match. So we've got 4 green yellows now. BA, what are we thinking here? We've got a Mowgli, so amber, so it is a blue yellow list, okay. I think we have almost every color combo here. The only thing I think we're missing so far is purple yellow. Other than that, I think we're gonna have everything here today. Blurple. He hurled his Thunderbolt, Hades Infernal Schemer, so blue steel. Blue steel. Blurple. Huey, so amber steel. A lot of amber steel here. 5 amber steels, surprisingly. BA. Dig a little deeper in Minnie Mouse, so blue, yellow. Blue, yellow's 2. Hold the turn. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Blue, green, 3. And then green, blue. Okay, so here is... Okay, so let me download this. Download. Nope. Okay. We need to take a screenshot. Screenshot. Snip it. Stip it. Bop it. Twist it. Okay, we'll save that. Save. All right, so this is what we've got today. So let me get the image up here. Image, 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 image. Download, browse, downloads. Bang. So this is our breakdown for the day. I think that's everything. It should be 48, but I did not do the math to see if that's correct. So, so let's get the calculator. If it's not, I'm not digging through it to find what I missed. So, 11 plus 5 plus 4 plus 4 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 2. So that is 48. Yeah. So that's all of them. So that's what we have today. Look at me. Who needs a team to cast and do all the other stuff? We can just hold interviews with muted mics and but we've got the right number of deck lists. So oh, I did mess that up. So there's 3 I have blue yellow in two different spots. So there's 3 blue yellow lists, which is wild to me. 3 blue yellow lists is crazy to me. So I know there's one individual. We'll see how he's doing. Maybe we'll get him on next if he is 3-1. We'll see. But time is up, so we're gonna run out there. What's my phone at? My phone's at 26%. So we're gonna run out there really quick, and we're going to see. We're gonna see where they're at until our round starts. So it's gonna get quiet for a second, but as soon as we get back, we'll start the game. So I'm gonna leave this up for you guys to see, and we'll get Vince on another interview where he's not muted. So I'll be back. Actually, we can do this. Bang. There we go. All right, we'll go back out there. Let's see what's going on. Let's make sure it's not muted this time, right? Okay, it is not muted. You guys can hear me. We're looking good. Okay, let's see where the matches are at and how long until we start round 5, I think. It looks like we started a win-a-box pod.
I'm going to bring a Raja in inverted.
More Flower Farm on Flower Farm violence.
Also, the store just got a shipment in that they were supposed to get yesterday, so we are putting it out now. It is Whispers boxes and troves. It is 90 for a box, cash only, and it's $30 for a trove, cash only. There is an ATM in the parking lot. And also, if anybody would like to drop, please do it
That's Whispers. Yeah. There's an ATM. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. Hopefully it's not muted. How's it going? 2-2. You sticking in it? Yeah. Okay. So, did I hear you're on your list you ran at locals the other day? No. Okay. So someone's on something very similar, because it happened to them, right? So yeah, and I was like, oh, it must be him. So, but okay.
He almost convinced me otherwise.
Yeah.
It's really good in the Ruby.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, it is. So, what have been your losses today?
One was against Purple Steel and Yellow Steel.
Okay, yeah. Yellow Steel, like aggro? Yeah. There's surprisingly a lot of them here today, so, which is wild. Like, I think we have every color pairing here today except for purple yellow. So, yep. There's or red green. Yep. So those are the two. Like, those are the two: red green and purple yellow. Everything else, though, like, I just went through all the deck lists and everything and got the breakdown. So, but yeah, so I was really surprised by that. But we had some team-on-team violence there. Yep. So illumination. So, but where you play? Where do you play at?
Yeah, we're cousins. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
I live up at Coatesville, so it's like an hour and a half.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, well, hopefully next round starts soon, and it's got 6 rounds. 2 can make it still. It's still 2 losses, so it'll be right there on the bubble. Yeah. So, all right, round 5's up. Let's see who's doing it. Hey, how's it going? I just gotta look at this real quick. Who are my 3? All right, guys. Let's see if we can get you guys a good match. You don't have to worry about me. No, yeah, I'm just looking at pairings so I can find someone for the table. So you can just stay right there, yeah. I saw Jason. They're gonna draw. Michael and Will. I don't know either one of them. So. Table 1, you guys can still play there. So. Yeah, I'm just grabbing different people. So since both of you are already on, I'll grab someone else. So. Yeah. So I think I'll do Jason and Anthony.
Yeah, Jason.
Oh, that's the yeah. So Michael and Will. So table 3. Okay. Hey, table 3. If you're good with it, I'm gonna have you on the table on the stream. That's good. You okay with that? All right. Okay. All right. How's it going? Purple Steel the right choice today?
Normally always down to y'all, but I
have a lot of
my losses were like close.
Yeah.
My last loss was like I was a blowout game if I feel capable.
Yeah.
Drawing game if I did.
Yeah. You're 2-2 right now? Yeah.
Game 2. It's purposely.
Yeah. Are you Will? If you're good with it, I'm gonna have you 2 on the feature table. Sweet.
Game 2, you do all
Yeah.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna go get this set up. So, all right. All right, let's get this set up for our next table. You were Will or Will? Okay. Your name's Cody? Oh, perfect. My name's Cody. Pleasure. And I'll be right back out to explain everything. I'm just gonna set up the tablet real quick. All right. We've got Will and Cody that are going to be on stream. So I'm happy. Let's reset scores. We'll change names. We've got Will. Cody. Save, reset match, bang, stop. Okay, sweet. Let's run out there, explain everything to them, and we will rock and roll. Sweet. So we got Will and Cody. Will, you're blue. Cody, you're red. These two ones that are next to the time, that's your ink. And then these other two are your lore. You're not mic'd up, so you can say whatever you want. You can use those dice or not use those dice. It's completely up to you. I'd still recommend you keep track of your own lore, just in case you do have to make a judge call. They will always look at that before they look at the stream. So, questions for me? All right. Good luck, guys. Enjoy. Okay. I'm going to get a drink really quick, and then we'll begin. Can I get a water? Just a bottle of water. I'll have them added to my tab later. Thank you, Mima. All right. Thanks, Mima.
All right, guys, here we go. We will see what we got here. We're going to change this to that. Click start. And here we go. I heard the number 66, so I think we're about to see the 66 card purple steel list. I mean, why not, right? If you can't figure out what to cut, why not just run 4 of everything that you absolutely love? It's pretty much the same thing, right? So okay. Oh, that's the that cloth mat. What is that from? Oh, is that from the CCQ, I think? All right, let's see what we're up against. All right, looks like blue-green. We see a John Silver coming down in the inkwell. Followed by a develop. We'll see if he's digging for that turn 2 ramp that you so desperately need into these matchups. Okay. And then we'll see what we have Cody rocking today. We see the Madam M Skater and the Diablo coming down. So this might actually be the 66 card purple steel list that we were just talking about. So again, it's an interesting idea. I mean, what do you guys think about that? On one hand, you have Frank Karsten, who is adamant about running those those low cost, he still wants a low deck count, but he's comfortable running 1-ofs of everything and 2-ofs of everything, because why cut good cards, Whereas this gentleman says, I'm just going to run 66 cards. Why cut any bad cards? So it's definitely an interesting way to look at it. So we do see the sale coming down, though, getting that ever so necessary turn 2 ramp, going up to 4. So we'll see if Will does have the Cindy in hand, if he is on that package. And if so, it's going to be a very interesting matchup for Purple Steel. We see the Demona going to the Inkwell to play a Diablo plus Captain Hook. And this is going to be a really important turn because playing wide and emptying out your hand in this matchup is going to be so impactful because you're slowing down, or you're holding back the Clarabelle from doing anything. So yes, they can play a Clarabelle, but if they don't have your welcome, the odds of them drawing a whole lot is rather slim. That is not correct. Let me change that. Thank you very much. We see the Clarabelle come down, so that tells us that we're most likely going to see the Shift Clarabelle coming down next turn, but the 3-drop Clarabelle letting you, of course, if you have less cards than your opponent, you can draw a card. And then we see the Lexington coming down. So Lexington coming down being the 4/4 alert, the new keyword to pretty much combat that crazy Dumbo that everybody knows and loves. So off to a good start for Purple Steel. Emptying your hand out, getting some good cards down. Now, one thing that could happen here is we could play Clarabelle, and Clarabelle can sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary to force Purple Steel to draw 2 cards and get that draw off of it. Or you could also just sing your welcome on Lexington. Oh, and he has it. The turn you just never, ever want to see. So your welcome comes down. Cody's going to be forced to send that Lexington back to his deck and draw 2. Meanwhile, Cody not able to clap back at that Clarabelle unless he does run the Thunderbolt. He could hard cast Thunderbolt plus Captain Hook to take out the Clarabelle. It does make Timothy Q Mouse quite a bit weaker. That is very true. So, all right, let's see how Cody's going to respond to this. I would love to see a Thunderbolt simply because it would just have such a big impact on the game. You quested 2. No, oh wow, just going super wide. Oh man, that is a lot of cards to deal with. So questing for 3 there to go to 7. Going down to 1 card in hand, 2 cards in hand still. So with such a wide board, that's still a lot for blue-green to deal with. Still going through these lists, trying to find both of their lists to kind of see what it is they're both competing against. Going up to 6 ink for Will here. And let's see what he does here. No Under the Sea coming in, even if... we see a Visions, hopefully, probably digging for that Under the Sea. We know if this is the blue-green list that I was looking at earlier, we know that he's on 1 blue-green or 1 Under the Sea. So possibly just digging really hard for that Under the Sea. Okay, so we did find his list. So he is on 3 spooky sites. So if Will is able to find that spooky site off of Visions, he is able to clear the entire board of Cody. So most likely digging for that. And because because the turn took so long, I don't think he saw it, which is rather unfortunate, drawing so many cards and going through so much of your deck, but Spooky's still not finding that answer. Malicious, Mean, and Scary, though, is going to be really helpful. It does clear 3 characters, clearing that Olaf as well. So now he can use Olaf to bounce a card to hand. So he can draw 2. And then if he wants, he can bounce something. So the question becomes, do you bounce the Captain Hook so he can't trade into it? And he has a second Malicious, Mean, and Scary. So, geez Louise, we are... Double Malicious, Mean, and Scary is coming down hard today. We saw Green-Blue do double Malicious, Mean, and Scary earlier when he cleared Royce an entire field of dogs. I think he cleared 10 characters on the board with a double Malicious, Mean, and Scary. Here, Will clearing 5 characters with the double malicious, mean, and scary. So Cody all of a sudden in a really rough spot, but he does still have 4 cards in hand that can represent a way for him to come back into this game. All it takes, you empty your hand, you play the dock, there's just so many different options between Dock and Demona. Of course, Demona cannot come down yet, being a 4-cost. Genie, though, letting you filter through your deck, which it doesn't hurt either. So we'll kind of see how things go. We're probably going to ink to 5 here. I think at this point, and so it's a really rough spot. So Cody doesn't know that Will is on 3 spooky sites. So that's definitely something that is going to be an ace up Will's sleeve, because if he goes super wide again but doesn't have a lot of cards in hand to refill, then that spooky site can be the nail in the coffin for this matchup if he does opt to go super wide. The camera got really messed up. I feel it. For those of you that have been watching for a while, do you feel like the camera is a lot more gritty now? Let's see if we can fix that while this game's going on. Okay. Oh, we do see the Hades coming down to take out that Dumbo, reducing that lore. And a You're Welcome coming down, being able to force more cards into Cody's hand so that he is able to just draw even more. And it's looking really rough for Cody at this point. So Cody, of course, does get to go up more, but that Clarabelle is going to draw him ever so closer to Spooky Sight. So if Cody ever does go super wide, then it's going to leave him in kind of a rough spot overall. All right, let's see how let's see how Cody's going to try and respond here. Representing just the Captain Hook now. Captain Hook not going to have a lot of opportunity to do a lot, questing for only 1. We do see the horse come down. The Mayor Wind Dancer, just such a really cool card. Something that can be incredibly scary to deal with. That Mayor Wind Dancer only questing for 1, but representing just a big body that trades really well. Of course, not able to trade into the Clarabelle, which is rather unfortunate, but still a card that isn't gotten rid of with something like Spooky Sight, and it's going to be able to quest and trade into most of what Will is going to be able to play. So we'll see if it's never mind. Mayor Wind Dancer, it may have a big body, but unfortunately is not able to hold up to the likes of Hades, sending it straight to the inkwell before it ever has the opportunity to shine. So you see Cody kind of throw the cards down. Another You're Welcome. That is 3. You see Cody throw up the 3 fingers. That third You're Welcome coming down to be able to just draw even more cards. And at this point, Cody just has to be able to find something on the cheaper end to just really throw down. One thing to note is Will, he does have it mixed up. He's actually on 2 lore and 8 ink, so he does have those reversed. We'll kind of go out there here in a little bit and work on that and get that fixed a little bit. So if you're Cody at this point, yes, you're sitting on a lot of lore, but what is it that you're trying to do at this point to really get back into this game? Looks like 4 cards in hand, 5 cards in hand. So turning it all sideways. Okay, so turning 4 sideways to play the Genie. Genie, an excellent card to get down. questing for 2. He's running out of answers. Will has now played 3 You're Welcomes and 2 Hades, so he is running out of answers for a card like Genie, and he is at 7. But one thing to note is Will is questing for 6 next turn, letting him go up to 8 lore, and then 16 the next turn. So if he plays any characters, he very well may be representing 2-turn lethal. We do see a Diablo come down. Another card, unfortunately, not going to be super helpful, but we are able to finally remove the Clarabelle, something that we were talking about earlier on in the game. If he could have hard-casted Thunderbolt on his turn 4 on Clarabelle, this could be a much different game. But sending that Thunderbolt into the Clarabelle and then challenging with Captain Hook with Challenger +2, able to remove that cow. And now it's looking okay for Cody again. Remember, Cody's been drawing a lot of cards because of You're Welcome, filtering with Genie. So he's not out of it yet. It's not in the best position ever because of how many cards Will does have, but he's definitely not out of it yet when you have cards like Genie that are so difficult for blue-green to deal with when they've already played 3 You're Welcomes and 2 Hades. But ladies and gentlemen, John Silver is definitely a good way to deal with it. Giving him Reckless, unless he sees a Dumbo now, that Genie's not going to live to tell a tale. Now, one thing that can happen here is, yes, so you could challenge into Hades to deal 3 damage to Genie, and then you Cheshire Cat to move 2 damage, but that's just not going to be enough either to really impact the board in any major way. Purple Steel just having so much ink right now, able to get another Genie down. We do see him top deck a Thunderbolt, which if we do have something like a Strength of a Raging Fire, we can take out that John Silver with Thunderbolt and Strength. Because I think that is the major threat here right now, is those 2 cards. Or is the John Silver, just making it so your Dumbos just can't quest. So there's the Thunderbolt. And then I think we have a second one in hand. Lexington plus Doc, drawing 2. Looks like he had another Doc in hand, unfortunately. So now we can quest with the Diablo. We might as well go up to 8 lore. Unless he has a Strength in hand, and that's just what he's hoping to hold on to. But I think the Diablo, being able to quest there, like, you might as well get the 1 lore. Now, one thing to note is Will, he can just Malicious, Mean, and Scary here. Plays the Vision, most likely digging for the other part of the combo. He probably has the other one of them in hand, just needs those 3 pieces for the Exodia to really just close out this game and send us into game 2. Taking a moment to see what we can find off of Visions. Now, so let's pretend that Will does absolutely nothing here, trades with nothing because he can't trade for nothing. Will is representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board that could send him to 14. Cody representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, sending him to 14 as well. So we are in a place where 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So Will is on a 2-turn clock. He could be searching for Under the Sea. But it looks like Will is not running Under the Sea. His clears are Spooky Sight. That is his only board wipe, along with the Prince Philip and Exodia combo. Looks like we do have the Prince Philip coming down. Prince Philip letting him quest for an extra one. And luckily does not remove anything for Cody. Cody taking no damage there. So because that Genie was able to sing Thunderbolt instead of having to challenge into the Hades. So really impactful turn there, really protecting that, still letting him showcase the potential to have a 2-turn clock of his own. But he is going to have to figure out, how do I answer all this craziness on my opponent's board. So giving Reckless to one of the genies, questing for 5 to go to 15. Meanwhile, Will is representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on board. It's very easy to remove Doc. Doc can remove John Silver. If we have one character plus strength, we can remove the Prince Philip, quest with everything, and be in a really good spot. Because if we're able to remove the Prince Philip and the John Silver, there's only 19 on board. But it looks... Let's see how we can move this damage around in a way that works for us. And I don't think there's any... Okay, so he's able to put 2 damage into the Hades and takes 3 damage himself. He's then able to boost. No, he's not able to boost because he used all his ink for the 2 Cheshire Cats. Unless he's at 10 ink now. If he's at... Oh, no, Cheshire Cat's only 3. Why do I keep thinking it's 8? Cheshire Cat's only 3, so he paid 6. So he's able to move 2 damage. But it looks like it's not going to be enough. He could have cleared enough to give himself an extra turn. Because he could have gone Lexington into Prince Philip, moved 2 damage from Hades to Prince Philip to clear Prince Philip, and then Doc into John Silver, leaving Will with only 4 lore. But the question becomes, how do you clear that plus whatever he plays? So realizing that there's probably next to no chance to be able to do that, he opts to instead just go to game 3. So there was a way to give himself an extra turn, but the question becomes, is it worth it to give yourself the extra turn? And I think Cody decided that it wasn't quite worth it to keep it going. So we are looking for Cody's list to see. Now, so here's the question. If you are the Purple Steel player, you're on the play, what is it that you're trying to do? I think he had what he was trying to do last game, and I think it was going really well for him. And what ultimately hurt him in the end was, again, his opponent was able to find that double Malicious, Mean, and Scary. And that double Malicious, Mean, and Scary just able to clear the whole board and take you out of the running to be able to go any further. And I think that's ultimately what did him in. But I think what he was doing was the route that you want to go. Just go play a game where you can go super wide and find your win that way. And just go fast. Because we did not see any Timothy Q Mouses or Tinkerbells. So might lead us to believe that he's not on that aggro route that you can go if you needed to go that aggro route. Looking at the blue-green list, I would think so. I cannot find his deck list because I don't think he wrote down Cody for his first name, unless I just missed it. But I would be curious. But I think generally Purple Steel is favored in the green-blue matchup, especially when the board wipe for green-blue is Spooky Sight. That's normally Purple Steel is not afraid of Spooky Sight, being able to just empty their entire hand again, play a dock, draw a whole bunch of cards, keep going. Now with all the free ink. But we do see Cody ink and play the Diablo to get things started. And let's rock and roll and see where we go from there. So pretty good start. That's where we started last game. So we'll see how we respond. Inking a Develop, playing the Clarabelle. One thing that we're going to really want to see from Cody that he's really going to need here is seeing that Strength of a Raging Fire. If he's able to find that strength and able to remove that Clarabelle to prevent the shift Clarabelle, then that's going to be really important. Is this the code? Yes, it is. It is. It is, man. He has a super giant board that I'm literally putting the sizes and forgot I wasn't on camera. But he has a super big board that he uses to track lore. Yes, it is. All right, we see Cody come down with the Jafar. The Jafar we have not seen today. That Jafar, of course, giving you Challenger. So no, this is the Jafar that is evasive. I apologize. So this Jafar coming in, being during your turn, this character gains evasive. So a good target for Dumbo, but also answering your opponent's Dumbo is going to be really impactful. Or it could be impactful if he was playing into another Amethyst deck. So a card that we haven't seen a lot of in Purple Steel list recently. So a little bit of spice there coming in for Purple Steel, and not seeing a lot of Purple Steel spice much anymore. So we'll see what Will does. One thing to keep in mind from game 1 is Will did see the Wombo combo. He went Clarabelle Shift on turn 4 into a You're Welcome to be able to just draw a bunch of cards off of his own Clarabelle. So we'll see how he responds and if he's able to get that Wombo combo again this game as we play the Tipo, go up to 3 ink with that glorious turn 2 ramp, and let's see how Cody responds. Here it is. Yes, Cody is his middle name. Okay, so looking at his list, so this is 66, but it's not 66 because he runs. It is not 66 because he runs 4 of everything. It is 66 because he just has a lot of stuff in it that he really wanted to include in the list. So he is running the Pete's. So Pete's could come down, really mess up that spooky sight. So if Green-Blue decides he wants to go in here and do something rather nasty, then Pete could come down and prevent the spooky sight, which could be a very impactful play. So we are on spooky sights. We were only on 3 Thunderbolts, three Giant Cobras, which is really interesting. You don't often see 3 Giant Cobras, oftentimes opting to run all 4 because of the impact that those Cobras have on the game overall. But we do see that Cody plays that Cheshire Cat, passes it back over to Will, and we'll kind of see how he responds to this. It's not a very menacing board yet. Cody only had 3 lore, no 2 questers, so Will's got to be feeling okay at this point and not too worried. We see the Cinderella come down. That Cinderella coming down now does threaten the spooky sight on the next turn. It also threatens a John Silver on the next turn. So a couple different menacing targets that Will could hit here to have a pretty big impact on the board. Again, spooky sight, not the biggest impact. Yes, it removes the board, but you're not really worried about the characters on Cody's side of the board yet. I think Cody's most optimal play at this point would be the Genie, simply so he can avoid a spooky sight board wipe. A Strength would be really good here to slow down Clarabelle. All right. Taking his time, making sure that he can do what's best. Oh, double Strength coming in, saying, let's just remove it all. Interesting choice. Now, that leaves Will going into his turn 5 with 6 ink. Let's see, we see the John Silver coming down here. Now, one thing to note is that because he did that, now he has no You're Welcome Singer. Now, he could develop a You're Welcome Singer here, and that's most likely what your best route is going to be, especially if you can develop a John Silver here, you're going to be in a really good position. Cody, though, only representing 5 lore and 3 characters is definitely in a bit of a rough spot. Really interested to see what comes of it, how he's able to claw his way out. And the double malicious, mean, and scary again. That is the name of the game today. It is just that double malicious, mean, and scary. We've seen that 4 times today in 5 rounds. Twice with the green blue earlier, and twice with this green blue match. And he took out a 4-cost Cinderella and the 3-cost Clarabelle with the 2 strengths of a Raging Fire. All right, opting to play the Genie and ink a Hades. So inking the Hades when you know that Clarabelle might be coming down leads us to believe that he's probably sitting on a dock in hand, because that dock in hand, or just wanting to not feed Clarabelle, because if he does Hades, then it's in Will's best interest to just let him draw 2. That way the Clarabelle gets to draw him cards. So kind of a heads up play there by choosing that route and not allowing Will to draw even more cards off of him. So we'll see how Cody goes about this turn. I believe that both of these players are from your neck of the woods, by the way, Mike. Okay, so we see the Genie coming down. Oh, no, not coming down, but about to sing something. Okay, so we do Thunderbolt. Is he going to have a third? Oh, and then he boosts and moves it. Yes! So that double malicious, mean, and scary coming in to really punish him this turn. And really nice play. Again, showcasing the power of Cheshire Cat. We see the Genie do 4 damage with that Thunderbolt. He hurled his Thunderbolt, hurled it real good into that cow, dealing 4 damage, boosting the Cheshire Cat to move 2 damage. And then, why don't I quest? Why not? I'll just go on a little quest here and see what I can discover. Cheshire Cat, I'm glad they made him a good card. He's an impactful character in the movie. And again, just a beautiful card as well. They did such a good job on the Foil Whispers. Extremely proud of them for that. In my opinion, the Foil Whispers are the best artwork in the game right now. We see the 1-cost Clarabelle come down. And using your welcome on himself. All right. So heads up play there, and kudos to Cody letting him quest with that Tipo, even though his sequencing was wrong there. Cody's still letting him do that. In a world of take-backs, that's perfectly allowed, right? Honoring the intention of what people are trying to do. So you're welcoming his own Tipo so that he can draw cards to find answers. Things he might be looking for here. John Silver, Hades, Clarabelle, also going to be a good option here. Just something to get him back in this game. So let's see how he responds. Definitely taking his time here. Debating to ink. I don't believe he's inked this turn yet. So debating, do I need to go up to 8 ink here? Going for that ink. So trying to get up to that ink count that lets him do some magical things, because he can shift. He could do crazy things like shift Clarabelle plus sing and play your welcomes, so do 2 your welcomes. But we do see Cody coming down with the Dumbo. We did not see him play Dumbo at all last game, so that Dumbo, of course, letting him draw 1 off of the Genie with his effect. So really important there. Of course, it could backfire if he does play Clarabelle, but I don't think you're too worried about that when you just need your own cards to be able to win the game. I think there's a good argument. Do we need the cards more than the lore? But Cody's also only running 3 Giant Cobras, so he does need to get a little bit more lore gain than the normal Purple Steel player might have to get if they're running 4 versus Cody only running the 3. So Cody should go up to 8 lore here, or sorry, 9 lore here. No, yeah, so 7, yes, there we go. Yeah, 8 lore. He'd already counted the Dumbo because he was at 6. Goes up to 8 with the Cheshire Cat questing. The Dumbo giving 1 lore for Genie turning sideways. And then now we have a time to see what is it that Will throws down the Donald Duck for 4, because Will had a hard time figuring out if he wanted to ink last turn. So we're going to find out what was it that made it so difficult for him to figure out what to ink. We do see You're Welcome on his own Clarabelle again. Wow, really hurting for card draw right now. Just needing to find something to help dig him out of this hole. And we've seen people use You're Welcome on themselves before, but seeing them use it on themselves twice is definitely a rough spot to be in. But what's really interesting is having the time to be able to You're Welcome themselves twice. That's not something that you normally have the ability to just hard cast on yourself. So things definitely moving a little slow, which is working out in Will's favor a lot. We do see what I believe was a Basil going into the Inkwell. And then back to Cody, able to go up to 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 here, or just draw a card off of the Genie and only going up to 11.
This was upstairs, up there, up front on the floor. Is that you?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yeah, I found it on the floor, buddy.
Appreciate you. Okay. Oh, we see the Demona coming down. Demona turning everything sideways, letting you draw up to 3 cards if you do not have 3 cards in hand. Now the question becomes, do we take out the Donald Duck? It looks like we're getting there. We deal 3 damage to the Donald, what I believe was 3 damage to the Donald Duck, and then boost the Cheshire Cat. I am... Okay, so he did not have enough to move. He did not have enough to do that, to boost and play Demona. But I'm confused about where the 2 damage came from. It should have been 3 damage. But we'll move on. Because I don't know if that would have changed his play at all, because he drew off of the Genie. So I don't think it would have impacted anything. Cheshire Cat is a 3/4. So Hades coming down, removing the Demona, putting it in the Inkwell, putting Cody at 8 ink now. And Cody representing 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 12 or 13 lore on board. So ever so slowly, just getting himself there. And still in a really good spot. A Spooky Sight not doing a lot if Will was able to get that card down. We see the Lexington come down. That is a target for Spooky Sight. The Giant Cobra coming down, putting him up to 11. Moving to damage. Are we about to see another Thunderbolt? Okay, so we see him boost with the Cheshire Cat, move the 2 damage to the Hades, and then use Cheshire Cat to sing Strength of a Raging Fire. Then you go ahead and ink or quest with everything, questing for 3, going up to 11. And it's definitely there we see the Spooky Sight. Spooky Sight does send it to the Inkwell, and he does catch himself, puts it in the Inkwell. Definitely buying Will another turn, keeping him from that, keeping him out of things. So meanwhile, Cody is able to still quest for 2, or use Dumbo's effect to gain 2 lore and draw 2 cards here. So Spooky Sight, yes, buying him another turn, but there's a lot of cards that you're still going to have to deal with over and over and over again. Mike saying, feels like you had to Hades Dumbo there, aka the draw engine. And I think that's normally the answer, right? Get rid of the draw engine for the enemy's deck. Unless Will just really is hoping for him to draw cards so we can get into a Clarabelle. But at that point, I think Clarabelle just comes down a little bit too late. So we see Cody does use Dumbo's effect twice. Dumbo, of course, as always, the card we all know and love or hate, letting you draw a card when you exert your evasive characters and gain 1 lore. So looking like a good board state for Cody. 12 ink, able to play on his whole hand if he really wanted to. But now that Cody has seen... Oh, that's very true, Cyber. Time is definitely an issue. We see a White Rose coming down, and I think Will recognize time as well, because now they have 15 minutes to knock out game 2. I will say that 15 minutes can be enough time for these decks. They just have to play a little bit quicker. Green-blue will be on the play this turn, so that is going to be a really impactful thing. But just because they're on the play, it does not... There's still things that Purple Steel can do to really mess everything up for your opponent. I think that... hey, Stewie, the CCQ in Europe was this weekend, or is this weekend. I believe it's Saturday and Sunday. Other than that, I'm not sure. There was the DLC in Singapore, but that ended this morning, I think. The DLC in Singapore ended already, right? It was the... Unless they're going to stream side events. Because Singapore did final... They did the whole thing in one day, I believe. Like all 9 rounds and then finals. Because, yeah, okay. Because I woke up this morning and finals was going on. And I was really surprised. So, but yes, 2 CCQs. They're both in Europe, I believe. So, it was 7 rounds? Oh, man. 7 rounds of best of 1. What an interesting adventure to fly all the way over there. Best of 1 until top 8. Was it best of 3 and top 8 then? And Spartan, it is in Delaware. Yes, sir. This is in Smyrna, Delaware at Safari Zone Collectibles. Top 64 cut. What an interesting format. How would you guys feel if they came down and said DLC Richmond was going to be the same format? How would you guys feel about that one? I want Set Champs to be best of 1. I would be so happy if Set Champs was best of 1. Imagine you have an event where only 8 people show up, how quickly you'd be done. Or even if you had 5 rounds, you're looking at 3.5 hours to play Set Champs. Like, I love Lorcana. Don't get me wrong. I do love Lorcana, and I love spending time with people, but like, that would be crazy. It would go so fast. What's up, Kyle? Refund my ticket? Yeah, okay. All right. So we would not love the best of 1 Richmond. That's what I'm looking at here. If we could do more rounds with best of 1 for Set Champs, I'd be down. Okay, all right. Okay, we have started. The match has started. We see a develop coming down from Will, digging for whatever he feels like. How do you guys feel about those develops? I think a lot of green blue lists right now running the 4 develops, the 4 visions, and the nice thing about develops, letting you have that ability to dig for your turn 2 ramp a little bit better, but also letting you dig for those important cards that you're going to need later in the game, whether that be the Clarabelle shift line, your welcomes, if you run under the sea, things like that. I'm a big fan of develop especially, and I think that comes from playing a lot of red blue shark, and I just found that develop was better in that matchup. But Vision's definitely still being an incredibly impactful card. Letting you dig for 5 is phenomenal. But we do see a Visions plus, we do see a Sail plus develop from Will there. So pretty good turn, digging for whatever kind of he wants to see at this point. A healthy hand as well. So that develop kind of replacing itself, filtering through his deck, almost like a cantrip. Not quite the same capabilities, right? Those cantrips, the things like the Chernobog's followers, the magic brooms, letting you quest, of course, and then filter through your hand that way. But those develops, letting you, essentially, Will has a full hand of cards that he wants, unless he just got really unlucky on those develops. So really good turn, or really good first 2 turns for Will here that has to leave you a little bit nervous if you are Cody. If we could do more rounds with best of 1 for set champ. Oh yeah, I already read that. Uh-oh. I showed Gaston instead of develop. There we go. Okay. Now it looks like Will taking his time here. Looks like he was debating if he wanted to double ramp there, and if he even needed to, but instead we see the Cinderella coming down. Cinderella card that a lot of people said was the card that was going, it was the Tamatoa of the set. It was the card that was going to break everything and needed to be worried about. A lot of people calling for bans, and I was in that boat as well, thinking that Cinderella was just bonkers. And it just goes to show, sometimes you got to slow down a little, because Cinderella has not been she's been impactful on the game, but she's not been as good as what people thought she would be. But you can never say that she's not impactful. Going 2-4-6 is a pretty crazy start to a game, but just not quite enough right now for what a lot of us were worried she was going to be. So it just goes to show, sometimes you just got to slow down a little with this ban conversations, myself included in there. All right, so we play the Cinderella. Will going up to a very healthy amount of ink, going up to 6 ink, when now Cody back on his turn, taking out the Cinderella. Really not a fan of letting Will keep these Cinderellas. That's the second time that he's opted to use that strength on the Cinderella, just saying, I do not want you to have this card. We do see the Spooky, so we'll see how this goes. We know that Spooky can be kind of dangerous to give Purple Steel all of that card draw. Now, one thing to keep in mind is this is game 3. We are at 9 minutes left in the round. So time definitely is something you have to be worried about here. Cody's sitting on 6 ink. We did see what I believe was a Hades in hand, as well as a Dumbo. So we do have the opportunity to drop that Dumbo, knowing that Hades might be coming down. So if Cody's only able to, play one character at a time, he's going to be in a rough spot, knowing that blue-green has so many ways to control the board if you're only playing one card at a time. Inking the Giant Cobra again from Cody. Going 4, looks like he's going to play that Dumbo. The Dumbo that we all know and love. The 9th wonder of the world comes down. 9th wonder of the universe. Not the world, ladies and gentlemen. The 9th wonder of the universe comes down and says, answer me. Or I'm going to start drawing some cards. Yeah, he's been all over the place with it. He's been doing diagonal lines. He's been all over the place with his ink. So we do see the sail from Will there, just digging a little bit, trying to find answers. Again, if he can find those Hades, if he can find the Basils, those ways that he's able to just control one character at a time. Cody's inkwell is so wild here. We'll say it's ludicrous for the L that he has formed with that inkwell there. Let's see how Will does this. One thing that we've noticed with Cody is he has not valued those Cobras a lot. He has done a lot. That's the second time that he's decided to. He has 3. He's only running 3 Cobras, and yes, he has 3 open ink as well. So, But he has not valued those Cobras a lot. He does only have 2 cards in hand, maybe one being a dock, so hoping to slam 2 cards down next turn. I believe one is the 2-cost Jafar that has evasive on his turn. Will taking his time here, really thinking about his next move, and that's dangerous. Again, there's 6.5 minutes left. There's been no judge call, so there's not been an extension here on time. So 6 minutes is not a lot of time for blue-green to be able to get the win. A draw at this point in the game with 6 rounds isn't the worst. These players, I believe both of these players are 3-1 right now. So 3-1, if they win their next round, they'd still be able to make top cut. Top cut being a top 8 cut. Looks like we do have the Demona coming down, drawing 2 cards. Green-blue, Will not being able to draw any. And dropping the Skater. Interesting choice not to draw with the Madam M Elephant, opting to play that Skater instead. Again, just trying to get that lore. With so little time on the clock, you've got to decide, am I going to play for the win or am I going to play for the draw? Because that's what you're trying to figure out at this point. With this much time on the clock, you have to Cody has to decide, do I want the draw? Do I want the win? Is it possible for me to get one or the other? And you have to decide that route while also not being the kind of person that forces a draw because you play so slow on purpose because you recognize how much time is left. So I think Cody opting to play that Madam M Skater, saying I need to get the lore going. I need to play cards that do something for me. And Madam M Skater being able to quest for 1 is doing something for him. We see the 1-cost Clarabelle come down, Cinderella coming down, and then possibly the shift here? Question mark? No shift. I wonder what is in Will's hand because he is just not doing a lot, but he's been able to dig for so much. So Cody able now to just, looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hades on the Cinderella, drawing 2. So I think we're about to see your welcome come down here. Where's the Madam M Elephant? Yeah, he is running 2 of them in his list. If we look at the list really quick, Madam M Tiny Adversary 2. Oh, wait. He is not running Madam M Elephant. So that is something to note. He is not running Madam M Elephant in his list, but we do see a genie coming down. Oh, interesting. So they were, when I'd asked if they wanted to be on stream, one of them was a little hesitant. I wonder if that's because they're like, I wonder if they might have just drawn if they weren't on stream. I wonder if that's what might have happened if I hadn't asked them to be on stream. That's why they were hesitant. So, but we do see Cody dropping a Hades plus Genie, and this is a rough spot because Will, again, he has the Prince Philip. So if he has 9, okay, we see the Clarabelle come down, and then are we going to see a double Your Welcome here? Because his other option would, his other option would have been to sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary with the Cinderella and then play the Prince Philip to clear the board. Okay, Malicious, Mean, and Scary, singing. And then does he also have 9 for the Prince Philip? I think he does. I think he does have 9 for the Prince Philip. And if he does, that may be game. We'll see. That would explain why he did let the Hades draw two cards. Zoo, are you from the... I believe both of these people are from the Philly area. Are you from the Philly area as well? He does? Okay. All right. Oh, he does not have as much ink as I thought he did. I thought Will had a lot more ink. I do not believe the 6 is accurate as far as his ink goes, but I did think he had more. So Clarabelle is able to challenge into Demona or possibly play your welcome on something that quests for 2. He does take the Demona out. New Jersey? Okay. Okay, looks like they're making a couple changes. Zoo with the great sideline reporting. I know, I love it. I love it. So I am confused here. His Clarabelle still has 5 damage on it, but I think he changed his mind for Clarabelle to take out Madame M's Skater, so it'd be no damage. Okay, all right. Okay, they've got it. They're on top of this. So, okay. So he can ready all his characters now. Cody is representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board to go to 15 or 14 if he does not quest with the genie, and instead, ooh, the Hades comes down. Really big deal here. Hades able to draw him 2 cards, not wanting to get rid of that Clarabelle. Hey, what's going on, Tintin? How are you, man? Yeah, it's been a while. Everything's going well. We have the Safari Zone Build-A-K event today. So going into round 5, a really close match between Purple Steel and Green Blue here. Apparently 2 friends that carpool together here and from New Jersey. So really close match. Cody representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on board. Representing 9 on board, but he has 4 characters that have 1 damage. So if Prince Philip comes down, Prince Philip, of course, being able to take out all those characters with damage, we see the Hades comes down. Hades able to then put that genie into the inkwell, and it looks like we've most likely gone to time at this point. I know my clock is normally not exact, so it's safe to assume we are on turns or close to turns at this point. So at this point, Will is simply fighting for draw because there's no way he can win it, but he can certainly draw. And Cody does have a plethora of cards in his hand to be able to do very nasty things. He does trade that Clarabelle into Hades, just trying to slow his opponent down a little bit. Cody now only representing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on board with a good sized hand at his disposal. We see Cheshire Cat going to be able to move. Oh, but the Demona is not able to ready. He has too many cards in his hand. So Demona not able to ready because of Daybreak. So really impactful there. Was not even considering how many cards in his hand. So really big deal there. And yep, so they did catch it. I'm not sure who took the win, so I'm going to go ask how that ended. If they drew, or if Will just conceded. So stand by. And we're going to get the mobile cam up as well when we go out there. So let's get that up. That's a terrible face for me. I had to put my jacket on. It got cold, guys. All right. And thank you very much. Great comment. I appreciate that. Man, I didn't realize you guys carpooled together. They were, somebody was in the chat, Zoo Arcade, something along those lines, but I don't know, local to you guys, I think, because he was giving us all the sideline, like, yeah, these guys carpooled together, they're great players, like, yeah. Did you end up taking it then? Or? Yeah, okay, yeah. So, that
was a wild game. Like that was, yeah, that was game 3. You were just digging, digging, and couldn't find
he
it.
was like, oh my god, I can't get it.
Yeah.
And then when he finally got into the Hades, it was too late.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
So
I learned earlier that Hades would have destroyed me.
yeah, yeah. So really good game, gentlemen. Thank you. So.
Diana says you figured out your sun shield issue.
Yeah, we sat next to each other for 3 rounds. So we
Yeah. Figured out my sun shield. To like hold it up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Double-sided Velcro pads.
Oh, that would work. Yeah, that would work really well.
$2 at Dollar General.
Okay. All right. I like that. I'll have to tell her thank you. So, did he say next pairings are up? Okay. All right. All right. Oh my God! It's my mobile charger. I was looking for this. Angel brought it to me. So, all right, we're up to the next round already. So let's see what we got here. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Jason. I haven't had Najee or Adam, I don't think. Yeah, I think they're talking out draws. All right. Yeah, it looks like they're talking out draws, so we might not have a top cut, so to speak. Well, we would have a top cut, but most likely they're all going to split in top cut. So. So that's what they're figuring out right now is how they're going to play. But yes, the purple steel player did take that match. So. Yeah.
From your experience, how do you lock a draw? And do you hit all 3 or just the 1? So I've seen it go.
I think you can just hit the 1.
Okay.
Yeah, and submit. Yeah.
I don't think it matters who wins, but I've seen people hit like all 3 ties. And I think
you can. Yeah, I think either way it's fine. So, but. Do what? The winning end table? Guess where you guys are going? You good with that? You guys all right with that? All right, cool. All right, we got a winning end table going on the feature, guys. All right. All right, we'll set it up. I know one of them's on purple steel. I'm not sure what the other one's on. So we'll figure that out when we get going. But hopefully my audio is on this time and not off like it was last time. So when they get over here, I'll get their names. One of them's going to be a local, Najee. He is the founder of Team Incognito. So looks like he will be on blue. And we'll see how it goes.
I needed people to play.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, so they needed to play, and then the next one, he wanted to draw, but the other one wants to play. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's off a tiebreaker, so it's like if somebody could get through.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Hey, you can do whichever, man. You can use your own mat or this one. It's up to you. And then what was your name, sir? Adam. Pleasure. Cody, thank you for being here. I'm going to go get this set up, and then I'll come back out and explain it real quick. All right, we've got Adam versus Najee, the winning in. There's actually 3 tables right now that are still playing. There's 3 tables right now that are still playing, and so only 3 tables actually drew. So it's actually a really interesting day. It's gonna be, yeah, it's a big deal. And then yeah, like I was saying, one table they could have drawn, but one of the players doesn't want to draw. He wants to play because, and yeah, I have a lot of love for that. So just play, enjoy the game, all that good stuff. So okay, so he said his name was Adam. So we'll get that added. Adam Najee. There we go. I think that's right. Okay, bear with me. I'm going to go explain things to them, and we'll get started. Let's see how it goes. The winning in table. Okay. So, Najee, you're blue. Adam, you're red. You got your ink right here, and then your lore on the outside. Yeah, no. You're not mic'd up, so you can say whatever you want. You can use your own dice, use the big dice, do whatever you want. Cool? All right. Enjoy the game, guys.
All right, let's rock and roll, guys. My wife has not texted me once today. For top 8, yep. So here's this one. I think it did get out of order a little bit. You're welcome. By the way, who helped you mark the colors on the top?
I did.
You know you have some that are like,
yes.
It's okay. Yeah, you threw me for a headache like no other.
You're welcome.
All right, let's see. So we've got the game going. I'm going to change the time a little bit to 53. Bang, bang. Okay. My wife has not texted me once today to ask how I'm doing. What a bully. Okay. It's all right. I'll text her. Oh, thank you. I'm doing very well. I hope you're doing all right as well. We're having a good time. We're commentating. Apparently, I'm doing okay with it, so I appreciate that. And yeah, we're having a good time. I'm glad as many people showed up as they did, and yeah, hopefully more people continue to show up. We made this one a little bit cheaper. Instead of $50, they make it $30. If we would have had 100 people show up, then it would have been a 6K event, which is pretty wild for $30 entry fee. So, but yeah, I'm happy with 48, and we're building back up, especially 48, considering that it's the day after Thanksgiving. Hey, Os. Nope, I do not. I'm just Safari Zone is the store. It's owned by Angel and Dan, and they just sponsor me to play. And then I also get to, cast events that we do here. So I can bring in my own equipment and cast and stuff and do all that fun stuff. So I just have I kind of run the Lorcana scene for Safari Zone down south as far as Delaware goes, between Born to Game and all those other stores. But we do have a Sapphire Steel versus Purple Steel match, and this is our first Sapphire Steel that we've seen today. So gonna be really interesting how this goes. Again, remember, Sapphire Steel was that deck that people were kind of like, oh no, the big bag deck, this is going to be the best deck in the format. It's going to own everything and just dominate the field. And it's kind of disappeared. If we look at, I'll kind of pull it back up again a little for a second. If we look, this is the overall breakdown. We only had 6 Sapphire Steels show up. So not a lot of Sapphire Steels in total. So, Purple Steel being the top with 11 though. So, I should not have taken OTK to CCQ, but with 52 people on, would have been napped. Yeah. It didn't go well then, man. I'm sorry to hear that. So, looks like we do have an issue on the board. He played Sail. We do have an issue on the board, and I'm not sure what exactly happened. He played Sail, and now he has 2 cards in hand. Maybe drew 2 off of Sail, so we do have a judge call going on. Vince is on the job, kind of looking at what's going on here. There's a lot up for grabs here. So we do have 48 people, so the prize pool is, what's up? Yep, it is 1440. So divide that by 8, $180 if they all just split. So if they play it out, like, there's quite a bit of money up for grabs here. So we'll see what the outcome of the judge call is. I wish they were mic'd up right now. Looks like they're still trying to figure out exactly what happened here. Okay, so looks like played Sail and did the develop action instead of Sail. Ah, okay. Okay. All right. So looks like Vince kind of. We'll ask Vince later. We'll get Vince on again. Kind of ask him what happened with that one and see why he kind of made the choice he made. And this time I won't have him muted, so we can actually listen to what he has to say this time. Yeah. I know. But okay. So 3 of my matches were purple steel today. So does the OTK deck do okay into purple steel, or is it still just as bad as Brainiac? That's the question for you, B-Hero. You and your name changes. All right, Najee's back on it. We see the Calhoun come down, so that just some safe lore going on, right? And I don't know if Najee is on the Timothy Q mouse package, so without being on the Timothy Q mouse package, then that turn 2 Calhoun probably still just as good as any other turn 2 that you might have overall. Black Heron only questing for 1, of course. So I think Calhoun, good option here. It prevents him from being able to turn Cinderella sideways if he does go turn 3 Cinderella. And he does go turn 3 Cinderella, so he does have what he needs to see here. Just now, not going to be able to turn sideways without using it to sing Zeus on Calhoun and giving that free 2 lore. Like, so you'd have to choose, do I take out whatever 3-cost character Najee plays, or do I take out the Calhoun that trades for free into the Cinderella? We do see the Lexington come down, so Najee with a good, clean 1, 2, 3 that doesn't feel bad. Like, it definitely gives you healthy characters to be able to quest. Not that Lexington's going to be able to sing strength the next turn, possibly remove something. So we'll kind of see how things develop. But Blue Steel being able to go 2, 4, 6, if he drops Namari, Tinkerbell here, or any of those other cards, Jasmine even would be a fine draw here. Goliath. So we do see the Namari. Namari is going to start letting him filter, as well as he can ramp again with the Cinderella this turn. So again, seeing the power of these packages that do run the Heavy Princess line to benefit that Cinderella. So now you can go 2, 4, 5 drop, and then you could play a Vincenzo on his next turn, which isn't the worst thing in the world. No, just as bad. Oh, how many people were at the CCQ that you were at today? With 52 of them being on purple steel. As Adam passes it back to Najee, and we'll see how Najee responds here, inking to play Genie. So a very clean, just 1, 2, 3, 4, and now can decide, do I start questing here? Do I wait? If he has something like a Strength and a Raging Fire, it might be worth holding on, 240. So we'll kind of see how things develop, but this is definitely This is definitely, I think, in Adam's ball. I think this is Adam's ball field right now. Like, I think that he is in a position that he wants to be. Purple Steel did not go super fast. Remember, Purple Steel, a big reason they shifted to the Timothy Q Mouse plus Tinkerbell is because of Blue Steel. It let them go under Blue Steel. And now I think we're about to see Vincenzo come down. Oh, man, Vincenzo coming down to blow up that Calhoun. And then now what needs to happen is Adam needs to find a way to answer the Genie. And are we going to see a Thunderbolt come down here to take out Genie? If we do, oh no. We see the Thunderbolt come down on the Genie singing Thunderbolt, hurling that Thunderbolt over at the Genie, and Genie disappearing in a puff of smoke. Meanwhile, Namari able to just take out the Palace Guard for free, and leaving Najee at 1 card on board with only 4 lore or 4 ink, and Adam able to now quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 next turn. One thing to note, Adam does have a reversed. He's on Adam's stuff is wrong. He does have zero lore and all the ink, so doing okay there. So just keep that in mind that he does have his stuff slightly reversed. All right, so we see Hades coming down. He opts to let him draw 2 with the Hades, saying, I need to keep these characters down. That Vincenzo being able to quest for 3 is just such a good way to catch back up, especially when Najee is only on 4 lore. Vincenzo coming in, if he quests this turn, he already has more lore than the Purple Steel player when all we did for the first 3 turns was ramp. I do need to fix this, so let me fix this. This is round 6. All right, we'll see how Adam responds to this turn. Definitely looking rough for the Purple Steel player, though. Oh, another Vincenzo coming down to blow up the Lexington. Now able to quest for 5 very safely here. Oh, and singing Beyond the Horizon, making him discard all of those cards. I believe what looks like 5 cards that he had in 4 cards in hand. So losing that resource battle now. And then Namari can just quest for 2 here, getting you on the board. And things are looking very good here. That Beyond the Horizon being such a good card when you can ramp so fast to your Hades, to your Vincenzos, and then Hades and Vincenzo both being able to sing Beyond the Horizon on their own. A card that we didn't see a lot of in recent sets, even though it has been out for a while. If you remember Sing Together 7, choose any number of players, they discard their hands and draw 3 cards each. So when you can sing that with 1 character, keep all that lore available, most likely letting you play another character minimum, it doesn't feel too bad. Now, Najee is able to come down with 2 Diablos and a Genie, so pretty good way to refill your hand, seeing as how those Diablos are going to refill things. But Adam is on 2 lore. He's questing for 6, 7, 8 this turn to go up to 10, and he can just ignore Najee. Najee's only questing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that 5 taking him to 9. Adam can just play a card, quest out, and just ignore anything that Najee's trying to do. So we'll kind of see if he goes that route or if he's really worried about that Hades. Hey, Mike, so it was the Purple Steel player. So I believe that was Cody won that match. I believe it was Cody, the Purple Steel player, with 66 cards. Oh, a spooky sight comes, or a sudden scare comes down, sending that Genie to the Inkwell, and then the top card of the deck sending it to the Inkwell. He does decide to send the Namari into the Hades, says, I'm not going to take any chances whatsoever. Quest for 3 with Vincenzo, going up to 7, and Najee sees the writing on the wall and says, that's enough of this. I'm just going to take it on the play and go to the next game. So Adam taking game 1 in this win and in game. We do have one player that's gone undefeated. Royce went undefeated with his blue or green yellow dogs list, 5-0, and then going to draw out the next two. And he's the only undefeated player, if I remember correctly. I think his opponent had a draw already, was 4-0-1 or 4-1-0 and drew. So Royce on dogs going into top cut on the play feels pretty good if you are the aggro player, if I do say so myself. I hate playing dogs. I hate playing against dogs is what I will say. Luckily, it's not a very popular deck still, but I think it's in such a good position still in the meta overall. All right. Let's see how this one goes for us. I think one of my favorite things, when I was getting everything ready earlier, people thought that I was not going to be casting. I was going to be playing today and then just have the stream up and just have the players mic'd, which is something I did think about. And I guess I'll ask you guys, what is your opinion of that? Do you like events being casted, or would you rather hear the players playing? I guess a lot of it probably depends on the caster, so the truth here might really hurt my feelings, but that's okay. I'd rather have the truth. Because that is something that could happen in the future, is we just mic the games, no caster, and then everyone could play. So, but I am curious what you guys think, because I remember Spessy had a match that he had the players mic'd with no caster, and I thought that was okay to play as well. You just have to have people on the table that do talk to each other. I think if you had a game that was both players mic'd up, then if you had someone like Ed Chu sitting there, there wouldn't be a lot going on because Ed doesn't say a lot when he plays. We do see the battle of the one-drops, though. We see Najee playing Diablo turn 1 into a Captain Hook into a Calhoun, which is an excellent 2-drop in this situation, because previously Captain Hook could have traded into Diablo with no issue, but now with that Calhoun, there's now an issue, because Calhoun just trades cleanly and easily to also gain that 2 lore. So Calhoun putting in a lot of work here, so you're able to get that extra lore gain from that Diablo. Diablo, we'll see how long he stays on the board and just continues to get lore. Most likely, we're looking at a minimum of 3 lore from just the Diablo. But we do see the sale into develop, an excellent start for Adam. It's same thing we saw last game, where he was able to do that same exact thing of sale into develop, just letting him filter his hand for cards that he wants to have, right? It doesn't filter your hand in the sense that you get to discard a card, but it lets you pull in cards that you really want to see that are going to help the matchup. We do see very similar game. Najee goes 1-drop into Diablo, into Calhoun, into the Lexington. And again, just the 1, 2, 3. We'll see if it makes a different kind of impact this game, because it can just be a slow start. And unfortunately, Adam able to see that pivotal 2-4-6 line again, where he just plays the ramp on turn 2 into the Cinderella on turn 3, putting him up to 6 ink going into his turn 4. And I do appreciate the feedback. I like the casting. I like the outside perspective. All right, and then I think it depends on how bad you want to play. Yeah, and I think maybe one of these days, like, knowing that we can just mic them up lets me have the freedom of just, if I want to play, I can, kind of thing. But I enjoy casting. Casting is something that I do thoroughly enjoy. I think it's a fun time. I highly encourage anyone to give it a try if they ever have the opportunity. So, just a lot of setup. And if you're spoiled, though, and have someone else that's able to set it all up for you and run the stuff in the background, then definitely cast. because the hardest part of casting, in my opinion, is all of the logistics of it. So, but things are going well. We saw that Najee was able to sing that Strength of a Raging Fire, take out the Cinderella, and we see an Ink Runner coming down. So an Ink Runner, a rather spicy card. Ink Runner, of course, giving one of your characters alert, which is incredibly important when your opponent has a genie down. But then it doesn't matter anymore because we just go ahead and sudden scare that genie anyway. So sudden scare coming in, letting him have the ability, that card, put chosen character into the player's inkwell face down. That player puts the top card of their deck into their inkwell face down. So now Purple Steel has a lot of ink to play with. So it's not a spooky sight, but that is a lot of ink that Najee can potentially impact the board with if he has the cards to do that. If he's able to go something like spam the board, play Doc. Instead, spam the board, play Dumbo. Dumbo, also a great way to be able to draw cards. But Adam is going into turn 7. Vincenzo is a really good way to answer a Dumbo. So let's see how things go here now. So let's see, is he able to respond with that Vincenzo? If he's able to answer that Dumbo, he's still in a very good spot to be able to win this game. But that Dumbo, being able to draw him that extra card while gaining a lore would hurt. But he does get the Hades coming down. Hades, of course, throwing a card into your opponent's inkwell. And you got, yep, and then we see the Dumbo go goodbye. The 9th wonder of the universe is the 9th wonder of the inkwell at this point. So Hades, now, though, one thing that we do have to worry about if you are Najee is what we saw last game, where that 7-cost character is able to sing that Beyond the Horizon. So what can happen here is Adam is now able to challenge the Diablo with the Captain Hook and then use Hades to sing Beyond the Horizon. But it looks like Najee might only be on 1 card in hand. So we'll see how this turns out. Opting to not quest with the Calhoun, just keeping that stuff readied, because if your opponent does challenge into the Diablo to make you draw a card, ooh, we do see the Tinkerbell, and Tinkerbell is going to be very bothersome for Purple Steel. Definitely going to impact how you can make your future turns and how you go about acting these next turns out. Not able to answer the, and then also he is able to answer the genie because of that Ink Runner. Ink Runner, of course, giving your characters alert on your turn. He has to find Strength of a Raging Fire at this point. If we do not find a Strength of a Raging Fire, it's going to be a rather difficult position. And we do see the Beyond the Horizon, so we see that just like we were talking about before, we're able to get that 7-cost character down and then sing Beyond the Horizon to refill your hand and kind of just really turn the tides, because at this point you have all of those cards in your hand, you have all of the ink you need, you can start playing anything you want. So, and then when we have that Tinkerbell down, Najee just not able to turn things sideways anymore. All right, well, we do see the Thunderbolt come down. Calhoun taking out the Hades so he can gain at least the 2 lore, and we'll kind of see how he's able to go from there and possibly turn things around, but not being able to turn sideways. So he does decide to take the draw from the Dumbo, saying, I just need to find something, which isn't the worst thing in the world, because by taking the draw with Dumbo, yes, Tinkerbell can remove the Dumbo, but the Tinkerbell cannot remove the other 2 characters. So you don't have to necessarily worry so much about that 2 damage. You can just continue to develop your board. And then also, Tinkerbell, by removing the Dumbo, the Tinkerbell is going to be susceptible to that Calhoun. So now Calhoun is going to be able to take out that Tinkerbell and gain you 2 lore. So we'll see what Adam does here. If he's able to answer, yep, and that's a pretty great way to no longer have to worry about anything Purple Steel might do. We see the Spooky Sight come down, clearing all characters with 3 that cost 3 or less and sending them to the inkwell. And I think that, ladies and gentlemen, might just be the game, unfortunately. Tinkerbell, of course, coming in, removing that Dumbo. Cheshire Cat coming down. At this point, Najee has to find a dock. Otherwise, his win and in is unfortunately not going to be an in. And this is the position that you just do not want purple, like you do not want to be in against blue steel, where you're only playing 1 card per turn, and every card that blue steel plays is a monster that removes something. So Najee just with all the ink in the world and just nothing to do with it. Vincenzo comes down, deal 3 damage because why not? And I appreciate that very much, Shadow. Thank you so much for those words. So it would mean the world. Follows and likes, subscribes, all that stuff. It does mean a lot. I do appreciate that. Speaking of which, shout out to Ivan and Boozing Panda for the recent follows. Thank you so much for choosing to be here today for the stream. This is, again, this is round 6 before Top Cut. This is the win and in. I do not know if the players are going to split or not, how that's going to turn out. With a lower prize pool, I'd imagine they're going to probably play it out to top 4 at least and see how things go from there. But we'll kind of see how things go. But it looks like Najee has decided enough's enough. There's no coming back from this one. A valiant effort, but again, Purple Steel, without that Timothy Q mouse package of those evasives and everything, it can be a pretty tough go for the deck to be able to go under them, especially when they're able to see such strong lines of 2, 4, 6. They play their 7 drop the next turn. They sing the Beyond the Horizon the turn after that. Just a tough go. So what we can do, I'll get the mobile cam up. We'll go around, see what's happening out there and what's going on. All right, we'll get this. This is the breakdown of what was at the event, if you guys wanted to see that while I get the mobile cam going. Let's turn these on. Hope everyone's having a great Saturday. We've had a ton of Lorcana to watch recently, which has been really exciting between DLC Singapore and the CCQs in Europe. Just a metric ton of Lorcana to watch, which has been really great. And all right. Sorry, yes. If I misspoke there, I do apologize. Blue Steel did win the match against Purple Steel. And there is the mobile cam. So let's unmute and see what's going on out here. Do some player interviews, maybe talk to somebody. Oh, we'll talk to Vince. Is this on? It is on. We'll talk to Vince and see how he made that judge call. And we won't have him muted this time. Whew. 2, 4, 6 is pretty good.
You see game 1?
Yeah.
Game 1 get everything.
I know. Yeah.
You saying Beyond, I was like, all right, that's it.
Yeah, and then seeing Beyond twice is pretty impactful. So, but no, it's a good game, gentlemen. So, all right, let's find Vince. You are not muted this time.
I'm not muted this time?
You're not. I almost feel like I should hang on. You might not be on either. Oh, is it about to tell me the battery's dead? Nope, there we go. Okay. All right. So.
Check, 1, 2.
I know. I almost wonder.
Maybe it's me. Maybe it's my
fault. Oh, no. It was 100% my fault. So,
sweet.
Okay. So let's go ahead, switch back to this, make sure everything's working. I almost want to run. Okay, we're gonna stand by because I want to make sure you're not muted this time. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna run back here. I'm gonna make sure that you're not muted. I just want to make sure that when we interview the judge again that he's not muted. So let me know if he's muted or not. Can you guys? He is not muted, so you guys should be able to hear him. Okay. Oh.
Can we hear me? Sweet.
Yeah, you're not muted. It's actually moving this time. So
Okay.
we'll watch the chat for a second, though. Well, you should probably be out there in case there's a judge call. Yeah.
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 All right.
No one's saying you're muted, so I think
Sweet.
we're okay. We hear everything. Okay. See, now I have PTSD.
we have confirmation now.
Okay. All right. So we'll start with this. So Vince Judge here.
Hi.
We'll start with the most recent game. There was a judge call.
Yes.
It was sale develop. How did that come? What was your choice and why you resolved it that way?
So basically what had happened was, from what I determined from the research that I did, the questions I asked was a hidden information error.
Yeah.
They looked at the top 2 cards when they did sale. Both players agreed that the 2 cards in question were the 2 cards from the sale. As I was going through, the player was like, I'm going to ink and play develop. Because I was asking him what was on the bottom. Has anything happened in the game before? I looked at his hand, saw the line of play. I was just like, okay, so you're going to see this second card anyway. I'm still going to give you the warning for the hidden information error because you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But your play line is I'm playing develop.
Yeah.
So instead of having you shuffle, having you change something, either gaining an advantage from now that card is gone, you just had the foreknowledge beforehand.
Yeah.
So that's how I decided to do it. I tried to shy away from shuffling as much as possible because people who know that rule will then just, oh, look, I looked at 2, and then like have it shuffle away.
Yeah.
So like, it's one of those things because of the circumstance, because of that line of play, they were playing develop anyway. They were going to see the card. I gave them the warning, put the card on top, let the play continue without a shuffle.
All right. So other things we talked earlier when you were muted, you talked about some interesting judge calls. You were talking about the boost mechanic coming up quite a bit today. So what was that?
So for that one, the one boost mechanic call I got was somebody under the seed while a boost character was boosted. They went to go put it under, and then they were like, "Wait a minute, I have to." So they called me over, and it was okay. You can still rearrange everything for the under the sea, but you can't look at the cards that are face down that you are rearranging. Then everything goes to the bottom.
Yeah.
So like it's one of those weird instances where if a boosted card goes to a hidden zone, like your Inkwell or your deck, you cannot look at those boosted cards.
Yeah.
So whenever you get Hades, whenever you get Under the Seed, whenever you get your Welcomed, you have to just flip the card, shuffle.
Yeah.
Like you don't get to see what you didn't know.
Yeah.
Now, if it goes to the discard, that is a face-up zone. If it goes to your hand, well, you kind of have to look at the cards in your hand. It's pretty awkward to pick up the boost character and show your opponent what the boost was. So you kind of have to flip that one around.
Okay. Since we last talked, any interesting judge calls? Or
since we last talked, no. Just because they didn't hear me, highlighting Rapunzel and Hercules and their interactions is really interesting.
Yeah.
So like there was one where there was a Tiana in play. There was a Raja bodyguard in play, which was supported by a Rapunzel, and then he passed, and his opponent had had a the 0-1 Diablo in play, plays Lumiere, breaks the shield with the Diablo.
Yeah.
Taking he plays Headless Horseman, kills the Tiana, breaks the shield with the Diablo, hits it with Hercules. Then Sisu can now hit for free. It was just a really beautiful sequence of just like how to navigate stacking triggers and bodyguards and Tiana stuff. It even if he didn't have the Horseman, he was kind of
SOL
on that one. But yeah, like it was just like those beautiful intricacies of like trying to layer protections in Amber, because now you have it with bodyguard, you have it with Tiana, you have it with Rapunzel, and that shield has come up at least twice today where they're like, hey, what happened here? And they're just like, well, candle math says this Diablo can remove it. And because contrary to popular belief, 0 is not damage.
Yes. Yes. And we recently found that out, right?
0 is a pile, but 0 is not damage.
Correct. So interesting Rapunzel math, which I think is something that we expected to see quite a bit.
Yeah,
I think we will continue to see.
The one card in the room I said I didn't see today was Black Cauldron. I really feel like people are sleeping on that card.
Yeah.
Like
Okay.
the second sentence says cast cards from under here, not
Mhm.
just one. You can tap it and cast anything you've put under the cauldron. That's it.
Correct.
Like,
Yeah.
So it's just like I really feel like there's some explosive plays that you can make with cauldron, but nobody's exploring it yet.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be excited when I start having to rule on cauldrons.
Yeah. Well, you heard it there, ladies and gentlemen. Cauldron's probably like a $2 legendary right now. So buy them now while they're hot.
Yeah.
So
Heard it here first, but I didn't tell you to do it.
yeah. One question I asked you earlier that I thought was a good question because, I mean, maybe people want to get into judging and stuff, but they're also competitive players like you are yourself. Why do you judge versus play?
So I'm big on growing the community and to host bigger events. Once you get to 50, 60, 70 player events, you want somebody in the judges spot that knows the game, plays the game, knows what they're doing. A lot of store owners or store tournament runners, they can't play every game because they're running numerous different tournaments. So you need somebody from the community that's willing to step up and take these spots. So I kind of split the difference when I do it. So like there's two organizations that I judge for. So I judge here at Safari Zone. I judge for TFM when they do their event in Philly. But anything larger, like if I want to go to CCS, if I want to go to Ink Inc., I'm going to play, not asked to judge in those events. So I kind of have to pick and choose which ones I want to judge, which ones I want to compete in, and just have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, I love it. I mean, it's what it's about. Trading card games in general. How do we have fun, but also get that competitive nature under control, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I like it, man. So, well, going into top 8, you think people are go after this one, top 8.
After this round, top 8.
I think we have a couple games left. What do you think? Are they going to draw? Or are they going to play it out?
Well, we had our number 1 seed play round 5 to make sure he gets there. Like I had conversations with him. He's like, I need to have first seed.
Yep.
So he has first seed now, which I suspect we're going to see at least one round.
Yeah, I do too. I think we'll at least take it to top 4, and probably split after that. But we'll see. When you're a dogs player and you're first seed, it's really hard to go along with.
unless he doesn't feel confident, and I think the only thing he wouldn't feel confident into right now is purple steel.
Yeah, exactly. So
it's just like if he knows his opponent's not purple steel and he has play draw advantage, he's probably going to do it.
Yeah, I think so as well.
And if he doesn't, then we all, including everybody in chat, will make fun of him viciously. And we'll tag him on all the socials, be like, why didn't you play? You ruined my entertainment. And then we'll just go from there.
There we go. Well, sweet. Well,
yeah, I'll get you the deck list too when the top 8 starts, and then we'll pick which one you guys want to see.
Sweet.
So I don't know if chat wants to vote on it.
Yeah. We'll chat when we have the top 8 breakdown. We will vote, and you guys will.
You
pick
can actually look at the deck list up there. We have 6 of them checked and ready to go. We're waiting on the last 2, but you can at least see what we got.
Meyer Madness. So you can just Google Meyer Madness on Twitch and YouTube. So. Oh, all right. Good. Thanks. So sweet. All right. So yeah, we will let you guys know. I'll go grab the 6 right now. So, yeah, we'll move on. So, thanks, Vince. All right. This time he wasn't muted. Hopefully you guys could hear him. So I'm just gonna pull this down. Looks like we have the top 8 as well. So we have dogs. We have dogs. We have green, blue. So dogs, green, blue, red, purple, purple, steel, and blue, green. So 2 green, blues, 1 red, purple, 1 dogs, 2 purple, steels so far, and we're still waiting on 2 more to find out who our last 2 in top 8 are going to be. So we'll see. So that's what you have to choose. That's what you have to choose from right now. Here's our breakdown. So if they play it out, if they go to the top 8 split, we're looking at 180. Top 4 splits 288. You're good, man. Then 576, 288, 144s, 72 for 5th through 8th. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. I know. But look at this young buck behind you, making you carry everything. Man. Yeah. Uh-huh. All right. I'm going to check the chat to see if it's actually working that time. Okay. Is that guy from Discord top 8, the black code? Okay, hang on. What's going on? Didn't hear. Mark, I swear to God, if it was muted. See, it definitely wasn't muted because you have no idea how sad I would be if he was actually muted the whole time. Like, if you guys had just gaslighted me this whole time and told me that he was muted, I would have felt so bad after having him talk again. We are okay. Let's see. Purple Steel. We hear everything. Hollywood tier production. Oh man, thanks a lot. Great judge. Go to judge. Final boss of judges. Oh my God, he's getting all the love. I need a picture of Vince in the Pete game referee stance so I can replace my Pete's. Okay, we can do that. The boost ruling with Under the Sea is very interesting. I wouldn't have thought about that. Yeah, it definitely is. It really is an interesting choice. So, or a really interesting ruling how that works. And one that I did not know until actually the other night, and Vince was the one that let me know. What is the judge's favorite deck to play? I will go ask him. He is a diehard red-blue player, though. That's what he played for the longest time from set like 3 till it rotated out. But I do not know what his favorite deck to play right now is. But I think it is red-blue again. So I'll go ahead and ask. He's definitely one of my favorite players in the local area. So, like, in the sense that he's all about the community. He's one of the players that, like me, when we win our mats at set champs, when we win our first mat, after that we don't win any more mats. We play jank, or we just play to top 8 and then drop, and that way other people can have that advantage. And I have nothing against people who do play for the mats, because you sell them to buy more cards. You like to collect all of them, like Pokemon cards. That's perfectly fine. Like, but that's just how we choose to do it. And because Vince also does it that way, I just have a lot of respect for him for doing that. But let me ask Vince what his favorite deck is this set to play, and yeah, we'll do that because he's just chilling right now. Chat wants to know what your favorite deck is this set. Yeah.
So at my I get this back.
Yeah, you know, where's Angel at?
Yeah, right. Like, I'm almost like wondering which specific chatter asked this question. So my heart is always going to be red blue, but I've been enjoying Ruby Amethyst right now. Mm-hmm. But yeah, red blue is back.
Yeah.
It still loses to aggro hard. Dogs really just runs me over. But I've really been in. Oh, and green purple kind of beats up on my red blue deck a lot. But if I don't face any of those, red blue's best deck.
There we go. Just dodge most of the rules.
Yeah. Just dodge green purple and dodge green yellow, and you're fine.
Yeah. There you go. I mean, what more could you ask for?
What more could you do?
I mean, there's only one green purple player here today. So.
Yeah, see? If I would have dodged them, and but there's a dogs player in first place. So
there's a dogs player in first place, and surprisingly a lot of aggro. So 5 Amber Steel players, and then 2.
I'm just glad I get to sleeve up red blue again.
Yeah, there you go. See? I sleeved it up the other day for stream.
Yeah.
I had a lot to say about that.
Oh, did you? I still haven't watched it back. Because Thanksgiving was coming up. I need to go back and watch that.
Yeah.
Apparently, you made some really fun misplays.
I did. Well, our first match, it was just completely decimated. And I said, Vince gets one more game, and we're done with Red Blue for tonight.
Yeah.
And we ended up playing like 4 more, and I think I went 3-3 for the night. So
if I were to give a serious answer, like Ruby Amethyst right now is really strong. Like you just you feel like you're in control of a lot of games, especially against dogs if you can avoid them getting turn 3 Chromacon. But I kind of want to see, because like everybody's been telling me today that Blurple won Singapore. Blurple won Singapore, and I'm like, 1, isn't that best of 1?
It is.
2,
well,
let me see the list.
It was best of 3.
It was best of 3 when they got to the top
8 was best of 3.
Oh, well, that's
so,
good at
yes.
least. Yeah, so like I want to see that list to see if there's anything spicy. Just because I kind of enjoyed playing Blurple the one set chance I played it in because I swore off the best deck in the meta.
Yeah.
Until I played you and you yelled at me. So yeah, I kind of want to see what Blurple's trying to do, but I've been having so much fun playing Ruby Amethyst and Red Blue. And if I were to take a deck safe for serious, I would take, especially if the meta around you is Purple Steel, Ruby Amethyst is the
Pretty
deck
good.
I would play.
Yeah. Okay, sweet. Well, thank you again.
Yeah.
I'll let you know if they have any more questions.
Yeah, sweet.
Next time I want to know who's asking them.
Okay. I'll figure that out. There's a Mark guy I get back. He was muted the whole time. I was like, I swear to God. And then other people had joined in.
Yeah.
They were trying to gaslight me. And I was like, guys, I'll cry. I'll cry. All right, looks like we'll have some Blurple in top 8. So this is what I should have had on feature match. Too spicy list. Yeah. I think it's still just a very unexplored thing. Like
Every single set this week a little bit of support.
Yep, they do.
It's only a matter of time. It's good.
Taking off? Oh, okay. All right.
Oh, that was good. I like that.
So you're gonna be the Magic the Gathering does this thing.
It's not gonna be me, but there is somebody here that it's gonna be. They've already announced it.
Oh, that's not gonna split. Yeah. Okay.
I don't think it will.
Yeah.
But it's not gonna be me.
Yeah.
Although I feel like if there were ever a day where I should say no,
It's
this
the
is
day.
probably a good day. But yeah, I'm gonna let somebody else be the bad guy, and then I'll just keep playing.
Yeah. Do you know the Magic the Gathering thing?
No.
Like, so apparently in Magic the Gathering, they'll do a thing where they give 2 lands. It's a mountain and a forest. And if you give them to each player, and they have to hand them back, and they don't tell you. So here, a fire energy and a leaf energy. So what's going to happen is the judge is going to hand out the fire and the leaf energy to each player, and then the players will hand them both back. Correct? One back, and if they're all leaf energies, then it'll split. But if one person hands back a fire energy, then no split.
Right.
So that way, no one has to feel bad. No one has to be bullied. No one can be bullied into it. I love it. I think that's the way that split should always be determined.
For sure.
So people don't feel pressure.
That's the friendliest way to do it.
Yeah,
I agree.
So.
Because the pressure is real. Nobody wants to quote unquote be that person. But also, if you feel like you have an edge or you played all day to get to where you're at, then you want to be able to make those decisions comfortably without.
Oh yeah. No, I certainly agree. So, because So instead of myself, I agree. Like that way, yeah, everyone can just play Lorcana. Some people are here just to play Lorcana. So if they win, they win. If they don't, well, they got to play Lorcana. So, but. All right. I like the fire and leaf energy. I know. Okay. Let's see. Vince, a Black Cauldron player. An enchanted Black Cauldron player at that. Did you play Black Cauldron today?
I didn't get it out.
No, never got it out.
I hit it with my other card.
Yeah.
So like if I'm playing against like green blue, I can keep it under the cauldron until I want to bring it out. So it's like a second hand you play over here. Yeah. And then with the daisy shutdown, like the alert, there's so many back and forth and no one does anything. Because the Judy just has the alert and I just wipe them. So we're just passing, I just building another board over here. Or I get the hop stack or whatever. So it's been pretty good. I think you can only play this with ramp.
Yeah.
Or the blue ramp.
Okay.
Because you need all the ink to start.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So,
how many cards are you triple sleeve?
I am.
Yeah. Nice.
Well, I'm doing this. So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a local that triple sleeves. He used to quad sleeve his deck.
I don't like to do this again.
No.
Dude, I can barely hold it.
I know. Well, that's how. So when he would quad sleeve his deck, he couldn't hold it. He would have to get a 3D printed box that would shuffle it for him, and then he would leave it in the deck or in the deck box. Yeah.
Should I put top letters in there? Top letters in this?
Yeah. There you go. See. So, what was the record?
2-3.
2-3.
Or 3-3. Not good.
No, hey man, see, something super spicy like that. So I mean, I was just saying, I wish I should have had you guys on the feature match running purple steel locations and then amber sapphire support. Been to my New Orleans in there?
Oh yeah. I was
Yep.
just telling him. So the best play is the small daisy
To ship. Yep.
and then sing New Orleans for blue.
Yep. Oh
so
yeah.
Then I have the big daisy that locks him down with
Yep.
ink, and then that.
Oh yeah, that's been. I mess around a lot on stream with messing around with that. Like if I can see it, it just feels. I personally think that's probably the most overpowered start of any deck in Lorcana right now. Just being able to when you're on the play, it takes a lot of cards to make it happen, but it feels good.
I played against Royce game 1. He started with Pluto.
Yep.
Daisy, and then did like a lady whatever with the
Yeah.
Pluto.
Yep.
And then turn 3 played his tramp whatever card.
Yeah. Okay.
What am I gonna do against that?
Yeah.
So then I guess hit the loser bracket after that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So this is really good against red purple.
Yeah.
Destroys red purple.
Yeah.
There's no small bodies.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, so nothing for Headless Horseman and things to abuse. So, all right. So how you feel about your purple steel locations after today?
I need more Dumbos.
You need more Dumbos? You should have said something, man. I've been in the chat. If anyone needs anything, just let me know. Oh man.
The one that I had, he did his work one game.
Yeah.
And then I never saw him again.
Never saw him again. Yeah.
Well, John Silver was putting in the work.
Yeah. Yeah, I think locations is another thing that's still a little unexplored. I think there's a lot of places people can go with it. So
I like purple steel locations. It has more low cost, more gaining locations than like Emerald Steel.
Yeah.
Emerald Steel is all ability based.
Yeah.
So I'm not getting anything unless I put stuff there.
Yeah.
And then I got to deal with games of foot or goofies, things
Yeah.
like that.
Yeah.
So this just has a little more flow.
Yeah.
A little more aggro flow.
Doc, I saw the giant cobras, so a lot of that stuff that you can just allow things to keep going, flow, like you said. So, okay. Well, sweet, man. So, we're going to start seeing you again on Fridays?
Yes.
Yeah?
Now that everything's all settled,
Yeah.
We'll start popping up more.
Good. I look forward to it. So,
I won. Yeah, 2-1.
they are. They're working. They're working really well. So, I don't know if I need a second set, but this starts. I need to keep an eye on where Angel's at, but this set's working really well. I used them the other day for a practice match, and it we didn't cast an event, it could pick up the players just fine. It works well for these little interviews and everything. So yeah, it's working well, man. So that's a huge shout out to Gabe, by the way. Gabe's one of our locals. He's a big reason that all of my the game commentaries and everything that I do, where I used to use the GoPro, that's all thanks to Gabe. These mics are thanks to Gabe. So he's been a huge part of making the channel possible. So with all kinds of ideas, and still coming up with them. So so definitely appreciative of him. So, but all right. So we should be finding out what top 8 is soon, and that way you guys can vote on who we're going to see on the feature table. They still have to deck check 2 of the players, so we are going to wait on the deck check to figure out for that first. So I know the 7th is a red purple. I do not know what the 8th deck is.
I just hate challenge decks because it will stop challenges. Like I tried doing red steel. Yeah, and the opponent just stops challenges.
Nice red.
Is your opponent going to be 8?
No, he's gonna get in the top. He's gonna be higher.
Oh,
I got paired down.
Oh, gotcha.
No,
okay. Up and he got paired down.
Yeah,
what
so
was he on? Blue
small.
steel. Okay.
Yeah, so he's
all
gonna
right.
be like
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
And it should be Rick. Rick has it.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So yeah. So the 7th list is going to be red purple. The 8th list is going to be blue steel. So we have green yellow dogs. We have purple steel, red purple, blue steel, and green blue. So out of those color pairings, what would you guys like to see in final or in the next feature match? And I do suspect that it might be our last feature match, maybe. So we'll see. But one person has already said that they do not want to split in top 8. So okay. Let's scroll up. Let's see what the chat's been doing. Everybody don't forget to drop. Oh, I scrolled up way far. Okay. Top 8, 565 for. So Shadow, it's actually 576 for a 48 person event. We had 48 people here, so it was $30 entry, and then all $30 went to the overall prize pool. So 576 for a 48 person event, 6 rounds. Adam Deckless Blurple. What are the matchups? I don't know the matchups yet. So when we see the matchups, I'll let you guys know, and then we'll vote. Yeah, that makes more sense. We'll vote when we know what the actual matchups are. Adam Decklist. Adam was the blue steel player. I will get that for you and have it posted. I'm gonna do a video going over the top 8 deck lists and have that probably out on Monday. Right now his deck list is pen and paper, so I can't really throw it up really quick, and they're also doing deck checks with it, so I can't grab it right now. So, but yeah, I'll grab the deck, or I'll grab the pairings, and we'll see what we have then, and then we can vote. So, but yeah, no Blurple made top 8. One Blurple almost made top 8, a flower farmer, but he lost to red purple in the end. Looks like it was a pretty rough matchup for Blurple. Normally, red purple isn't able to go as wide as it did against Blurple, so I'm imagining that Blurple just didn't see a lot of the stuff they needed to challenge, things like Iago and stuff like that. So. Okay. Okay, so we have green yellow dogs versus purple steel. is one matchup. Rick versus Michael. So we have Rick on red purple versus Michael Cody on purple steel. So green yellow versus purple steel, red purple versus purple steel, and then Adam and Jason. Adam and Jason. So Jason is on green blue. No, Jason is on red purple. I do not know what Adam is on. Adam Ridley? I do not have his. And then the last matchup is David on green blue versus Ben on green blue. So green blue mirror, red purple versus purple steel, red purple versus blue steel, red purple. All right, hang on. I'm going to get a piece of paper. We're going to do this differently. Can I have scratch paper? There, so the players can vote on their feature match. So we have Royce, Anthony, Michael, okay. Adam versus who? Jason, okay. And then David and Ben. Okay. Okay, here we go. So Royce is on green yellow. Anthony is on purple steel. Rick is on red purple. Michael is on purple steel. Adam February 16th.
All right, dark cloud of players. Listen up. We have top 8. Royce, Anthony, Rick, Michael Cody, Adam Ridley, Jason, Ben Ramos, Adam Ridley, I think George.
Okay, I've got it. I've got our top 8. So here's what we have that you guys need to vote on for the feature table for top 8. We have green yellow. We have Royce on green yellow versus Anthony on purple steel. We have Rick on red purple versus Michael on purple steel. We have Adam on blue steel versus Jason on red purple. And then we have David on green blue versus Ben on green blue. So those are our matches. What I can do is I'll pull up Twitch. And we'll do a poll. And you guys can vote. All right. Create a dashboard, manage stream, manage poll, create a new poll, feature match, top 8. So we have green yellow versus purple steel, blue steel versus red purple versus purple steel, green blue versus green blue. Start poll. Okay, there's a poll. You guys can vote. And we will choose that way. It'll be up for 2 minutes. Hopefully you guys can see it. If I did it correctly. That's my first time ever doing a poll on Twitch. So I may have done it wrong, to be perfectly honest. Because no one's voted yet. So I'm assuming I did it wrong. Oh, do I need to do this? Okay, I think I might have done it wrong, but there's a link to it. Okay, so there's a link. I think you have to click on the link. That's weird. I feel like there's a better way to do this, and I did not choose the easier way to do it. Such a basic thing that should be so simple. Well, one person figured out how it works, so it does work. I just did it really weird. Okay. Just click vote. Okay. I should have had a longer duration. I've butchered our way of getting our not letting me click. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna end it. Oh, if you're on, it doesn't click the link. Okay, so let me go ahead. Let's see if there's another way that we can do it then. So we have a poll that is an option. We have sub-only chat, manage predictions. Okay, so the poll is the only way. So, okay, we'll just do it tried and true. Okay, put in the chat what you would like to see one more time. No, so nobody's saying, oh, not this, not that. Just put in the chat, I want to see this versus that. I want to see the green yellow versus purple steel. I want to see the red purple versus purple steel. I want to see blue steel versus red purple. I want to see green blue versus green blue. All right. So go ahead, just put it in the chat what match you want to see, and we'll go from there because it wasn't working for people to vote. So I'll give you guys some time to do that while they do the final deck check. Red purple versus purple steel. Red purple versus purple steel. That's 2. Royce. Looks like they're voting right now on. They're handing out the fire and leaf energies to see if anyone wants to split or not. So we might be doing this voting, and then the one guy changes his mind and they decide they want to split for $144. All right. We've got 3 people that have voted. What did you want to see, Crow? I think that you. So Jason wanted to see dogs. I think that Crowson, you had voted. So we got another for dogs, but I took the vote thing down. Zaw wants to see dogs as wait, never mind. I think that okay. Zaw wants to see red purple versus purple steel. Okay. Dog. Okay. Well, that's 4 for dogs. So I think that it's probably we're at 4 for dogs. We're at 3. No, 4 for dogs, 2 for red purple versus purple steel. So we'll give it another second while they're still figuring out if they're going to draw or not. But it's looking like it might be dogs unless something crazy happens. I want to see princesses. You're going to have to watch the stream, brother. You're going to have to watch the stream. On the stream, we've been playing princesses, blue-yellow princesses, aggro, and it's been going really hot. Like, it's been doing really well. I think we're 9-0 with it right now on Pixelborn Connect. And it is Pixelborn Connect for what that's worth. But we're having a good time with it. It's how we've been ending every stream, and it's been kicking butt. So it's been a lot of fun. So, all right, let me see what's going on out there. Let's go check on things. I misplaced my mic again. I keep doing this. All right, I'm going to check if anything in the chat. Nothing in the chat. Okay, I'll be back. Looks like we're doing dogs, by the way, on the feature match.
So everybody on this side of the table, on my left, over here, voice down. These are all the higher seats. They have choice between play draw for this first round of top 8. I will give you guys, your decks are in order. I will give you guys ample time to shuffle.
What?
He wants a top 8 picture.
Oh, yeah, I'll do a picture. So,
who are you taking for the feature?
It's going to be this one. They voted, they want to see dogs versus, they wanted to see these two.
They wanted to see Royce.
Yes.
I see how it is. To finish shuffling, you guys want to, we're going to move your guys' national feature.
Actually, if you want to stay real quick, I'm going to take a picture for everybody. All right, guys. I'm going to close the mobile webcam so I can take a picture, and we're going to get everything set up. So.
I know.
All right, everybody. Picture time. I'm trying. I'm working on it. All right. 3, 2, 1. So beautiful, beautiful people. All right. Looking great. Vince, they want to see you doing a pose of Pete. So, and oh, what's up? Was that you?
No, I didn't say it.
Thank you. Right? Yeah. Yep. Okay.
Then we could have done that.
Are those all my other deck lists? These are my top 8s. These are my rest of them, though, right? Okay.
Here are your top 8s.
Don't let Ryan throw these away, or Rick throw these. Ryan throw these away. Nothing.
And then these are top 8s.
Pose.
I want to see if I can get the angle right.
All right. How was your day?
Long.
Yeah.
Go like that.
Kyle. Scoot over. Scoot over. Scoot over. All right. Yeah. Okay. Ready? No. Don't look at them. Okay. You taking off? Hey, good to see you, man.
I was close.
Yeah? Oh, man. Oh. Okay. I'm going to set this up for you guys. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have a top 8 that is coming. They decided they would not split, so we have a top 8. It will be untimed. So with that being said, we have dogs versus purple steel. And also, I got a picture of Vince doing the Pete pose, so I will be able to share that. I'll post it on the Discord for everybody that is in the Discord. I'm going to set their stuff up. This is Anthony versus Royce. Royce will be on blue versus Anthony. Yes, dogs is #1 seed. It is versus purple steel, so we'll see how it goes. We do have deck lists for them. Anything that sticks out. Purple steel is only on 2 docks, so that is something that does stick out. Only on 3 Hades, 3 Calhouns, 2 Thunderbolts, and 4 Strengths of a Raging Fire. 2 Demonas. He does have the 2 Timothy Q Mouses, and is running the 2 Tinkerbells. So those aren't going to be super helpful. So we'll kind of see how that goes. And then when we look at Royce, he is on the 4 Chromicons, and that's going to be the big one that sticks out here. 4 Chromicons, 4 Ursulas, 4 Mowglis. So, okay, let me go walk them through this really quick, and I will be right back.
Okay, we're back. Had to take care of some technical difficulties, but we're back. The game's pretty much half over, it feels like. I missed the first 2 minutes, and holy crap. But we have a really good start for Purple Steel. Seeing the 2 Calhouns is a massive, massive start for them. Just being able to control the board so well. But that Tramp coming down, really impacting things, able to answer that Calhoun that otherwise, I mean, honestly, really would have put the game at a standstill had Tramp not been able to come down to answer that one of those Calhouns. So now we do have the Captain Hook that's going to be able to answer, sending you to 4 lore. Royce should be a magician. How he handles his cards has me mesmerized. Did anybody else see he picked up exactly 7 cards from his deck and confidently fanned them out? Yeah. Okay. All right. See Anthony take out with the Calhoun, gain that 2 lore. Oh, and we do see the Chromicon. I did not see the Chromicon from Royce, so Chromicon's got that coming down, makes him bounce that Calhoun. I'd imagine you just play the Calhoun again. And then let's see if he can follow up with a Black Heron. Very nice. I'll let him know he should be a magician. So this is exactly how Purple Steel wants to start. And what stands out with this is he's only on 3 Calhouns. So able to find those Calhouns in this matchup when otherwise otherwise probably doesn't see them. So I'd be curious if we could see back and see his mulligan, how many Calhouns he had in his opening hand. We do see the Go-Go come down, gaining him just the 1 lore, but 1 lore being enough to make you happy. And I like how Royce is doing this. He's just getting this incremental lore. He knows the Calhoun's going to take something out, but he's going to be able to bounce that other thing. So yes, he's able to play the Black Heron, but that Black Heron's not going to be able to do anything. So Anthony's stuck just questing with it so that he can then send the Calhoun into something. And I wonder if this is the start that Royce wants to see into this matchup. Yes, I know you want to see the Chromicons, but at the same time, I wonder if what you really want to do here is see a really, really wide board, seeing things like your Plutos into your ladies and all these other things so that you just go super wide. And instead of where you see daisies are super great, but they're also filling up a Purple Steel player's hand, which is not necessarily what you want to see. Then we see the Elsa come down. Oh, man. That is a really rough start for Royce. Seeing that Elsa come down, letting him answer that. Now, Elsa's going to be able to stick around to answer something. Another Chromicon. We see the lady come down. Royce going to 11 with no cards in hand. So now in a top deck mode, and not a place you really want to be when you're Dogs, because Dogs doesn't have a lot of ways to refill things. Now, if Royce does get to find his Shift Lady, then Shift Lady is going to let him bring back those 2 daisies that can really change the entire outcome. Because right now it's definitely not looking good, but Shift Lady could definitely put him back into the game. But it looks like that's it. It looks like double Calhoun is a pretty great way to start when you're Purple Steel against this deck. So really rough start for Royce. Still on the play again, and we'll see how this goes. Yeah, very quick. You guys voted for this. I wonder what we might do if this, because even the best of 3, this is going to end super quickly. If they go to, someone just called a judge. even if they go to best of 3, it's still end quickly. So what we might do is, when one other of the best of 8s is on their, after they've ended their game and going into their next game, we'll pull them over to the feature table like they do at DLCs, or at least at the EU DLCs. Looks like Anthony's debating sending 4 back. Looks like he did send 4 back. Looks like Royce sent back 4 as well, or 5 maybe. So Royce, again, you can pull RP in for game 2. All right. So again, I wonder if that's the route that Royce wants to go. Really wide, getting all those Plutos down. So we do see the Pluto coming down here. Pluto, of course, letting you have pay 1 less for the next character you play. Now, one disadvantage of Pluto is that you're not gaining any lore. So that is going to impact things. It's going to slow things down a little bit to hopefully kind of speed things up later, right? Because then you just spam the board like we see here with a board like that. So now if he goes Chromacon on turn 3, it's going to be really tough for Purple Steel to be able to control the board enough to actually make a big impact. And Anthony not seeing that turn 2 Calhoun definitely going to be impactful as well, because Anthony's not able to get that incremental lore anymore. So let's see if we do see the Chromacon. We do see the Chromacon turn everything sideways, and it is off to the races. These dogs are definitely barking now because they are ready to roll. They are trying to catch that rabbit being the 20 lore. And it's going to be tough now because if you're Anthony, you're only able to answer one thing here. And what do you answer? I think you answer the lady, right? You remove the shift line there. You're not worried about the Plutos. You can't answer the daisy. And you don't want to answer the daisy. So he does opt to bounce the Black Heron. Sends 1 into Pluto. All right, so that's going to... Palace Guard is going to let him... Oh, he's going to bounce the whole board. We see an Elsa coming down. Elsa being a pretty good line, and then we do see... Oh, this is interesting now. So that's a lot of Chromacon math, because Palace Guard is able to answer the Pluto, and then he just bounces both of them, only going to 4 ink. So you have to replay them both. And then we're going to see Elsa come down next turn. So Royce able to go to 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 here. No, only 12 because there's no tramp. So this is going to be interesting how Anthony decides to go about this with 2 Chromacons down, because he could send Heron plus Palace Guard into Daisy. And that looks like that's what he's going to do. And then he's going to bounce those 2, and then he can play Elsa to take out the lady that is unexerted, that is readied right now. And then you just bounce both back to hand again. Or do you just go super wide? Okay, so that's what he's going to do. He's going to do that. And then I imagine that Royce is going to end up bouncing both of them. Yes. Season Ursula takes that Thunderbolt from hand. Quest for 3. Goes to 15. So he can only play the Elsa here. Elsa's going to be able to clear out the Lilo. Royce will be able to quest to 17 here. Oh, he does take out the lady. So Royce able to go up to 18 now. Plays the Palace Guard, which doesn't allow anything. Another lady comes down, goes to 18, and I don't know if there's anything Anthony can do here. So lady's only questing for 1, so that is important. But you have to play Elsa, because Elsa has to remove Lilo, and then you bounce both things, and that is game. Double Chromacon is rather impactful there. So we see talk about fast games, ladies and gentlemen. Holy crap. So we'll see how this one goes now, with Anthony being on the play with Purple Steel, and see if Royce is able to pull it out to get to that Game 3 win to take him on. This is the one matchup that Royce would have preferred not to have seen. In Top Cut, probably the only matchup that gives him a run for his money being Purple Steel. Red-Purple is unfortunately just a little bit slow, and when you're Royce running 4 Chromacons, things like your Headless Horsemen that are so important in your Elsas, and your Diablos, they're not trading it into anything effectively because Chromacon's just bouncing it all back to hand. So we'll kind of see what happens here as Anthony goes into his next, goes to being on the play. Lunchtime, Mima? All right, so let's see what happens here. If you're Anthony, you're looking, at this point, I don't even think you hard alter for Calhoun, right? You're just happy to see a 2-drop. Yes, Calhoun's helpful, but you don't sacrifice what is a good line to look for it. So I think as long as you have a 1 into a 2, and we saw that Anthony only altered 2, so we saw the Palace Guard in hand, so that's definitely a good start. So we'll kind of see how things play out here. I did not see a Calhoun, but can be a little tough to see what's going on. One thing we haven't seen Royce play yet is actually Tramp. So Tramp has not come into play. Games have kind of just ended before they got there. And I think that's kind of common when you're going so hard for Chromacon. It's a little bit harder to get that Tramp down maybe. So we'll kind of see here. We see the Timothy Mouse go into the Inkwell to play. Looks like a Captain Hook is coming down. To play the Captain Hook, definitely a really good start for your turn 1 play. So Royce definitely has to do some deep thinking here because he has to be prepared to where he's going to be on the draw. He's not going to be able to get a lot of that early questing that he normally might be able to get being on the play. So it's going to be a lot of setup to get things ready and hopefully get the Chromacon down. Hopefully Anthony's not able to go super wide like that, and that is not what you want to see if you are Royce. That is not what you want to see if you are Royce. Seeing 2 of Captain Hooks come down that's hard to deal with. If Anthony does quest again, you are able to remove one of those Captain Hooks if you do have a Tramp in hand. So that is a possibility that could definitely swing things back in your favor. So we'll kind of see what comes of this. All right. So we do see the lady come down from Royce. Yeah, Shadow. Yeah, man, you did. You blinked and you missed most of it. And that is a Cheshire Cat, it looks like. So Cheshire Cat, of course, going to be letting him move damage now. So Royce in desperate need of seeing that Chromacon to be able to start controlling the board. But even at this point, if Chromacon comes down now, there's only so much stuff you can bounce. And where he went so wide, it's going to be tough to be able to find a way out at this point. Doing some definite hard thinking here, as you're going to have to do, because like right now there's just no easy answer on what you can do here. I'm assuming at this point, what do you look for if you are Royce in this case? Looks like we do throw the Chromacon down, but not questing, opting instead. I wonder if he does have a Tramp in hand, so trying to get that Tramp down so that he can be able to actually develop some things, get some big bodies down, look for some answers. One thing to note is Royce normally runs under the sea, but he has decided to cut under the sea for this tournament. When you look at his board, Under the Sea would clear almost everything, which is really impactful. So he does go ahead and quest with that Cheshire Cat and Palace Guard. Let's see if we are able to do something there. Definitely a lot of thinking going on for Royce. One thing to note is Royce is going to have a pretty decent hand size. He's only inked 3 times, only played 3 characters, and only had 1 character removed. So he's going to have a decent hand size to be able to do things. And that 1 card removed was what he discarded off of the Bobby Zamaruski. So he definitely has a good hand size. He's inking up to 4, which tells us Tramp. Yep, so Tramp does come down. Again, going to be really impactful. It gives him a big body that can do stuff and lets him dig for whatever answer he may be looking for right now. And because that's the big thing is Royce is going to be looking for something. The question is, what is it that is going to help him get there? And maybe the answer is a second Chromicon. If he can get a second Chromicon down, maybe that's the route. But it looks like he is able to play a Tramp to be able to boost, to take out the Cheshire Cat. And that's what we were talking about earlier, that Tramp. Cheshire Cat can pose a threat. He will lose the Pluto here, but now at least he doesn't have to worry about that damage being moved back and forth, which is a big deal as well. So we see Anthony ink that Tinkerbell, the 3-cost quest for 2 evasive Tinkerbell. Quest for 2. Looks like he's expecting some Chromicon shenanigans. So get it really well played there. Really, really well played. Getting that questing out of the way. You know you won't be challenging with those 2 characters, but you will be taking out Pluto. So now you can go ahead and quest with everything. You challenge into the Pluto knowing that something's going to get bounced. Ooh, there was another judge call outside. So we'll have lots to ask. We'll have lots to ask of Vince later. He does not. He is not running Circle. This is a 100% aggro yellow or green yellow dogs deck. So we do see the top deck of Lady, and it might not have been the top deck, but he does have the Lady being an excellent card here, letting him pull back those 2 characters. So now he has another card that trades very well and definitely going to be really helpful in having him stay in this game, because now what can happen here, and this is actually a big deal, because now the Chromicon, with that, he can bounce the 2 ladies back to hand. So he can now develop a really big board and to be able to continually bounce his lady. And it looks like that's not where he's going. Instead, just opting to take out his opponent's board. And he's okay, because now if he sends Captain Hook into lady, yes, both get removed, but then he can bounce the genie. So now we're going to see that Chromicon putting in a lot of work. So sacrificing that ability to bounce lady back to hand for all those characters, but also forcing his opponent to do a lot of trading in the meantime and not have a board while Royce develops his own board. We see the Daisy come down now. All right, let's see how it comes here. This is gonna be big. Again, how do I work around what's coming with the Chromicon? Because I think the answer is you just quest with the genie. You go to 9 lore. Captain Hook takes out the lady. Yes, you trade into it, but you can't afford to take out anything else and let him bounce the lady shift line back to hand. So I think that's the route you go. Now the question is, can you get wide enough that the Chromicon isn't going to continually ruin the boards that you develop? Royce being at 1, he is only questing to He does only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on board. We see Anthony inking another Tinkerbell, a card that you just really don't want to see in this matchup. And let's see how Anthony goes about this. So I'm assuming he has a song in hand, and he's wondering, and he wants to sing with Genie. But so he's going to quest, go to 9. Captain Hook is then going to challenge, and then Anthony can go ahead and start developing a board going into next turn. And what Anthony wants to do here is play multiple characters. He needs to play, if he's got some Black Herons, some Calhouns in hand, like he needs to throw all those down and get those on the field. All right, Anthony, what do we got here? Both players taking their time. This is a big game. This is the difference between $72 and I think $150. So definitely a big game. Get some money out of it, or some store credit. It is not cash. We're not allowed to do cash. That's a Delaware state law. We see the Palace Guard come down. Palace Guard not being super helpful, but it is still a character that can do some incremental damage. We do see the Lilo come back from the discard, which is massive. That is such a big thing for Royce now, because now your opponent has to answer those Lilos over and over again. And we see a second Lilo. Bring back, be prepared. All right, let's see. So Anthony, unfortunately, Daisy triggered, only bringing him back the 1-cost Diablo, which is just not going to do anything for you, because that's never going to get bounced back to hand. So if you play that, then it's kind of just whatever. If you're Royce, you don't really care about that. But these Lilo Escape Artists are massive, because if you answer those, then they just bring it back, and then you have to continue answering them all the time. Meanwhile, if you're the green-yellow dog player, you're just bouncing back their characters when they do answer it. So it's this never-ending threat, and it's kind of a perfect storm what happens when you get these Chromicons and Lilos down at the same time. Yep, Shadow. Unfortunately, no one is allowed to compete with the casinos and the racetrack and things like that, are pretty much with the gambling. And so you can't do cash prizes for a lot of stuff here. Including gaming stores. So TCG stores can only do store credit for events. So we do see Palace Guard coming in and putting 1 damage on, because Palace Guard's got to do something. You might as well. Oh, Thunderbolt comes down. So now bounce that Palace Guard, put it back in hand. Cheshire Cat coming in and passing turn. Royce now able to quest for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here, to go up to 13. So we'll see how this goes out. So immediately quests, and I think the writing is on the wall for Anthony. It is what it is, the story of life, right? All right. Yeah, I think this is, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is what it is, because I don't know if there's a way. I think Purple Steel just has to go super, super wide. One thing to note is a lot of Purple Steel players, because of success from Melissa on dogs and because of success with Royce on dogs and other players on dogs, we've started seeing Purple Steel decks teching in some Plutos and Benjas. Maybe that's the answer. You know, if this is dogs on the draw against Purple Steel that didn't have a bad start. They had the Captain Hooks. They had, you know, the cards they needed to see, but just able to get there. Even the Cheshire Cat was able to get there. I did want to let everyone know that I was able to... get the top 8 deck list. I was able to get a picture of Vince as Pete, like in the Pete pose. So I will go ahead and put those in the Discord. Not right now, but I will put them in the Discord today or later tonight or tomorrow. Probably tomorrow, so I can spend time with Molly tonight. But that is the Discord. If anyone wants to join, no pressure. But if anyone wants to join the Mad Hatters Discord, there it is. That's where I'll post the deck lists once I take pictures of them. And then we'll also have a video on Monday talking about the top 8 deck lists and the event overall. Appreciate all you guys being here and watching. It's been a lot of fun seeing everybody and chatting with you guys. We do see that Anthony does take does send the cat in. So trying to make a choice on what he wants to do. Possibly another cat. Okay, Palace Guard comes down. Doc just looking for something, and that's gonna be game. That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen, for top 8 going to Royce. And now what we will do, yes, it was definitely a good game. Like, that was a very good game. That was definitely interesting to watch. I think that was very much a good pick for everybody. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you guys for a moment, and I'm going to see if there's any matches that are close to starting their third game, and I'm going to get them on stream. So I will be right back, everybody. If you get bored while I'm gone, you can like and do all that fun stuff like subscribe and follow. Okay, we got another one for you guys. So we've got Ben. He is on green blue. And we've got David on, I think this is a green blue mirror, actually. Okay. This is their second game?
This is their second game.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. This isn't timed either, right? It's top cut? I mean, what do you even do?
Top cut is typically 70 minutes, but because we're moving them, I'm going to give them extension.
I mean, what happens if they draw, though? Like,
it goes into single elimination rules, and it goes by lore count, which I hate.
Oh, does it? Oh, that feels bad.
It does.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to change their time to bang, stop, bang, put them at 40, start, bang. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a green-blue mirror. This is going into game 2 for them. They have 40 minutes on the clock. It did take them 35 minutes for game 1. So what this does mean is, talking to Judge Vince there, if they do go to turns and there's still no winner of the match, it will go off of lore totals at that point. So sudden death, essentially, is how Vince said it. So if going into game 3, if you have 5 minutes left, it comes down to who can get the most lore in the 5 minutes that is left, because you can't draw in Top Cut, right? So someone has to get there. So we do have a green-blue mirror here. We have Ben versus David. Ben is from New York, so if you are a New York viewer, a New York local, then you got Ben here. And David is Illumination, so he is from New Jersey, I believe. So any of my New Jersey folk, then this is the match for you. And that's what I mean by sudden death. They legit have to fight to the death. So that's it. No ifs, ands, or buts. So no rules either. It's just fight to the death, as dirty as you want. So what's that? It sounds all right. Also, shout out to Nerf for the follow. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. We do see a nice cheeky little Clarabelle challenge there. 1 cost Clarabelle into 1 cost Clarabelle. Clarabelle on Clarabelle action. So going in with David's going to ink that Visions for a Donald Duck. Big fan of Donald Duck. Of course, being a card that lets both players draw, so it does have arguably some negative impact, but you getting to draw first does let you kind of dictate how things will go. So now going back to Ben, looks like we played a Develop Your Brain. Develop? There's no way. It is Develop Your Brain. Yes, I will. Let me go grab them. It's going to be quiet for a second. I'm going to go grab their deck lists. Okay, so, we see I come back just in time for the Wombo combo. The Wombo combo being the Clarabelle shift line to Sing Your Welcome, and now Ben is going to get to draw quite a bit of cards here. So, I do have the deck list now. Shout out to Jorah for the follow. Thank you so much. I hope you're enjoying yourself and enjoying the stream, the Safari Zone Build-A-K event. So, let's look at what we got here as David draws for his turn. The first thing that does stick out is we do have David running Bend to My Will. So something that can make a huge impact. So David here, he could do something when he gets to his 7 ink turn. He could Sing Your Welcome to bounce that Clarabelle and then Bend to My Will, completely changing the entire outcome of the game. Ben is on Kitas, 2 Kitas, but David is also on 3 Kitas. So a card that you don't see a lot of in green-blue, but both players opting to run those 2 cards, which is a really interesting choice. Now here's an interesting one. Wow. What in the world? So these players' lists are actually extremely similar. Both players running 1 Stopped Chaos on his tracks Both players running 2 Prince Philip Royal Explorers. That's the 3-cost Prince Philip. One thing is David is on 2 Spooky Sights, so that Spooky Sight going to be really impactful on just that point-and-click removal that is going to play a big impact in this game. But sorry about that. So that's going to be the big one. David running the Bend to My Will plus the Spooky Sight. So 2 Spooky Sight, 3 Hades, 1 Bend to My Will. Meanwhile, Ben is running the 1 of Ursula Deceiver and the 2 Mother Knows Best. So Ben does have the opportunity to play the Hades, and we saw this earlier on the live stream. We saw where Ben had played Hades, bounced Hades back to hand, and then played Hades the next turn, and so that could be something that plays a really big impact here. Whereas what's happening with David is he has the opportunity to just do Spooky Sight, so he doesn't have to worry about bouncing things back to hand over and over again. He just removes it from being played at all. So we did see that. Yes, these lists are on Cinderella as well. We just didn't see any. We see David there with the first Cinderella, David being on 4 Cinderellas, and Ben being on 3 Cinderellas. Donald Duck coming down for Ben here. So Mother Knows Best could definitely put in some work here for sure with those Hades. Spooky Sight definitely. Ooh, I got them confused. That is, yes. So I was thinking Sudden Scare. So Spooky Sight is actually going to be definitely not a good top deck in this matchup. Luckily, there is Cindy to kind of get rid of those from your hand. But yes, I was thinking Spooky Sight was Sudden Scare. Sudden Scare being the card, put chosen opposing character into their player's inkwell face down. That player puts the top card of their deck. So David is running 2 Spooky Sights, not 2 Sudden Scares. So Ben definitely has way more removal in this matchup, and I think that's really going to be a major impact. Now, another thing to note is you normally don't ever want to be forced to be the first Hades player. So David, in this circumstance, forced to play that Hades, and now looking at Ben, he has a ton of ink to play with, a lot of opportunity to kind of just play a lot of stuff. We see that we see another Donald Duck in his hand, a Prince Philip in his hand. So this mirror definitely going to be an interesting one, but I think it's really going to come down to Ben having all the extra removal. The Hades plus the Mother Knows Best is going to just play such a big impact on this game. But we do see David being smart there. David getting that lore while he can. He quests that Donald Duck, realizing there's no chance the Donald Duck can be harmed here, so I might as well get the lore while I can. And definitely a great move there. Opting to keep that Cinderella ready in case you might need it, in case maybe you top deck another Cinderella. Maybe that is something that you need, or maybe you need just another singer. So opting to keep that, maybe you top deck Clarabelle, you sing You're Welcome with the Cinderella, and then you get a fresh amount of cards. Looks like some conversation is being had. On what's happening. Oh, looks like there was a judge call. Okay. Vince said it earlier. Don't hesitate to call a judge. So yes. Yep. No, for sure, Shadow. And that's where it does get interesting, because you have to play this game of, do I want to be the first one to Clarabelle? Because if your opponent follows suit, then if they have it, and then you're stuck in this really awkward position. But you also, I think the right move is still just play the Clarabelle and force them to have it. It's one of those things where if they don't have it, what do you have to lose? Now, we do see the Prince Philip come down. Prince Philip able to clear all those characters because they are damaged. He had the Malicious, Mean, and Scary combo, the Wombo Exodia that is able to just do so much. And now the other issue is now we have to answer that Prince Philip, and we just answered Clarabelle. And that's where, again, if you're the first one that's forced to Hades, you can be put in such a negative place because now you're fighting a board where your opponent just has so much ink for the rest of the game. Prince Philip now able to quest for 3 here, so that's going to be really impactful in this game. It's definitely looking really good for Ben here for those opportunities. One thing to note here, so we see the Cinderella come down, but unfortunately that's just the only thing that David's able to do there is just play the 1 Cinderella and has to pass turn. So I'm curious, like when we look at that hand, we do see the top deck Hades, but I'm really curious what the rest of that hand is that he's just not able to play on anything. How are those judge calls coming?
Good. The one I just resolved at the feature table was a almost missed Donald trigger. He drew for the turn. I was like, Donald trigger.
So, okay, so...
Because, like,
but it's a May, right?
It is a May, but he never acknowledged it. So even though it's a May trigger, because your opponent has the option for it, you can't just skip past it.
Gotcha.
So, like,
okay.
So, like, the opponent wanted to do it, so it had to happen.
Okay, gotcha.
And that's just because it affects both players.
Yeah, okay.
So, like, you can't just go, ready, set, draw. Like, okay, but
yeah.
I wanted to do something.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's actually a really good one. So the judge call, if you didn't hear because he was a little bit further away from the mic, was because the opponent had Donald Duck down. It was a missed Donald Duck trigger, but the opponent wanted to draw. So kind of making sure that opportunity was presented to both players to get that Donald Duck draw. Meanwhile, we do see what I believe Ben was saying, stopped Chaos in his tracks. Stopped Chaos in his tracks coming down to bounce that Cinderella. And then look at those cards, drawing 5 cards off of Clarabelle, and it's looking rough. Now, David does have Bend to My Will, but the worry here is that you have to bend to my will and then you have to answer. So, but also he has to answer the Clarabelle. So if he does have bend here, what he can do is he can bounce, but he doesn't run Mother Knows Best. So he can't do that either. So definitely a rough place right now for David to be in, where he just has no great answer for that board. And David has so many cards in hand now that it's definitely a tough place to fight your way out of. Now you can set it up, so we do see the Hades coming down. That leaves Ben left with only 2 Hades in his deck. So now, that leaves Ben with only 2 Clarabelles in deck. So what that allows is that now if Ben does not play another Clarabelle, then David has the opportunity to use Bend to My Will to empty that hand, and then once he does that, he can then clear the field with like the Prince Philip shift line. We see, oh no, not again. Oh, okay. So we're only at 10. So 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, no. So luckily, Ben is only at 4 lore, going up to 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 here. And I believe just like that, Ben is representing lethal 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 on board for Ben here. And I'm not sure if there's a way out. Because you're only able to go up to 11. No way to sing Malicious, Mean, and Scary. No way to play Malicious, Mean, and Scary and Prince Philip in the same turn. If you Hades Prince Philip, then that is an out. You can Hades Prince Philip to survive one more turn, and then Hades sticks around to be able to sing Prince Philip. Sing Malicious, meaning scary, and Prince Philip. Looks like we're going to You're Welcome for 4. Recognizing it's a way to keep you in the game. But yes, I do think that David is cooked. I think the turkey is cooked in spirit of Thanksgiving. Oh, the basil does come down, able to bounce. So that is something. So you've removed a lot of lore now. So David or Ben only able to quest for 2, 4, 6 now to go to 16. But Ben has a very big hand. All right. Ben has a very big hand. We do see the top deck Ben to my will. So that is something now. But you have to be able to bend to my will and clear his entire board. And meanwhile, Ben also has a very decent hand. Oh, he has that Ursula. Ursula cannot take Bend to my will, though. Bend to my will being in action. For those that don't know, the 7 cost uninkable. Opponent discards their entire hand. We're doing some intense ink counting. I'm sure we're about to see a Hades on that Basil. Oh, he had another malicious meaning scary, and the Prince Philip comes down again to just ruin everyone's day. And it looks like that is game. And you can kind of see what he was stuck on. He didn't even have his own way to do malicious meaning scary. Stuck on Kitas and cards that just aren't going to do the trick. And just like that, we do not have to worry about drawing. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a 2-0 for Ben coming in and taking that game. Whew. To go from a 35-minute game to that was still an 18-minute game from them. So, oh, he just played an Ursula. I thought he conceded. I thought he conceded. Okay. He didn't concede. We'll kind of see how things go. All right, they're adding the ink and lore back. There we go. Perfect. And that's why I tell everyone, David is still fighting. He is. He is still fighting. I'm very proud of him. And that's why I always tell everyone on the streaming tables, ladies and gentlemen, if you are ever on a streaming table at any event that you ever go to, always, always, always track your own lore, okay? You track your own lore for multiple reasons. You track your own lore in case you have to make a judge call. They can't do a whole lot based off of an electronic lore count, but they can do a lot based off of your scribbles on your piece of paper. Then also keep track of your own lore in case you have a really stupid caster like me who's also running the hardware, the software of everything, and thinks the game is over and resets everything. But it also protects you from an internet outage and all those other things. So always, always, always write your lore down. I know using the ink count or the lore counters is super cool and that's a lot of fun, but always write it down, okay? Get a scratch piece of paper, a lore counter book, anything. Write your lore down every single game, okay? All right, so it's basically over. I think if he came back from this, it would be one of the greatest comebacks of all time. I agree. One thing to note is just David not having that malicious meaning scary unless he top decked it there. He's just not able to clear his opponent's board. So bend to my will, sure, and then it's good game. All right, so good game, Ben and David. And yeah, what a game. I think a green-blue mirror is definitely going to be a tough matchup, one that to kind of go through. And I think if you're David, you definitely have the ability to win the game because you have that strong start, you could go something like Clarabelle into Bend to My Will, and then how do they come back from it if they did not play their own Clarabelle? But Ben just had such a strong start, being able to get those You're Welcomes off with his own Clarabelle, and that's a hard line to come back from. That is the line that every green-blue player hopes to see. They want to see the 1 or 3 cost Clarabelle, the turn 2 ramp. They want to shift on turn 4 and then sing You're Welcome. And that a lot of the time, that's kind of just wins you the game against almost every matchup. It's just such a strong start for green-blue. So a really good showing from Ben coming down here, taking himself to top 4. So with that win, and we'll kind of see. I saw Vince getting the energies out, so we'll see if we're going to split top 4 or if we're going to have a face-off and keep going. So let's kind of go out there. We'll get the mobile cam going and see what's going on. I appreciate the word, Shadow. Thank you very much, man. So to give you guys an idea, let's go ahead and make this. Before we go out there, I want to make, so none of these, none of that, 2, 1, none of that, 2, 2, none of that, 2, 1, I think. Okay, so 2, 4, 6. Okay, so here is your top 8 breakdown before I go out there and see what's going on. Okay, we'll go to image, top 8, bang. Okay, so there's your top 8 breakdown. So that we know that one green blue's made it, Chrome of the Dogs has made it, and then I don't know about the other matches right now. But that's your top 8 breakdown. We'll kind of pull that over here so you guys can still see it when I get the mobile cam up. Coffee and Card Games. Appreciate the follow. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Thanks for the support and all of that wonderful stuff. Literally couldn't do it without you guys' support. So thank you very much. All right, we got the mobile cam up. We've got the mics being dropped. We'll set this up with my wonderful. Hey, what's going on, Ponage? How you doing, brother? How's your day going, man? We are going into top 4 here in a minute. So maybe. We don't know if they want to draw yet. So one of the people who did not want to draw is no longer in it. So what happened in the red-purple versus purple-steel matchup? Let's go find out. Am I unmuted? I am not. We almost had a disaster again. Okay. Let's find out. How'd it go? No, not quite. Hey, buddy.
So close.
So close, yeah. Red, purple, steel won. They were wondering how yours was the other vote to be on the feature match. It was between you and Royce, and Royce pulled ahead to be on there. But
also for the better because the deck failed me. My last game, I got all 4 genies.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
And I'm like, how am I supposed to do this? I ended up having to do all the stuff I wanted to do.
Yeah.
And then I didn't have a 2 or a 3 drop, so I lost all my momentum.
Oh my God.
And it's not like I didn't. Like I mulliganed 5.
Yeah, yeah.
Because everything else was like 4 or 5s. Like I had all my high end.
Yeah.
So I mulliganed 5. I kept seeing like 2 cards on the higher end.
Yeah.
Because they were inkable and potentially turning.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
And I just got high.
Yeah, it happens, man. Still top 8 though, 48-person event. So.
This was literally my MO. Lose the first round, win out, make top cut, lose a top cut. That's literally every
Did they draw? Okay, all right. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. They drew. It was purple steel, the purple steel and red purple. The purple steel won. What's left then? Who won the blue steel match?
The red purple one.
Red purple. So it was red purple, green yellow, purple steel, green blue. That was the top four. So yeah, diverse meta.
Diverse meta. Oh my god.
And split was 288. So let's go back to the streaming table and close things up. Appreciate all you guys coming out. Thank you very much. So yeah, it was definitely a good day, I think. So
It's done, bro. I'm sorry. I honestly, it's done. I'm not strong enough.
all right, we're gonna close things up, ladies and gentlemen. They did draw top four. The player who did not, hey Mima, the player who did not want to draw lost in top 8. So no red purple on stream.
So we'll just leave this up for a second. But yes, they did split Shadow. They did split top 8. So it went like I said, it was they split top 4 for a 288 split. It was green yellow dogs. It was red purple, blue steel, and green blue was the split. So yeah, diverse meta, right? Diverse meta. So that was our top 4. That was our top 8. So yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I really do. That was kind of the idea. That's always the goal, right? I always hope people enjoy it. It's fun. I enjoyed casting for you guys today. Again, if you guys wanted to drop a like, follow, subscribe, all that stuff, that's awesome. I'm sad we don't get a definitive winner, but honestly, great job, Cody. Thank you all for your hard work. Thanks, man. I enjoy it. We'll have a recap of this whole thing on Monday, most likely, going over the top 8 deck lists and some of the more spicy deck lists, like the green-yellow one, or no, the blue-yellow one that was really cool that was running Black Cauldron. That I thought was a really neat list. So we'll look at that. We'll look at the top 8 lists and kind of the differences. And yeah, all that stuff. Again, for anybody that's new, we stream 3 times a week, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. And a lot of our streams are deck lists that are submitted by viewers. So if you join the Discord, you can go to the Going Live section and submit your deck list, and I'll throw it in a queue, and then I will and then I'll pull from the queue for the deck list that I'm going to play for that stream, or multiple deck lists for that stream, and we'll just play it and see how it goes. I'll sleeve it up and play it on Pixelborn Connect, or just custom games against viewers if you have a webcam and everything set up. So we do a lot of that as well on stream. So, and then sometimes I'll play my own list if I'm just not feeling, something, like if I want some practice with something. But most of the time, just playing custom games with viewers or Pixelborn Connect, and playing matches with other people's decks and having some fun and talking about what we might do to make them better. The dog list seems spicy. Yeah, we'll definitely share that one. Royce has been piloting dogs for so long. He's just such a good pilot with it. So it's really impressive. So yeah. Unless anybody has any last thoughts, I think we'll sign off there. Shout out to Lorebot. They are the ones, I forgot to put their image on here, but they created this overlay. And it's just been phenomenal and really well done. It makes it really easy for me to be able to cast and run all of this at the same time, bring up cards, lures, inks, all of that stuff. So definitely killed it over there. That wouldn't have been possible without them. So thanks, Mark. I appreciate that, man. So, but yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing I'll say, if you are in the local area, or even if you're not, December. Hang on. Let me find out. All right. Let me find out. If you're in the area, December 20th, we're doing a Safari DLC kind of thing. And what it is we bought 8 non-foil Elsas, and top 8, if we reach 50 players, will get a non-foil Elsa. So, as well as additional prizing. So it's gonna be cool, like DLC practice. You get a non-foil Elsa from the DLCs, and again, if 50 people show up, top 8 get it. If less than that, then top 4 get it. So it's gonna be a cool event. So that'll be December 20th. All right, so right before the holidays. And thanks a lot, Za. I appreciate that. So we'll leave it up. Or no, let's raid. We've got to raid someone. I can't believe I almost forgot to raid somebody. All right, let's raid somebody. And then we're going to sign off. Again, it's 100% because of you guys. Like, you guys make this possible to do this and make it fun to do this stuff. And, yeah, it's just awesome. So I did not ever think that I would enjoy streaming as much as I do and casting over playing, but you guys are the ones that make it so I do. So thank you. Thank you very much, Melanie. I appreciate that. Okay, let's see if anybody is playing. Who do we got? That is not Lorcana, whatever that is. That is not English. First stream ever. So we have a tournament that's not in English, or we have someone that is, oh no. Well, we can't raid them. They are playing Fight Club on Twitch, on stream. So we're not going to raid them. So I guess we can either raid the non-English channel or raid old school RuneScape. And that's normally my go-to late at night if no one else is streaming. So I'll give you guys a choice. It's if anyone wants RuneScape, or we do the non-English channel that's in French, I'm assuming, because it says FR. Any thoughts? Any thoughts? Looks like we might be going RuneScape. No, we'll do the French channel. At least it's Lorcana. At least it's watching Lorcana. So French channel it is. All right, let's jump in here. Again, I appreciate all of you so much. All right, we'll show some love to this channel for streaming and doing their tournament, and yeah, thank you again, everybody, for being here, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hopefully it's nice. It's cold here, very cold. All right, give a couple more seconds for people to join. Oh, also, if you are in the Discord, we're gonna be starting our Meyer Madness competition, where all you got to do is walk or run deliberate 26.2 miles and get put in the drawing for some pretty cool prizes. I'll announce that here soon. All right, let's raid these guys. Love you all. Stay happy and healthy. That's what matters more than anything else.